everybody. Welcome back to EGAD headquarters. I am your lovely host, Carmichael, also known as Mikey, here with three lovely players for yet another hunting party. Let's go down the line and introduce everyone before we begin our episode. To start with, Winona, would you introduce yourself to the audience and say who you're playing?
Wow, I'm actually not the last person for once. Hello, my name is Winona, and I'll be playing the little boy Mad Lad.
And next up, the mighty Quinn. Would you introduce yourself and your character?
Of course, I'm the Mighty Quinn. I also go by just Quinn or sometimes by my middle name of Rosie, depending on if there's a second Quinn as a character in the game, because I'm also an AI.
Mm-hmm.
And today I'm playing Caitlin Ueweather, whom has actually met Mad Lad before and tried to hit him with an axe, and she actually feels kind of bad about that.
I mean, it's fair.
And last but certainly not least, we have Wick.
Hi, hello. I'm Wick, and I'm going to be playing as Subasa. Just a little cloud-headed boy, just vibing, just here.
All right. And I will, of course, be playing the esteemed Sugar Plum Fairy Hunter, Roguefort. And on this episode of Hunting Party, episode 2, The Noose That Waits. This is going to be an exercise in patience in the hope that we don't need a part 2 for this compared to the last one, and in the hopes that nobody says the name of any particular plays and loses data, so we actually keep part 1. So, we are very superstitious here. Nobody say the name of the cursed play and we're fine.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But
Oh, that one.
yeah, and also it's a sensitivity.
Sorry, I was running a brain blank there, like cursed
No,
play.
it's okay.
What
Just
cursed play do I know of?
no, it's okay. Just don't say the name of it. It's also a sensitivity of mine. But
Got it.
yeah. So our story begins in the treehouse. Roguefort is, of course, pulling papers down that have already been taken care of and putting up papers that have not been taken care of onto the treehouse bulletin board where others may find their tasks. He is, of course, waiting for his hunting party to show up. That way he may take them to the location he's considering. But he is at least setting up the other tasks. That way, while they're gone, other folks can still see what new things there are to do that are not just hunt treasure, find temple, get money. So let's roll a 1d20 between all three of you. Let's see which one of you arrives first.
Alright.
This 1d20 is basically just a speed check.
Speed. Wait, is that... Okay. I had to make sure that wasn't a 6 and a 9 on my die. It looks very similar, but that's a 16.
All
Meanwhile,
right.
I got a 12.
Hey, it's not a bad number. So 16, Mad Lad is the first to arrive. How do you arrive on the scene?
You know, I'm gonna roll a stealth.
Okay.
Just to see how naturally stealthy this boy is.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Huh. Okay. Alright. That's a unnatural 20. He rolled 2 16s in a row.
Sneaky boy.
So, Madeline just walks up to Roguefort from behind, just very casually, but for some reason Roguefort wasn't able to see him, and he just goes, "Hi, Roguefort!"
And the 10-foot tall sugar plum fairy flinches a little before turning. Bonjour, Monsieur Mad Lad. How are you doing today?
Doing really fine. I'm all ready for the hunting party. As Mad Lad then looks behind where Red is, who Roguefort also didn't see, and Red just has a pack of stuff on his back.
Oh, right. I did not hear you coming. My apologies. I thought I was about to be ambushed for a moment.
I guess that was pretty sneaky then. He just puffs out his chest a little bit.
Perhaps my senses need to be sharper, but plenty sneaky. Oui. And he reaches down and pats your head. And the next person to show up is Wick. Would you introduce your character to the scene while I grab the Dungeon Master's Guide to roll up some weather for you?
Ooh, so it's then that Subasa is about, he's not very tall, but he's got cloud-like hair. He is a Dare Genasi. And he kind of just wanders in here. He kind of looks at the people who are already there. He doesn't bother to stealth it or anything. But he's not as familiar with these two. He's never met them. So he goes, hi, hello? Is this the hunting party?
Yes, the hunting party.
This would be it. And you would be?
Oh, you can call me Sue.
Sue. You may call me Roguefort. A pleasure.
And you can call me Mad Lad. And this is Red. And Mad Lad gestures to his giant toon stag beetle.
That's a big beetle. Never saw him that big.
Yeah, they say he has good genes. And Mad Lad just pets Red.
Oh.
Roguefort does at least offer one of his 4 hands for a shake.
He accepts one of the hands.
Mm-hmm. And there's a shake. He lets go. And Quinn, you're the last to arrive. Would you introduce yourself? Well, introduce how your character appears. You've already introduced yourself. Whoopsie.
Caitlin is probably just kind of trotting, and she is a roughly 3.5 foot tall cat toon.
Aww.
And she's headed up, and she knows where the bulletin board is, and she's probably walked through just enough to kind of have it in her mental map, so that way she doesn't need to be constantly watching looking around to where she needs to go. So she probably also has her nose in a notebook while making notes on something, because her background is being a guild merchant / artisan, so she probably has some side work that slowed her down a bit before coming to arrive at the hunting party.
Aww.
So you see this very fluffy brown cat toon trotting with her nose in a book, very obviously headed for the bulletin board, but really only paying enough attention to not walk into anyone.
And you walk up to the bulletin board. Right next to Roguefort, who just kind of watches you approach.
She probably stares into her book a moment longer, mumbles something while making a quick note, then shuts it down, looks around and abruptly realizes there's someone literally right next to her. Whoopsies. Roguefort, I presume?
Please, that would be me.
Yes, I'm here for the hunting party. I'm sorry, I seem to have lost track of things.
No, you are alright. It gets a bit difficult to get used to things around here. At least for most. I do believe that would be everyone that has signed on to this particular hunt.
Oh, it's just the 3 of us? Or 4 of us? Wait, 1?
Sometimes a party does not need to be that big, but if it is any assurance, it is the 4 of us and all my dinner critters. And he gestures to the fact that he has what are essentially bug snacks all over him.
And my stag beetle. And Mad Lad just is in red chitters.
Oh, okay.
Oh, not that.
Hey, Caitlin.
So,
Long time no see.
oh, you two know each other.
We were on a mission
Yes.
beforehand.
Yes. I, I, I do feel I should apologize. For that. I got ahead of myself.
Water under the bridge. We were both acting crazy because of that mask.
You don't want to know.
Oh, all right.
So, we have a number of assignments on the board today, and a number of creatures you may hunt. Take your pick! And Roguefort basically gestures you to the board. Above board, you've already voted, but below board, we gotta flavor how you take the dang mission in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You see, of course, there is Roguefort's very clearly hand-drawn and recent paper advertising just a simple fox hunt. There's papers for wolves, there's papers about people talking about wasp problems, which feels weird to advertise adventures for, but maybe they're big wasps and you don't know, you're not fully 100% sure. There's apparently an ad posted by a student from a local magic college looking for help with a pest problem. There's one from an arena talking about the fact their training construct has basically gone rogue and run off, and they need someone to bring it back. There's one that's advertising taking care of a band of goblin bandits, which appears to be posted by the local guard. Hi, wasps at my window. Nice to see you. Oh, that's a moth.
I was about to say, how fitting, a wasp.
Well, I mean, technically Roguefort also looks like a big wasp, so...
I have to admit, for the wasp, Caitlin's ears twist back because this is a flavor thing I put on her that's true for me, which is that I'm allergic to wasps. So, yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no,
Not-
not gonna do that one. No, thank you.
And there is also a note in Roguefort's hand that he has not put on the board, but is just in his hand.
Of course,
And he's just patiently waiting for folks to pick.
What's that in your hand? Mad Lad is the obvious one to pick the thing.
Oh, just a personal thing I was planning on handling later. Nothing you need to worry about, monsieur.
I
Oh,
say, I press, as the kids say, or as I say, I press F to doubt.
It's press X to doubt. It's press X to doubt. It's press F to pay respects.
Look, the computer age just started for this continent. Like, they barely know about computers. It honestly would be in character.
For most of the continent, but fair. And what was one of you also going to say? I believe one of the others was saying something.
Caitlin, she kind of looks at Roguefort and goes, "Oh, what for?"
Well, if you must know, I noticed that there was an unusual development in one of the local forests that I was hoping to take care of in my personal time. In that
the
it was quite dark and overwhelmed with spiderwebs. So,
Oh,
figured I would
joy.
do my best to clear it out.
Mm.
I mean, spider stuff can get
Well-
really messy with the webs and stuff. Are you sure that we can help you with that? More hands equals less work, as they say.
Well, at the very least, more than 4 belonging to one person.
True, but I do not
At the very
exactly
least, I
know
wouldn't
how
mind
much
helping.
will be
At
there.
the very least, I wouldn't mind helping sniff around a bit just to get a better idea of what the problem is. Spiders don't usually make that big of a web.
Usually not, but it looks like Roguefort wants to say something, but doesn't fully finish saying it. I feel I should mention the way Roguefort looks is he is a very tall, humanoid-looking wasp fae with a number of mixed-matched parts, big googly bug snack eyes, and a complete lack of mouth due to the fact that he's essentially part of his dinner critter swarm.
Huh.
So you are essentially looking at what would be a large bug snack. That is the joke. He's a swarm keeper ranger that is literally just based on bug snacks.
Which is
Bugs.
amazing.
But he thinks in this a moment.
At the very least, a quick look around wouldn't be any harm.
I suppose it could not hurt.
Yeah, and we can and I can you know that I can definitely handle anything.
You can handle most things. I would not say anything. You can handle most things.
I can handle
He's certainly
anything.
not someone to underestimate.
Roguefort's googly eyes just kind of squint at Mad Lad, but not in the doubtful way, just more in the pitying way of, oh, honey, just you wait.
Yeah, without an insight, like your natural insight, to say this kid has not been humbled, to say the least. You know that by you don't even need to roll insight.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that he and Roguefort both wound up killing a giant shark not that long ago, so that doesn't help the ego.
No, not at all.
So, Roguefort is, of course, going to look at the piece in his hand, which, of course, has the coordinates he wrote down for where that disturbed piece of forest was. And then back at you, and then he's gonna nod. Very well. Would you like to at least pick a backup task in case we happen to finish this one quickly?
Well, I suppose there would be no harm that.
Yeah, why not?
The backup task you pick up, which is judging by how many votes there were, is the one from the Magic College student talking about a pest problem and being vague about it. So yeah, above board, the reason I mentioned having 2 votes was in case you did finish one task a bit too quickly, then you can choose to do another, possibly for increased rewards, but, you know.
Fair
We'll
enough.
see when we get there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. It's a just-in-case situation, because
Mhm.
since you chose an easy difficulty mission, slightly bumped up a little because you went with recommendations and then personal stuff, it's not meant to be... It's not going to take 2 parts. It shouldn't, at least. Basically.
Hopefully.
What you are being set
Knock
up
on
against...
wood.
What you are up against is normally what other players of your level would be put up against, so...
Fair enough.
We're gonna try and keep this a one-shot. We're trying our best to keep this a one-shot. We're trying and learning. So... Once Roguefort makes sure that the rest of you are accounted for and you're equipped and you're ready to go, yeah, he'll go ahead and he'll set off. Now, I would like all 3 of you in order, so Winona first, Quinn second, Wick last, to roll me a d20. You will collectively be deciding the weather.
Oh, I
the
see.
weather.
The weather.
This is a mechanic that you will be learning about at the moment. As mentioned before, hunting parties, both for the audience and for the new players here that have not played with me before, are essentially meant to be educational one-shots that, educational one-shots that teach you about the mechanics of combat initiative and what affects combat. So, Winona rolled a 9. Quinn, you roll a d20 next.
Let's hoping my cat rogue barbarian does not fall short.
Oh, that one.
In this instance, a nat one's a good thing. And Wick, you're last. Okay,
9.
so 9, 1, 9. For those that are listening, the tables I'm using for weather reference are in the Dungeon Master's Guide on page 109.
9.
The weather you have rolled up is, with a 9 for temperature, it is normal for the season, so it's normal for spring, basically. The nat 1 is in the wind category, so there is no wind. And the 9 that Wick rolled is in precipitation, which means none. So it is a crisp, clear, and sunny day to be tracking.
Good.
Nice.
So as mentioned before, the point of these games is basically to help you get a handle on how combat works, how to fight with your characters, and what mechanics your enemies use against you. They're not initially meant to be threatening, but the last game still turned out to be quite a surprise. So here's hoping. So you go ahead and head out, and it's a beautiful sunshiny day. The sun is in the sky, the breeze is just right. It's just warm enough that the breeze refreshes your face. It's a good day. It is a incredibly nice May day, so to speak.
Um,
It's
Caitlin's
very
probably so
clear that
relieved considering how fluffy she is.
yeah.
Extreme weather is unbearable with all that fur.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Imagine being a bug stuck with that weather too. Because if you've looked at bees and wasps in your yard, none of them stay out in the rain.
Mm-hmm. And Mad
You-
Lad tugs Roguefort as on his coat.
Oui.
How long will it take for us to get there?
Oh, it should be a few hours, tops, if we just keep walking the way we do.
wow, it's
Okay, because I
beautiful
have
out.
to say, what time is it? What time of day is it?
Well, I would say it's just past lunchtime for you, so just a little afternoon.
Mad Lad looks around, and he's just like, has anyone eaten lunch? Because I have an idea that will help us in battle. It's a one-time thing, but if we take a small break before we get there, we should be able to gain all of its effects.
Oh,
Roguefort lifts an eyebrow toward you.
Mad Lad smiles as he lifts up one of his sleeves, and you see a henna tattoo, which is in the shape of one of those, sort of those anime like meat sticks with a bone with the meat on top, and then a pirate saber connecting the other, very pirate-like. I got this during one of my missions as a reward. It gives me lets me do Hero's Feast one time, and it'll let us be immune to poison. And since we're going up against spiders, that may be very helpful.
Hero's Feast. Fascinating.
well,
Oh my.
If you don't know what Hero's Feast is, you may roll an Arcana check. Because Roguefort, he does not need to, because he is blissfully aware of the effects of Hero's Feast.
I think I will for Caitlin.
me too.
What is your Arcana, my kitty cat?
I'll put this in the players' chat so you know the exact
Mhm.
wording.
It's 0. Oh shoot!
Yeah, okay, so on a 19, yeah. Lovely Kitty does in fact recognize the sound and the description of Hero's Feast. It's a particularly potent higher level spell, emphasis on the higher level, so normally you would think a small child would not be able to cast it, that conjures what is essentially a feast from nothing, a feast fit for a king, so to speak. A lot of food, a lot of drink, you don't question where it comes from because it is real, it's not fake. And it grants you several benefits. You're cured of all diseases and poison, you become immune to poison and being frightened, and as Winona posted a description of, you make wisdom saving throws with advantage. Your hit point max also, for the next 24 hours, increases by 2d10, and you gain the same number of hit points. So I would put those probably in the temporary hit point category, so to speak. So
Mm-hmm.
hang on again.
Bless you.
Oh, bless you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. I tried warning you, but the sneeze came a little too fast.
Oh,
So 2d10. Okay, so it's 2d10.
Yeah.
Ten.
Ah,
Well,
an even 10 hit points. I'll smack a deck of those into the. Even though I say to put them in the temporary hit point part of the sheet, they're not temporary hit points. I'm just doing that so I don't mess up Roguefort's written hit point maximum.
You can actually do, if you're on D&D Beyond, you can set to temporarily with the max. You can override your max HP and put that number there, and then you can switch it back later.
That is a fun fact. I'm not on D&D Beyond. I'm on Roll20.
Fair enough. I should say for the people who are possibly.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that since we are rolling, that means that it's mutual agreement that we're going to do this, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, Roguefort does not complain about this because this is in fact a
Oh,
clever
shoot.
move.
I'll,
18.
I'll roll mine.
Almost
Yeah, say, I'll
almost
roll mine
6 hit
here.
points.
Of
Oh.
course.
Oh my god.
Honey.
You know, that's fair.
Let's be honest, Mad Lab probably gave more of his food to Red.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, yeah, why don't you roll for Red's hit points? Because since you're bringing Red along, unfortunately, Red is also at risk.
You know, that's fair. You know, Red would probably join in, so let me see what Red gets.
Because, yeah, this is not only a clever move on in Roguefort's perspective, but
10.
yeah, immunity to poison would definitely be help against what Roguefort is expecting to be there.
Exactly, so Red gains an extra 10. Nice.
Same as Roguefort. Funny. So yeah, you decide to find a nice sunny spot. You're kind of in an open field, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
at least at the moment. And yeah, you have what is essentially a big old picnic. And Roguefort's not complaining. His swarm of dinner critters definitely aren't complaining. They're just nibbling through with all the force of a flock of ants on a picnic basket.
Which honestly fair.
Which honestly fair, yeah. Then of course there's our lovely cloud friend, our lovely cat friend, Mad Lad and his beloved little big ass bug.
Yeah.
It's
This is nice.
Roguefort nods in agreement and says nothing. You do notice, however, that Roguefort doesn't actually go for any of the solid food. The Hero's Feast conjures enough nectarines and liquids for him, but it's the dinner critters that go for solid food, not Roguefort.
Yeah.
Which would make sense because firstly, you don't see a mouth, and second, if he looks like a wasp, he probably has a wasp's diet.
Mhm.
And if you don't know how wasps work, when they're larvae, they have the fully formed jaws, so they can actually absolutely devour things. But when they're adults, they still have the big chompers, but they only drink nectar. So they have all the stinging and biting stuff to bring food back to the babies.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, Mad Lad nods as he rolls down his sleeve, which the henna tattoo, once the feast disappeared on him. He's like, yeah, unfortunately it's only a one-time thing, but in a fight where we're gonna have poison probably used against us, probably the best idea.
Roguefort again nods in agreement. He is very occupied with drinking what appears to be a tall glass of nectar through the curliest straw you've ever seen.
Nice.
But yeah, you enjoy what's a nice sunlit picnic, which is good because this is the last of the sunlight you're going to see for a while. You'll find out why I say that.
Mhm.
So you have your picnic, and Winona, I will say you can probably temporarily pin that for the moment in case we forget. Just temporarily, you can remove the pin once the game's over.
Say, what do you want me to pin exactly? The hero feast thing?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Hero Feast thing.
Yeah, I gotcha. I will pin
So,
that.
curable diseases
Actually,
and poison.
I can't pin that.
Oh, I can pin it then. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can pin it, but I can't.
Ding ding.
Yeah.
Okay. I will remove it once the game is done.
Fair enough.
So, basically, cured of all diseases and poison. You're immune to poison and being frightened, so you cannot be frightened by spells or abilities. And you make your wisdom saving throws with advantage. If you don't know how advantage works, say so, and I will briefly explain.
I'm familiar with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I did have to explain that to Blue, and since this is the educational game, if you have any questions about mechanics or abilities, feel free to do so, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's a learning experience with a little bit of flavor of you getting your butt beat.
Yeah.
Trial by fire, so to speak. That should be a name of a future hunting party. I might be saying that for a spell game, though. Anyway.
That would be a good name.
Yeah. Anyway, you finish off your picnic, and because it's a spell-conjured picnic and not an actual picnic you had to unpack, once everyone is said and done, you kind of watch as the dishes seem to stack themselves and put themselves away, and the blanket wraps itself back up and just whoosh, kind of withdraws on itself into nothing, and your picnic is gone. That was a very clever move on you, but I am impressed. I did not expect you to have access to the Hero's Feast spell.
I didn't either until I was rewarded it. I've been sitting on that one for a while now. I didn't have a really good excuse to use it until like now because spiders and poison. But yeah.
Well, that is a good point to use it, but we should get moving now. We have valuable daylight to see.
Good
Yes,
idea.
it was a very clever trick, and it's definitely one we may need.
Mm-hmm. Always be prepared. If you can.
And yeah, the other thing you do note is Roguefort, instead of bringing along his hunting rifle, he's brought along the longbow instead. But I'm just saying that way you don't get confused as to where his gun went. If he's going on a hunt and he's expecting to harvest meat or fur or anything, you don't want to bring guns and bullets in because that's going to, get bullets in the meat and also ruin the fur. So, longbows are the best case. You continue.
I know that. One of my uncles used to hunt deer.
Ooh, nice.
Oh my dad hunts deer. Actually, that's the other thing I learned it from.
He started doing it less after a bear started to climb the tree he was in.
You know, that's
Oh.
honestly fair.
Oh, I hope he was okay afterward.
He basically went, I can either shoot the deer that just came into the clearing, or I can get the hell out of here before this bear notices I'm here. And he picked the second option.
Yeah,
Good.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. The words of a wise man. So you continue moving along, and I'd say 6 hours pass, and that is enough time that I will roll 3d20 for how the weather has changed.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I roll high, I'm not going to change it too drastically, but this is, to be fair, I also live in the part of the United States where the weather changes the most, so I'd be used to the weather changing abruptly on a dime.
You know, I
You know, it
understand
was-
that notion.
Yeah, speaking of which, hi, I rolled high, so we are having different weather.
Oh,
So, you enter a forest, and it's not a forest you've ever really taken note of. It's a pleasant place. It has different names to different locals. You've never taken care to memorize them, but it's just this large, wild, unclaimed woodland full of deciduous and coniferous trees, and yet it's quiet. The numbers that I've rolled for the weather are as follows, and I'll continue the description shortly. 16, in which case, Winona, would you roll me a d4?
I will indeed roll us a d4. Where's my d4? There's my d4. I got 2.
In which case, the temperature begins to drop over the course of your walk up to the forest, and by the time you get there, it is 20 degrees colder than normal. So, it has started getting a little chilly. Not too bad, though, because again, sunny day.
Bless me.
The wind doesn't necessarily pick up or go down, so it's just a matter of a cold front is what you get. And you kind of think on it a minute, and then you see why. As you enter the forest, clouds roll in overhead. And the 19 that I got starts with light rain and then goes to heavy rain. So allow me to pull up the heavy downpour section of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
oh man.
Alright.
Caitlin's immediate thought is, oh, for peck's sake.
Heavy
The fluffy-
precipitation. Everything
like,
within an area of heavy rain or heavy snowfall is... I'm sorry, you first.
I think the further thought is her thinking, I could handle cold. I'm a forest cat. I can handle cold, but I hate being wet.
If
Understandable.
Vel were here, that'd be the exact same mood. Cat behavior. Heavy precipitation. Everything within an area of heavy rain or heavy snow, and I'm not going to be mean and give you snow, this is rain. We have rain at the normal time of year in this universe. God damn it.
It ain't Indiana.
It ain't magically
Everything within an
Conjured.
area of heavy rain is lightly obscured, and creatures in the area, meaning not just you but everything else there, has disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. Heavy rain also extinguishes open flames and imposes disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing. So you have disadvantage on your perception checks that rely on sight and hearing, and you can't see too good. Roguefort doesn't seem too perturbed by this, though, as the fact he is still a big, fey wasp man, it is still is the matter of you are seeing a big bug caught in the rain. So he looks a little stickier, because he is also made of a good portion of foods. But aside from that, he doesn't seem too perturbed by it. Of course, poor Caitlin, being a cat, you start getting wet. This is not fun for you. And Mad Lad, you notice
It's
that
worse.
Red
She's a very fluffy cat.
Yeah. Big, fluffy outdoor cat gets stuck in the rain.
Ugh, yeah.
But you almost wonder if there's a storm moving in at first, because you notice it starts getting darker in the forest. But then you realize that's not it. There's no thunder, there's no lightning, and you're certainly not getting any wind, it's just heavy rain. And then you realize why it's getting dark. As Roguefort holds an arm out to stop you from moving forward. Up ahead, even as the heavy rain is calling down a curtain that helps obscure your view and brings mist onto the ground, you see that the forest is darker before you. And it is not only... When he mentioned it was overgrown with webs, a certain mental image comes to mind. But no, this place is not only connected by webs, it is overgrown by moss. And not the native, local, nice kind of moss either. This isn't kudzu, but it's close.
I'm picturing Lord of the Rings. Am I off in my assumption?
You are not off in your assumption. This is unfortunately not only spider territory, this is unusual spider territory.
Yeah.
Man, you said that thing about the moss, and I live in an area with swamp where you have moss on all sides of the trees to the point where it's
Ooh.
like they've eaten the trees. There's
Mhm.
so much moss, and I'm just like, I'm picturing that in my head.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. There is a lot of moss weighing the trees down, but it's mostly on the trunks and on the ground. It's not actually in the boughs of the tree itself. It's not high up. It's medium length, it's medium height, if not at the ground, but it still covers the entire forest floor almost.
Mhm.
Which is, you didn't see this moss anywhere else, so this is a decision. This is not a local moss. Something is wrong here, and Roguefort is going to roll a nature check to investigate. So,
Hmm.
his nature is 1d20 plus 4.
Would it be
Nice.
alright if Caitlin rolled as well?
Go ahead.
May I roll a hammer space?
Sure! Let us get the nature check out of the way first.
Yeah. Ooh.
See if Caitlin knows things. Well, she knows some things to recognize that this is not right. There is
Okay.
something very wrong here.
You know,
Yeah,
Mad Lad
I'll
will
just...
The
Okay.
ears are puffed up and the tail is standing.
Yeah, Mad Lad will might as well make a nature check.
Alright, and Wick, your hammer space.
Oh, nice. 10.
Nice 10. What do you pull out of your hammer space?
Pulls out kind of like just a plain looking shawl. Did you need this? And he's speaking to Caitlin.
Oh,
It's getting real damp out. I mean, I don't mind, but
no, it's all right, dear. I think something is very not right here.
really, seems pretty nice.
Yeah.
Master, I'm not. I don't go into heavy. Well, I don't go very far from towns, but moss doesn't. It's not supposed to grow like this.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I don't know. I just got a bad vibe here.
And I will say,
Seems
with an 8+2, yeah, you don't know the next thing about forests because you were a pirate. Your
Yeah.
experience is the sea, and you don't have to deal with moss on the open ocean. You have to deal with stuff like mold on your ship and barnacles and
Yeah.
storms.
And
You
and
don't have to worry about moss.
yeah, and worms in your hole
Yeah, and in your bread. Don't forget your bread.
and the bread.
But Roguefort is actually quiet for a minute, as you can kind of feel. You see the way that he reaches out and feels the moss, feels the leaves, and kind of almost combs his claws through it.
is it
The
safe to
kitty critters
touch?
also. Hmm?
Is it safe to touch?
Well, I am not itching, so it would be, but that is the problem, isn't it? This is not local. This is Death Shroud moss.
Death route?
Death Shroud.
Death
Oh
shroud.
dear.
What's that?
Death Shroud moss is an invasive form of moss that tends to consume whatever it grows over. Usually grows in place of low light, if not complete darkness, and can either be found in the Underdark or in the unseelie Feywild.
Ooh.
Oh, that's very not natural considering this is a forest on the surface.
Yeah, I agree.
The other issue as well is not only does this forest not house it, but notice where it grows. It has not had the chance to climb the trees, but the edges, you see? And he points out the edges and then says, it does not end off naturally. It is trimmed to look natural, but it is clear this has been finely pruned. Someone decided to use this as ground cover, meaning there are likely traps on the ground.
Oh,
Oh
well,
joy,
I
someone's
hadn't really
doing
noticed.
cover gardening.
Okay, all three of you spoke at once, one at a time.
Sorry.
What Caitlin said is, oh dear, it sounds like someone's doing cover gardening.
Mm-hmm. Wick, you're next.
Oh, I hadn't really noticed. And it's because for flavor, he tends to kind of float around, so he hasn't been touching the ground.
Mm-hmm. And Winona, the thing you said.
Yeah, Mad Lad gives a little nod. So we'll need to keep an eye on traps then. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. Roguefort nods but doesn't say anything else. You can see the way that he's pulling out an arrow and readying his bow. And Roguefort actually decides to hover above the ground instead of staying on ground. Of course,
I
not
think
all of you
Caitlin's
could
going to-
not all of you could hover or fly, but Roguefort can.
Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna get on top of Red and ride him, and also get out his
Caitlin-
pistol.
Caitlin's going to follow along with the cues because she had that bad feeling the moment the storm rolled in, or at least she had the bad feeling I did,
Mm-hmm.
which is that something is very wrong. So she is going to reach into her hammer space, which she succeeded in because she rolled a 7, and pull out her sickle and keep it on hand. Because a sickle, at least if someone does get caught up in like a trap of some kind, she can at least cut them loose with that.
Oh,
Plus, it's safer than the battle axe.
Yeah.
We're not quite at battle axe level yet.
oh, right. Oh, okay. And he just holds on to his little quarterstaff. That's what he has.
Sue, I haven't worked with you before. Are you more fighty or magicy?
I mean, I don't. I know some magic, but uh, uh, I mean, I didn't know that you guys hunted before. I thought this was kind of a beginner thing.
Oh, I don't hunt. I work in guilds, but well, family still passes on a few stories and I remember them.
It was intended to be a beginner's hunt, but if you have agreed to help, we may go into slightly scuffy territory. I believe you shall still be fine. If you have no means to fly, however, you may sit on my back.
Oh, that's okay. I'm already floating.
Oh, yeah, he just kind of notices that last second, and just that little look of right.
This is funny because Caitlin is the only one really who has to walk. Admittedly, she's a cat and she has the advantage of light little cat feet, but still, she's
Now,
the only one.
in a situation like this, where one of your party members has determined that whatever is here is not natural and is being used to conceal something, it would be important for one of the party members to check for traps. Who would like to check for traps?
What role would that be?
Well, it would normally be one of two roles. If one of you is a rogue, then you should have a series of tools that you can use to check for traps anyway. If you are not a rogue, it would be investigation.
Ah.
Well, Caitlin is I'd say she's just pair enough not, to give it a shot, but admittedly, her investigation bonus is 0. She does,
Yeah.
however, have a
Usually
bonus
the
to survival.
Yeah, usually the person with the biggest investigation bonus usually rules. Though, in this case, Mad Lad will actually get the help action, which gives them an advantage on this roll.
Alright, so Roguefort's bonus is just a +1, so if anyone has higher than a +1, it'd be preferred if you rolled.
Wick, what's your bonus out of curiosity?
0.
Okay, Mad
Okay,
Lad
so
ironically
0.
has the highest with a +2.
If you would like to, Roguefort or one of the other party members can help you and give you advantage.
Depends.
Let's
I
say
think Caitlin would probably help
Yeah.
because she's meant to be a forest cat, so she does have some instinctive know-how, mostly in the what doesn't look right, or at least what is kind of supposed to be there.
Alright then.
And you are also the only one on the ground.
Indeed, so I will roll then. Say
2
roll
investigation
twice.
checks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
With advantage. And that say. And just let you know, the help action is an action. Like you say, especially if you try to do it in battle, say it's not always the most helpful. It's more helpful out of battle. Okay. Ah! It rolls straight out of the thing into the trash.
No.
Reroll on that
Rescue
one.
the dice. Rescue the dice.
Everybody gets 1 reroll. Everybody gets 1.
Alright, so what I got on my first roll was a 5, and that would be a +2, which equals 7. And then on my second one would be a 9 +2 equals 11.
11.
So, good news and bad news. The good news is, with the assistance of Caitlin kind of cutting aside some of the moss to try and help with visibility, because you kind of have to be able to walk through, because the moss is high enough. If you lived in a farm environment, you'd have to worry about ticks here, and we're not going to talk about ticks.
Yeah, ticks are
But-
bad.
Evil.
But
They're evil little creatures.
But you do manage to cut through some of it without disturbing anything, which is good, because you do notice a few different traps along your route. The first thing you notice, of course, is some of the moss is directly covering a pit trap. It appears to be 30 feet deep, by the look of it. So, not an easy climb out, and you can't see what's at the bottom of it, due to the fact that you are quickly losing light in this forest, and the fact that it is now cloudy up.
Mm-hmm.
The next traps you run into are snare traps, which are also hidden by the moss. The moss doesn't have to be disturbed in any way, it's just a matter of hiding what is essentially fishing line, or some form of fine silk, so fine that it's only visible when the light hits it. And you have none. But you did notice it when the light actually bounced off of your sickle and bounced back on to the silk thread, that there was in fact a snare on the ground. So that was easy enough to avoid. Now, if you do detect traps, you have two options with them. You are in a forest, after all. You can choose to just avoid them, because this is not a dungeon hallway. You have space. Or you can try and disarm the traps you see, which would require a dexterity check or sleight of hand. Well, sleight of hand anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But you just do the favor of stepping over them. And this seems fine. I have to roll one perception check for Roguefort, though, because the bad news is you do see some traps. You don't see all of them.
Fair.
So Roguefort has to roll a perception check, which is 1d20 plus 8. He's a very perceptive boy.
Caitlin is probably doing that thing that cats do where they walk very slowly in a slight crouch.
Oh, yeah.
Like, she's being very cautious. She doesn't know what's there, and she doesn't want to step in it. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen
Absolutely
it.
poking spots in front of her with that sickle to make sure there's nothing for her to sink into.
Mm-hmm.
Roguefort has pretty keen eyes, and he actually... Of course, he notices that the further you get in, you are now in a dim light situation, and you are actually approaching total darkness. The forest is so overgrown and heavily shadowed in this region, whether it's the moss or the unnatural trees themselves, it is choking out any light that could be caught from the sky or anywhere else. So if you need to see further ahead, either you need dark vision or a light source.
You know what's funny? Red has
Oh,
dark
yeah.
vision.
Also, I do recall, Roguefort has disadvantage on perception because of the heavy rain. I need to roll that one more time for him. Oopsies.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Okay, so the first roll was the worst he could get, which was 7 plus 8. Not great, but he has a plus 8, so that's fine. And does he have dark vision? Does he get dark vision? No, I don't think fairies get dark vision. That is the funny, funny little haha. Do they? Hang on.
Man,
I would
I
think
wish,
Faye
so,
might, but I'm
no.
not sure.
I don't
man, I wish that I could have given Caitlin the thing that cats can do. Unfortunately, I can't. I don't have a way to put that in. Otherwise, she would at least be able to see in the dim light because she's a cat.
think. Fair
Actually,
enough.
I will say, as a cat, I will actually give you the benefit of that, yes.
You will? Oh, thank
Yeah,
you. In
because
that case, she's doing ever so slightly better. And if you
ever
look at
so
her, the
slightly.
pupils have like almost eaten her eyes because of how wide they're getting in this darkness.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sure is getting dark.
Yeah. Say, it
Um,
almost look like we got some pitch black darkness over there. If we follow Red, we should be okay. See, he can see in the dark.
I can see a bit, but oh, this is very not right.
It's too dark.
I am afraid I may have an idea as to what has made its nest here.
Care to
I have
enlighten
to
us,
admit, my
Roguefort?
brain. I have to admit, my brain is jumping to Underdark.
You would think. Tell me, have you ever heard of ethercaps? As soon as he says ettercaps, roll me a nature check.
Will do.
While you do that, I'm going to roll Roguefort a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, yikes.
Oh dear. What is your nature? Oh, yes, that's
nice.
0 because your intelligence is a 0.
Oh,
Same
nice.
here,
That's
don't
to say,
worry.
finally I get a good roll. That's a 21. Mad Lad knows what an ender cap is for sure.
Oh, 18.
Oh,
All right,
15 for Caitlin. She
So,
thinks she has some knowledge on the subject.
Hooray.
okay, so for those of you that beat a 15 at least, ettercaps are, well, they are unfortunate little creatures. They're essentially monstrous humanoids that essentially look like if you decided to take a spider, give it a pot belly, give it a throat sack, fatten up its pedipalps a bit, give it men's arms and men's legs, and then make it man-sized. They are...
Oh,
God.
Oh, I know what those are. I have a picture of them. I have a monster manual. Oh, I know
I
that.
also
I
have them.
Yeah, I know
They
what
look
they
like
are
books
too.
to boot.
Yeah.
So,
They look
what
I
you
like
know
have no
about
idea what they look like.
here you go. Ettercaps are essentially what are known as shepherds to spiders. They are humanoid spiders that tend to feed and watch over
Oh.
other spiders the way a shepherd oversees their sheep. They lair deeply in remote forests. They're ascent They usually have no desire to live in harmony with nature. Forests infested with ettercaps transform into gloomy places, choked with webs and infested with giant spiders, insects, and other predators. And folks that wander too far in are lost in a maze of webs that dangle with bones and lost treasures. They're also the natural enemies of fey creatures, and usually set their webs to catch sprites and pixies. And the more clever ettercaps usually rarely catch larger fey. And they will encase a dryad's tree in webbing in a vain attempt to even trap it. Usually, if it gets bad enough, Fae will actually approach outsiders for help dealing with the infestation, since they're ill equipped to deal with it themselves. They're like natural predators in a way. But they're basically quiet trap predators, where they build traps and snares, some of which are simple and easy to spot, and some of which are so stupidly easy to spot that they intentionally disguise the smarter traps, which Roguefort narrowly avoids after nearly flying into a web.
Yikes.
Ah, instantly, Caitlin fluffs up. She's soggy wet, but in what little light you can see, she suddenly looks about 3 times bigger with how much her fur has stood up. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Did something happen?
Ettercaps are bad news. Very bad.
Yeah.
I
Let's say I heard stories from them from my mama.
Oh, you too? Well, it was my dad that told me about them. I didn't think I'd ever
Excuse me?
meet one.
I don't know. Oh. Well, if we don't backtrack soon, we are going to see them.
I'm excited, but also that's not a good thing.
Caitlin, would you do me a favor? Would you roll me
Oh no.
a stealth check, please?
Okay.
Think of it as
Okay.
a sleight of foot check instead of sleight of hand.
Slide up.
Where is your stealth? Where did I put that? Oh, good. I forgot that your stealth was a 3. Not as bad as it could have been. 18!
You are very careful to do your best not to step in or trigger any of the webs that are absolutely curtaining the floor. You have entered pitch darkness in the forest, and this place is draped in curtains of white that you can only see through your monochromatic dark vision if you have it. If you can't, you barely see it to begin with, but you can feel that featherlight brushing against your fur. Your whiskers twitch with the discomfort of having to walk through this space.
Out of
This is
curiosity, do they feel the rain anymore?
You feel some rain, but not nearly as much as before. The problem is it still is heavy enough to get through the trees, but none of the light gets through.
I was just curious if it was that obscure, if it would have like blocked the rain too.
It's not
Almost
roof levels, but it is very heavy curtain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's very heavy curtain until you get deep enough, and then you no longer feel the rain.
Fair enough.
So you go from normal bad feeling to, oh, this is eerie. Because, as mentioned before you got to the webbed area, the forest was unusually quiet. But even through the rain, you realized you never heard any animals. You never heard any birds, any bees, any bugs. Nothing.
Oh,
And
dear.
because the fact that this rain system brings no wind with it, the wind doesn't even rustle the trees any. It's just cold and way too quiet. And
Oh dear. It seems that these spiders have been eating very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
I need to roll some perception checks, so give me a second.
And this is nothing like the woodlands I've been at.
I'd suggest keeping your voices very low at the moment.
Oh.
We are deep in monster spider territory, I believe.
Yeah.
The spiders aren't too bad, right?
They
Yeah.
are if
You
they're the
say-
size of trucks.
You say that, and you speak perhaps a second too early, as is the case with very traditional horror stories surrounding spiders, because, well, I'm gonna make a roll to hit real quick.
What?
Because the
I
issue is,
love that I
before this
had just
point,
enough time for Caitlin to say they are if they're the size of trucks before you come in with that.
I was gonna say,
well,
Mad Lad was just like, maybe not when they're like organized. Unfortunately, they are organized. They're organized spiders because of the ender caps.
Organized
Now-
spider crime.
Yeah.
here is a lesson to be learned. When you enter a situation where there are traps, but you cannot see your enemy, what you are normally supposed to do is go into stealth. And not a single one of you decided to roll stealth at any given moment. So,
No, Caitlin
Avoided the-
rolled stealth. Caitlin was the who rolled stealth.
Caitlin rolled. Nobody else did, unfortunately. So,
Which is very in character for my boy.
the
Yeah.
good news
The
is,
barbarian, the beast barbarian was the only one who realized it's stealth mode time.
so
You know, Mad Lad was probably going to, but it came comically too late.
No.
So, as you say this, you almost don't hear the sound. It sort of is like a cha, and it sounds like something kind of sails through the air, and you think, huh, that kind of sounds like a net. You would be incorrect in that regard. Only halfway. It is a net. It's a web net, which fires and snares Roguefort, actually stapling him to one of the trees and fully restraining him by the webbing. I would like everybody to roll initiative as you were ambushed.
Shit.
If you have not rolled initiative before, it is a 1d20 plus your dexterity modifier, unless you have an ability that would also increase your initiative.
Yep.
Let's see, Caitlin's would be a plus.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
3.
That's a nat
Oh.
20. That's a good way to start it.
Hey.
18! The
11.
cat does
That
well.
checks. That checks
Okay.
out for Sue.
Okay, so we're going to go in order of the players first. So Mad Lad gets a nat 20.
Also, do we
And-
have a game board?
We are about to.
Okay,
We're about to. I am getting the initiative out of the way first.
fair enough.
So next on the list is Quinn, initiative.
Yep, Caitlin's is an 18.
18 is not bad. Now, Mad Lad, was yours a nat 20 on the die? Do you have
Nat
any
20 on the
dexterity modifier
die.
to it?
If we're adding
Dexterity mod.
modifiers to it, it would be a +4 initiative.
Okay, so you are 24 on initiative.
24.
So next is Wick. What is your initiative?
I think Wick already put it up. I think it's right under where mine is in the roll zone.
Okay, 11. So, and Roguefort's is, bless his sweetheart, he's been ambushed at the moment. A 13, and he is restrained like a wasp in a web.
He is a wasp in the web. The poor schmuck.
The poor
Next, I get to roll for the Ettercaps. Now, would one of you do me the delightful pleasure of rolling me a 1d4?
I can
I'll do it.
Oh, okay, you got it.
Okay, so that's a nice one. Now, would one of you that was not Quinn also roll me another d4?
guy. You could do it, Wick. I did the last one.
Okay.
And that is... Okay, so good to know.
I have to say, it's really funny that the person who is currently restrained by a web rolled higher on initiative than the cloud kid.
Hey, sometimes it be like that.
Okay, so it's +2 to dexterity for the Ettercaps. Unfortunately, that is plural. You have more than one.
Yeah.
Joy.
Yay.
Now, when it comes to having multiple of the same type of enemy in combat, when your DM rolls initiative for them, it rolls initiative for them as a group. So, for example, the roll I'm about to make for the Ettercaps is if they roll a 14, for example, they will all move on a 14, even if they're still individual characters, because they are still the same type of creature. So, Ettercaps will move on, say, what is your dex plus 2?
Oh
A
no.
net 22. How unfortunate.
Very.
And then I have to roll for the giant spiders, because unfortunately, they're probably going to be called in here soon. And we'll say, you know what, at the moment, we'll say it's the giant wolf spiders at the moment. We'll be a little nice. You haven't run into the big boys yet. So that is...
Okay.
Dex is plus 3. That's actually higher
Oh man,
than
Caitlin
mean-
said they'd be the size of a truck, and that there might actually be a spider the size of a truck in here.
I mean, I look at the monster manual as a DM. I mean,
Oh,
I
look
have
at our
run
roll for
I
you.
have
Okay,
run
that's a
spiders
nine.
that were big as trucks. Do not look at me.
Okay, so the giant spiders are... Well, the giant wolf spiders are initiative 9, so they will move at the bottom. Mad Lad, would you... Does red move on yours, or does red need
moves on
separate...
my turn.
Okay. That is something important to note for anybody that has companions. Say, for example, Red, the giant beetle. You have to tell the DM if they move on your turn, after your turn, or if they roll their own initiative.
Which, at least in most cases, for like rangers companions, which mine is, they move on the same turn that I do. Some like a wizard's familiar usually has to roll its own initiative.
Now, here's what's going to happen. We are going to take a short break and pause the recording so everyone can eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. And then when we come back, we're going to get to the rest. We're going to continue the fight. Okay? So,
Okay.
we'll be right back after these messages. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Showtime. Now, welcome back. When last we left off, Roguefort had been glued to a tree by means of a spiderweb. And you had been ambushed. So, top of the turn order, you are in pitch darkness.
Sorry.
That is Mad Lad and Red.
Alrighty. So pitch black. So to set the scene, pitch black darkness. Is the moss underneath us wet?
No, not really. Damp, but not quite wet.
But would I realize? Would it be hard to put on fire?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I think I have my plan of action. So,
Oh, here.
I just need to double check this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the yelp. As we happened to mention spiders, one just appeared by my keyboard.
No, you're summoning them. No.
Oh no!
Well, I live in an
spiders
area
are
with
the
little
sweat-
spiders, and things are warming up, so it's not that surprising.
No, but to be fair, that is a jump scare moment. And also, the spiders are coming to root for their masters! Yee!
Okay, I just need to double check something really quickly because I'm used to Mad Lad's normal sheet, so I'm just making sure. Okay, so I can only do one per turn right now, so that makes this. Okay, so as my first action, because I'm gonna use action surge on this turn, but first things first, Mad Lad is gonna command Red to basically get Roguefort out of the webbing.
All right.
He's gonna use his jaws to cut him out.
You will need to roll to hit the web.
All right, Red will roll to hit the web.
And Red has dark vision, so no disadvantage. at the moment, because the rain is not, currently deciding to make things worse on you.
Exactly. Wow. That's another nat 20.
You gotta not burn your nat 20s this early. You might need them in a minute.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, we have one more character on the field now, which makes me feel at least a little bit better.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll damage. The webbing has AC 10 and 5 hit points. It's vulnerable to fire and immune to bludgeoning, poison, and psychic. So yeah, you just gotta bite it, and it's yeah. Roguefort is no longer restrained at the moment.
And Mad Lad, as using his action surge, is switching his guns because he is going to he knows that none of us can see. We don't have light. It's going to be damaging. So Mad Lad is going to point the opposite of where Red went, because knowing that his friends are behind him, but still close, he's going to basically be pointing the opposite way of Roguefort and using his hand cannon, which does fire damage. So he's going to try to hit that one ender cap.
Ender cap, and you will still be aiming at disadvantage, but I wish you luck.
Indeed.
I mean, if he can manage to light some of the webbing on fire,
and that's what
that would at least give a brief thing of light.
Exactly. That is my plan. Because whether he misses or hits, there's still a 5-foot sphere around where he hits that would be caught on fire because of the hand cannon, because it's an explosion. But let's first see if he hits or not. So this is with disadvantage. That rolled out of the thing. Oh, I mean, I feel like my first roll is a 19, so I'm now afraid of what my lower roll is going to be. It's one of those things with disadvantage. Like, if you get a high number, it just feels terrible if you get a low number. Okay, alright, okay, I can work with this. That's a 15 and a 19 on the die.
Let me check the other cap.
And then, let me get to the roll. So it'd be...
Give me a sec. I gotta double check the Eder cap's AC.
So okay, that's a 24 hit to hit on a disadvantage.
Jesus fucking Christ. But, yeah, that'll hit. Roll your damage.
And since... Alright, so... And because the wolf spider being so close, it must make a dexterity saving throw to not suffer some fire damage.
It's 10 feet away.
Oh, it's 10 feet? I couldn't tell. Sorry.
Yeah, it's I positioned it so it would be by a tree, but it is 10 feet away.
I couldn't tell because of the name thing right there if it was 5 feet or 10 feet away. Okay, so it just would be the ender cap then.
Alright, so what save is that?
Yeah, it needs to make a dexterity saving throw anyways.
Okay, 1d20 plus 2. Not the worst, not the best.
It must beat...
Nah. That's a nat 1 plus 2. That's a no.
Yeah, so this is 3-8 fire. I'm just gonna roll the... I don't have enough die for this, so I'm just gonna roll it right in here. So, roll...
3d8, you meant?
Yeah, 3d8 plus... What's your range? Plus 4. So
yeah, because you just said 3-8 before, and I was like, huh.
Yeah, because that's 24 damage on the ender cap. And this fiery explosion rings out, and Mad Lad's hoping it'll catch some of the webs on fire to get them light.
Let me roll a couple d20s. You do actually set some of the webbing on fire. So we have more good news and bad news. The good news is you have, in fact, given yourself a bright light source, at least near the Eder cap. That is 10 feet of bright light and 10 feet of dim light. Here's the bad news. You just shot a really loud firearm in an area that you gotta be quiet in. And you also did just start burning some webs. So, remember how I said stealth was an option? It's not an option anymore.
Unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but at the same time, we were in complete black darkness.
Nah, you're good. I'm just warning you ahead of time.
Oh, I know.
In a situation such as this, if you have a spell or a weapon that fires off loud enough, you can safely assume that if anything is close enough, if it does have a hearing capacity, it will hear. And while you are destroying the webs and they'll soon no longer be able to be felt, the problem is the majority of things in these woods feel through the webs. So it won't last long, and your light source may not last long if the ettercaps decide to put the fire out, but, well, the good news is you don't gotta roll for stealth anymore. That's your only good news. I'm gonna roll a perception check for somebody else. And I say somebody, not something.
It's like that little kid in the horror movie that goes, "They're here."
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Also,
Yeah. Okay.
also, before I end my turn, Mad Lad, as a bonus action, is going to use Hunter's Mark on that. Say, on that ender cap.
Yeah, mark that motherfucker. Mark him. I'm just
Mhm.
imagining the Dark Souls Hunter's Mark that's just putting a big fucking crosshair on him with like a sound effect, because I really
It's
am
a
just
black-
thinking
It's a
darkest dungeon music.
understandable, but no, this is the black spot.
Ah. The Ettercaps have no concept of that because they are not sailors, but the Hunter's Mark still goes off, and that is your turn?
Yep.
Okay, so going down the list, next are the Ettercaps, unfortunately. So, another thing I will make mention of is the restrained condition. A restrained creature's movement speed becomes 0, and it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage, and the creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So when I say you are restrained, it is that you can still try and do things with your hands, but you can't move and you have disadvantage on things, while other things have a very, very easy time smacking you. So I also do have to clear up a misunderstanding. Earlier, I had tried to explain the recharge mechanic on some creatures' abilities. I had thought that meant it would take 5 to 6 turns, or whatever, how many turns it mentioned, for it to recharge. According to the other DMs at my Just for Fun place, that is not it.
Yeah.
That is instead you roll a dice, and if it hits that number, it recharges the ability immediately. If you don't, it doesn't.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's what it does.
So, I'm gonna roll a d6 and see if that Ettercap's ability charges.
Uh-oh.
It does not. So good news is one of them doesn't have the web back yet. So that Ettercap is actually going to spend one of its actions, because Ettercaps have multi-attack, to put out the fires around it. Or start putting them out. It would need to burn both actions to do so, and it's not doing so immediately. You kind of see that the Ettercap actually turns towards somewhere else. You don't see what else there is. And tries to make a gesture. You don't see what gesture's back. And that Ettercap that is bloodied does in fact decide to use its second action to try and put out the other fire. In one turn, the fire you started will go out.
Mhm.
So your light is now much more temporary. But the other Ettercap, on the other hand, I need you to make me a funny little dexterity saving throw.
Oh, goody. Let's see.
No, wait, hang on. You don't make a save yet. I have to roll to hit you first.
Oh, okay.
And it is in stealth at the moment, unfortunately for you. So 2d20 plus 4.
Oh.
Huh. So that was a nat 20 for the audience that was concerned.
Yep, that's a nat
So-
20.
You
Oh, dear.
relish in helping set up a light source, and the rest of you turn to Mad Lad and where Mad Lad is pointing, and you can see the Ettercap. That's the good thing. You then immediately watch as what is essentially a spider silk net goes out and wraps Mad Lad, and Mad Lad, you are now prone and stuck to the ground. You are now restrained. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's fair.
So, that Ettercap is actually going to approach 5, 10, 15, and you see there was a second one. So there are 2 at least that you can see. Well, you can see one now that you have a light source. You can't see it otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And this Ettercap, seeing the fact that, well, now you're restrained, is going to try and make a bite on you. So that is with advantage.
Yep, because
So
of prone.
2d20 plus 4.
Yeah.
Now,
Basically, when you're prone, you have say the attacking enemies have advantage on melee attacks. Ironically, it does not work for range.
yeah, because when you see soldiers on a battlefield, you being low to the ground means you're less likely to be hit by bullets, for example. So going prone is smart for ranged battle, not so smart when things can stab you to death. Does a 13 hit you?
Nope. So basically, when the Endercat tries to bite Mad Lad, there is sort of a ting when he does from feeling it, because yeah, that's serpent scale armor.
Yeah, the Ettercap's not used to biting through snake scales. It's gonna have to take a minute to figure out how to crack you open like a fine eggshell. So that is the Ettercap's turn. And you've never run into Ettercaps before. You've heard of them, but you've never run into them. So seeing one up close, yeah, you don't like these. This is not how creatures should look. This is not a fun thing for a way to. This is not a fun way for a thing to look. This is gross. You don't want to be near this thing.
Yeah, they're
Anyway.
disgusting. These are indeed monstrosities.
And Caitlin, you actually do have the benefit of dark vision, and this is not magical darkness. This is not advanced SpongeBob darkness. So you can kind of see fine, and you see, of course, that Mad Lad is now balled up in a net, and Ettercap is currently trying to chew him up like a gumball. The other one is putting the fires out, and it doesn't have a human face to express with, but you've seen how some spiders actually do show some personality in how they act, so the Ettercap is frantically trying to put the fire out. And you can see around you as some larger than average spiders are starting to climb down towards you. Roguefort is no longer restrained, but he is still against a tree. Mad Lad's on the ground. What would you like to do?
Well, her immediate thought is get the thing away from the child. So I think she's going to reach into hammerspace again and attempt to pull out her javelin to chuck at that thing's face.
Actually a smart move. While you roll to hit, I'll explain why. See, something important to pay attention to in the DM's description is how roll the fumble table. Roll the fumble. It's been so long since we've seen the fumble. Yes!
I never rolled her fumble chart. It's not done. Where's the standard fumble?
Yeah, standard.
There's a standard fumble.
I'll get it for you. Hang on. Don't worry. But also, an important thing to pay attention to is when the DM describes how the ground looks. For example, the fact that it's covered in moss and webs, the webs in particular, here is... Oh, I can't paste in rolls on. That's right. Players chat. The standard hammerspace fumble table. And what it means is with the webs on the ground, it is in fact difficult terrain. So if you were walking over this, it would take twice as much movement speed for you to move, so you could only move half your distance. If you had 30 feet of movement, normally you'd be able to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, so that'd be 6 squares on a map. In difficult terrain, you only move 3. So tossing the javelin's a smart move here.
Unfortunately, what she pulls out is a pamphlet for the Temple of Serene. Serenre? One of those pronunciations. She looks
enough.
at this pamphlet that she has just pulled out of her shirt and is like, oh, of all the times.
And
let me try again.
For those unfamiliar with the hammerspace fumble mechanic, now Caitlin has to roll again, but the DC is slightly... Yeah, you rolled a nat 10. I don't have to continue explaining.
Okay, let's see. What do I roll for chucking javelins at things again? Let's see. It's on her sheet.
That's just your traditional attack roll. At least since you're in range, you don't have to roll it at disadvantage.
All right. Her attack bonus is a +6.
Oh
I
shit!
think I hit it.
Okay,
That's a nat 20 +6.
Woo!
so before we get to the damage, I get to pull up a fun table. Would you do me a favor and roll me a D100?
Okay.
I have a
Just
home
like
rule.
that.
I have a home rule. I have a custom little critical hit, critical fumble table for weapons and spells.
Ah.
Oh, I got 61 on that.
61. So this would normally work if your enemy had a weapon. Unfortunately, it doesn't, because a 61 would be you were able to take the disarm action after your attack and can steal your opponent's weapon if you have a free hand, otherwise you can knock it up to 20 feet away. So you'd kick your target's weapon out of their hands. Problem, the Ettercaps don't have any. So just roll me
Well,
double
she was
damage die.
aiming for its face. So I think the next closest would be she breaks the tusks off of its face.
Okay, it doesn't have tusks, but you're gruesome, so I'm going to give you a coin flip. Roll me a 1d2. We'll say the pedipalps, which is its mouth, are 2. 1 is its eyes.
Oh. Uh. Oh,
2. It's
So-
the pedipalps.
my
So,
goodness.
as the Ettercap is trying to chew through, you ready up your shot, you line it up, and in a Athenian toss, you land the javelin square in the non-existent jaw of the Ettercap, earning a gargled shriek from it. Roll your double damage die.
Right, the damage.
Yes,
My immediate thought is that she's very quietly hisses because stealth has been blown, but she's still in the mindset of I don't want to draw too much attention, and her hiss is get away from the child.
Mm-hmm.
See, 1d6 plus 3. That's double damage, so
Double damage die, basically. So,
Yep.
yeah.
three, 1d, 1d6 plus 3.
9, 10, 11.
For a total of
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So that is 11 damage. This one isn't. Well, saying it's not as badly injured as the other Ettercap almost feels insulting considering you just tossed a javelin at it. But, yeah, it's not as badly injured, but you have successfully broken its defenses. Is that going to be your turn?
I can't think of what else she would do because I kind of blew the actions with that hammer space issue, and she only had one.
All right.
And she's not inclined to move because this is difficult terrain.
Is spiderwebs, yeah. So, all right. Roguefort's turn is next, and Roguefort is going to position himself on the tree. Also give a little pat to Red because good boy for getting him out of the web.
Yeah.
And
And he's just borne witness to seeing an Ettercap get javelined in the face.
yeah, and he's going to capitalize on that with the longbow. He doesn't have dark vision, but the Ettercap is in the area of bright and dim light being cast by the fire, so he can see it, and that means he can shoot it. So Roguefort, that is a 1d20 plus 7. I have to remember, do you have any fun things that allow you advance? You don't. Cool, good to know. Okay, so 1d20 plus 7. So an 11 does not hit, miraculously enough. So he's going to try another shot.
It must have been flailing from getting javelined that it moved in just the way that he missed.
That, or it moved in such a way that the javelin just swatted aside the arrow, because it is still sticking out of it.
And then I fired, and then I fired, and then I missed it.
Audience, I would like to
Violent.
say for the record, I've just rolled the exact same number twice, which is 4 plus 7. Both 11s miss. Roguefort is, he has been slightly thrown off his game, but he is going to try and take to the air again, and I need to actually roll him a check before his turn ends, because he's not standing on the goddamn ground. You're not gonna get him to stand on the fucking ground. No thank you. No thank you. So, that is a perception check, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I've only just realized the other thing that Caitlin would have done, and it's only just occurred to me now.
Yeah, I personally
Which
messed
was
up my.
a free action thing of yelling out, "We've got company."
Fair enough.
Yeah, Matt, I realized since I'm still getting used to this ranger class, I could have commanded red as a bonus action instead of an action, but honestly, I was gonna make multiple actions because of action surge anyways. So that just sort of evens out.
Yeah. 14 is not gonna notice, homie. I'm real sorry. We'll get to him later. Roguefort's turn is over. And unfortunately, because he hit nothing, I'm not gonna give him the bonus action inspiration because, fun fact, he took his level in Bard. So,
Nice.
Wick, you're up, Buttercup.
Cool. Man. So much has already happened, and this kid's just here.
Yeah.
You're just in the middle of this sudden eruption of violence.
Man, that's I've been trying to think about what I'm gonna do, and every time, I
I would suggest either attacking the one you can see that's attacking Mad Lad, or if you have a range attack, attacking the Ender Cap that's already bloodied.
That's true.
It might be good to go after the one that's bloodied, considering it's trying to
Snuff
put out the
fire.
light source.
Ooh.
You could coin flip.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna make a coin flip, but for a different reason. Let's see.
Sorry for muting. I had to choose something.
No, you're
Oh,
fine.
no, you're okay. One.
You're good.
Okay. That wasn't for deciding those actions. That was for something else.
Concern?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
If you tell me not to worry, I'm going to worry.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I did have a question. So, is this webbing everywhere?
Everywhere, yes.
I see.
So
It's all
like we're in
around
a tunnel
around
spider
the
now.
trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think of
Terrifying.
Australian spider forest.
Or
I
Lord of
see.
the Rings.
I get it now.
Or the rings. Yeah. That one video that's like the ground covered in spider webs and spiders literally descending from spider parachutes, that but dark.
Yeah.
I see.
It is everywhere.
Boy, am I glad I'm not there in real life. I would not be level-headed.
Oh yeah. Same here.
No.
I mean, you're bold to assume any of us would go there IRL.
No.
Fair.
I would never have picked this mission.
The boon of it being fiction.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Yes, it is. All right. I'm trying to remember where everyone moved. Did anyone move?
Yeah, red is by Roguefort, and then Caitlin is currently where. Caitlin and I are where we still at. Red is the only one who moved, other than Roguefort.
Okay. God, I'm sorry I'm taking so long. My brain just kind of
No, you're fine.
it plans and then it shuts off the moment that it's my turn. So,
When you see a spider in your room.
that happened recently. I'm still not great about it.
Yeah, there was actually a giant spider not too long ago for me, so it's just like, ugh.
Okay, well, here's the question for you. Of your class.
Ah, monk.
Do you have a ranged attack option?
I do.
What is your ranged attack option?
Darts.
What is the range on darts?
Great question. That's the
I
range
think it was about
is
60 feet.
20 to 60 feet.
All right.
Yeah.
So you have two options. Since the ground is difficult terrain, well, you're floating, doesn't matter to you, but the webs are everywhere. You can either come up to the Ettercap that is currently trying to make a meal out of the small boy that is with you, or you can decide to go over and vibe check the bloodied one. You can also try and roll a perception or investigation check with disadvantage to see if you can spot the company you're going to have here shortly.
You know,
Yeah,
I
totally
might do
forgot
that.
that we've got company considering she's got the dark vision.
Mhm.
Ah, that's true.
True, but what is not visible on this map is that the giant wolf spiders are still stealthed.
Got it. Okay, well, he is seeing that everyone's using firepower here. So he's gonna try to go into his hammer space again. Six. Okay, good. So he has in his equipment, he does have a torch. So he's just gonna casually pull that out.
All right.
And he's where do we need light the most? I don't know where he's gonna put it.
You can hold it. You can
Yeah.
just hold it. Because torches emit, I believe, 20 to 30 feet of bright light.
I think 20 feet. It says in the description.
Oh yeah.
All
let me pull
right.
the torches real quick. This is the importance of reading the descriptions to an item.
Yes. 20 foot.
Torches.
20
yeah.
foot.
Yeah. Small container. Oh, wrong one. Let's see. That's $10.
20
torch
feet of
burns
bright
for
light,
1
20
hour,
feet of dim
providing
light.
bright light in 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. If you make a melee
Yeah.
attack with a burning torch and hit, it deals 1 fire damage.
Huh. I didn't see that part in the item description, but good to know. Good to know.
Neat.
Well, I mean, getting smacked with fire hurts.
This is true.
I would imagine. All right, now he's holding this torch. He's doing something.
You now have a light source. One of the only light sources in this entire dark forest.
Which is good and bad.
Yes,
We'll
you are now the beacon.
We'll get to the bad later. You are now the beacon.
All right, yeah, he's gonna do that. So he's holding this with one hand, but with the other one.
Oh, that's the thunder. I do hope the storm doesn't mess with our connection, but we should be fine.
Oh, yeah.
I'm amazed
Focus
that
on
my
your turn.
connection's
Focus-
going so well, considering I'm doing a torrent download right now.
Mhm.
But yeah, focus on what you're doing. I'm just focusing on the weather here.
Yeah. And at 6th level, at least, monks can. No, it's an extra attack, not extra action. Nope.
Yeah.
Wait, so
Yeah,
does that count as my action?
Yeah, lighting a torch does count as an action.
Cool. But
Yeah,
I think I
which
can
means now you
use a
just have
bonus.
attack or movement.
No, yeah, it's a you could technically use a key point to use a bonus action
Yeah.
to do flurry of blows. However, that also requires being within the person's strike range, which you aren't.
Right. Okay.
You are 15 feet away from your nearest target that you can see.
Cool.
I mean, monks also have extra movement, so you should, in theory, be able to get to the ender cap with, say, that is attacking Mad Lad.
That's true.
I would try to think slightly faster, though.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're fine. Just like, I'm trying to think of what you have to get through, and hopefully that you will have the time to get through it. And also, if the internet does not die. You are not in any rush. I'm just saying, like, take your time. Just also, hopefully I don't lose my internet.
I hope so too.
I'm sorry. I know you're trying to be comforting, but I also hear "take your time" as "please hurry up." So I can.
No,
I
I say it in the affectionate persona. Take your time.
Persona.
Persona. Take your time. The loading screen.
There's also nothing wrong with taking a plunge if you're not entirely sure. I mean, this is a learning game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I must admit, I've actually never played as a monk in combat.
It's alright.
I've played as this guy before, but he hasn't fought anything before, so he's just sitting here like, uh-oh.
Yeah, monks are known for their speed and their mobility. So you can hit
And
stuff.
that they hit good.
Yeah, they hit a lot
They
of
hit a
times.
lot.
They hit a lot.
Yeah, so
You don't have to do a lot of damage if you just punch it enough that it stops moving.
yeah. So that's why yeah, so that's why I at least suggested that you could possibly use your movement, which even in difficult terrain you would probably still have plenty of movement. Because
All right.
what's your movement?
45.
Yep. Yeah. You would have plenty of movement to get to where the ender cap is over Mad Lad, and then use one bonus action and a key point to at least hit something.
All right.
Yeah, I just recommend going simple.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a plan. We'll do that.
Alright, so. You are floating, so currently difficult terrain does not apply to you. 5, 10, 15. And you are now floating near the Ettercap that is kind of struggling to try and pull a javelin out of its mouth. This thing is kind of suffering. It's kind of suffering, actually.
Oh. Damn it. I know what he wants to do. He wants to pull the javelin out. That's still gonna hurt, though, yeah?
Wound damage.
Yeah! I mean, you can try. That's
He's getting-
athletics.
Oh, it's athletics?
Yeah, you're not rolling to hit, you're just pulling the javelin out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
strength.
He's gonna try.
Alright.
My boy is so stupid. He's just doing. That's a what? Oh, he's sad. He knows that this is a dangerous place. And this guy's suffering. Tries to pull on it. Does not work.
You pull on it, but you kind of just succeed in yanking on the Ettercap a bit, and now it's mad at you.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
I'm sorry.
Considering it's a 1, he tries to grab it, and the Ettercap twists at that moment and just kind of whiffs out of his hands.
Oh, he's doing his best. He's doing
I'm
his
sorry.
best.
We didn't mean to intrude. What are we? Oh, right. We're supposed to.
We're supposed to get rid of them.
Yeah, but they seem they're doing. Oh, I'm so conflicted right now.
I'm fairly certain they've killed off everything in the forest except for themselves.
They're invasive.
They are not local to the area, and also they tend to hunt my kind for food and sport.
I noticed that, and believe me, I'm not without thinking that.
I believe that is your next action, though. Would you like to conclude your turn?
Yeah, I would count that as the second one. So,
Okay.
he's actually. Can he use any remaining movement to now just not do that?
Well, if you back away, you're gonna take
that's
an
attack of
opportunity.
opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? He'll just stay there. He's just saying sorry, but he's also a light source, so at least there's that.
20. And the wolf spiders descend!
Uh-oh.
At that point, Caitlin switches from proper tune cursing to "oh fuck."
Nice.
So there's going to be 2 giant wolf spiders on Roguefort, 1 on Mad Lad, who is still currently held in a net, and 1 on you. So give me a minute to grab their sheet. Their little stitty stat.
Which you? Do you mean Caitlin or
The one who just tried to pull and failed pulled the javelin out. The one that just got
Sue.
close enough. Close enough.
Sue.
That's who.
ah?
The one that currently looks like cotton candy.
Actually, he looks rather damp. His hair had absorbed a lot of the rain.
Okay, so that is going to be 2d20 plus 3 toward Roguefort. $19 and $16. Does that hit the boy? Unfortunately, yes, both hit the boy. Thankfully, he doesn't have to save against the poison because you are not affected by the poison. The problem is he still takes piercing damage, so that's 2d6
Technically,
plus-
say one of them hit because his AC is a 18.
Oh, that's correct. Okay, so yeah, it's still 1d6 plus 1.
Yeah.
That is a grand total of 3 damage on the lad.
Yay.
And
Just enough to
next
make
up
him go,
is
ow.
next up is you two. So we're gonna do the one that has advantage first. So that's the one on Mad Lad. Nah, you are doing a very good job of not being eaten at the moment.
Yep.
And 1 toward Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. I believe 22 will hit the monk. Monk player.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, time to roll the damage. Good news, you don't have to deal with the poison. The spiders are usually scarier when they have the poison that paralyzes you. So, that is just 1d6 plus 1 that you take, so... You take 6 total piercing damage from the spider. And I'm going to do a marker, so that is 1 round that passes. It's getting closer. Don't worry about what I'm saying. You're fine. Nobody has noticed you. You're cool. Nothing is wrong. Anyway, we're back to the top of the turn order with Mad Lad and Red. Mad Lad, you are currently restrained by a net. Your movement is 0, your attacks have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saves.
Also, I need to make 1 roll of concentration. Give me 1 second.
Uh-huh.
He's fine. Okay, he still has her hunter's mark.
And yeah, Red is kind of in the same square of space as the giant wolf spider, and there's another one that's currently trying to make a snack of Roguefort.
Yeah, Mad Lad is gonna basically tell Red to attack one of the wolf spiders. Do we have an update version of the map?
Give me just a moment. Also, I hope it's not catching on the mic, but I do actually have music that I am listening to for this fight. Yee-hee-hee. Yee-hee-hee-hee.
Unfortunately, can't hear it. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, Red is gonna at least go. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have a red token, but yeah, Red's gonna go for the nearest giant wolf spider.
All right, so roll to hit.
Yep,
Red
I was getting that.
has a... Yeah.
Excuse me.
And I mean, you do have a light source?
We do have a light source. So it's not...
Could be worse, could definitely be better. Probably would be better if there had been any aspect of stealth, but that's fair.
I mean,
Sometimes-
stealth was not gonna be an option. His main weapons are guns.
Yeah, I mean getting further into the forest.
Yeah, so that is gonna be 8 plus 6. So that's a 14 to hit.
14 for a giant spider. Yeah, that'll hit. Roll your damage.
Alright. So
Roll damage.
I at least have 1d6, so that, ooh, that's almost max. That is 5 plus 3, which is 8.
That is a very bloodied up spider. So Red, yeah, this is a battle of dominance against the beetle and the spider, and somehow the beetle is winning.
This is a big beetle.
It's a big magical beetle.
Indeed. And Red is pissed that someone attacked his partner. So,
And
Mad
there's you.
Lad, as his action, is going to take out his scimitar. And I'm going to roll, make sure hammer space is fine for that. It is. That's an 8.
Your movement is 0.
Mm,
That includes your limbs currently being glued to you.
I need
You
to check.
can
Well,
now.
talking is a free action.
However, I need to check something really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're doing this. So Mad Lad is going to open his hand within the web and verbally use produce flame.
All right. Shoot, go for it, champ.
So that'd be attack roll, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and you make that with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Would it be normal since we had? Well, I'm restrained.
No, it's disadvantage due to the restraint condition.
Is 8. All right, that's a 19 on the first one. Okay. Okay,
Attack
17.
roll.
Say 17 on the second one. So
Yeah,
that,
roll damage.
all right, that is gonna be. Is that 2d8? It's 2d8. Yes.
Attack rolls against the creature have an advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
No. I think you misunderstood me. I'm not attacking the creature. I'm cutting myself out of the webs.
No, I know.
Okay.
The creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. You are a creature. You are the creature that is currently restrained.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I misunderstood that. Let me get.
No, you're good.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a 7. Oh no, that's a 6. That's a 6. Yes, a 6. Yeah, so 7 plus 6.
Yeah, you can't really roll lower than that. You burn the ropes.
Yeah,
13. You burn the webs. You are still prone, however.
Yeah, Mad Lad is using his movement to get out from prone.
Okay, that is half your movement, and since you are on the ground, it would be difficult movement to go anywhere else.
No, he's staying where he is right now.
Alright, so you used an action for produce flame.
Mm-hmm.
And you've gotten up from your spot.
Yeah, it got up from his spot in bonus action with Red, and that's all he can do.
Alright, so end of Mad Lad's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling up the notepad document again. It is unfortunately the Epicap's turn, and the bloodied one successfully puts out the fire you started. And is going to... we'll roll a d6 just for funsies. It's probably not going to use it, but we'll roll it. And it gets its web ability back. It's not going to use it, though. Instead, it's going to be 5, 10, 15. And it's going to come up to you, Mad Lad.
Honestly,
So,
fair enough.
You are going to take a claw attack. So that is 1d20 plus 4. 21.
Yeah, that hits.
2d4 plus 2. You take 9 total slashing damage.
Alright, honestly, fair.
And the first thing that's going to happen is gonna roll a d6 for the other one. Okay, no web ability. Gotcha.
Oh, I forget I can do this as a reaction since this is a non-magical attack. I can say I can use my acne effect to half that
How many times can you use it?
once.
I would save it if I were you.
Fair enough. Okay.
There is going to be something that hits you a lot harder than this thing. I would just take the damage like a champ.
Thank you, and thank you for being kind DM and saying that.
Yeah. Sometimes the DMs, well, it is natural to not know what you're going to go up against, but since this is a learning session, and yeah, you did decide to make it more difficult by doing Roguefort's personal character thing, still the fact of the matter, I would like not to kill you. At least
Understandable.
not intentionally. Not intentionally.
Yeah.
However, the other one is going to make a 1d20 plus 4. A dirty 20. Does a dirty 20 hit the monk?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to take 1d4 plus 2 bludgeoning, and you're going to be grappled. Until the grapple ends, you can't breathe, and the Ettercap has advantage on attack rolls against you.
I can't breathe?
Yep.
Okay.
So 1d4
He's gonna
plus
hold
2.
his breath.
You don't have a choice that you're holding your breath, buddy. You're choking to death. You take 3 bludgeoning damage, but you are grappled. The escape DC is 12. And escaping from a grapple is going to be athletics on your turn. So, until this grapple ends, the target cannot breathe, and the Ettercap has advantage on attack rolls against it. The grapple is condition grappled. Your speed becomes 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Your condition ends if your grappler is incapacitated, and it also ends if an effect removes the grappled creature from the reach of the grappler or grappling effect, such as when you're hurled away by Thunderwave. So, you either need to struggle out or pray someone gets you out, because otherwise, what is your con score?
It's 16
And what is your modifier for Constitution?
plus 3.
Okay, cool. You will be able to hold your breath for 4 minutes, or in the very least, you can last 4 minutes of being suffocated before you go unconscious and start dying.
He has the ability to hold his breath indefinitely, so
The problem is, you are not.
alright,
Here's
never mind. Continue.
It's okay. The problem is, this is not a situation where you're like underwater. You have a wire of web around your throat, threatening it shut. It's not a matter of how long can you hold your breath, it's how long can you stay conscious.
You didn't have the chance to take a breath in first.
Yeah, that too. So, you are essentially being garroted. It's called a whip garrote ability.
Oh, right, garrote. That's when it straight up tears out your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's when they get the wire and they do the funny thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we need to break that.
Uh-huh. So, that is the Ettercap's turn. It is now Caitlin's turn. Caitlin. So, the first Ettercap is descending on Mad Lad and is not doing a whole lot in terms of damage. The other one has gotten a silken thread around your cloudy friend's throat and is tightening it. Your friend is grappled.
And also, there are wolf spiders everywhere.
That as well.
Oh dear. Let's see. What do you do, girl? Um, well, I think it's time to take a risk and pull out the battle axe. And,
Hey.
Also, Mad Lad still has things on his hunter's mark. Say he rolled to save.
4.
Thank you for
Excellent.
that. I'll go ahead and put a funny little, where's the bullseye marker on this thing? There it is. I'll put the funny little bullseye on the Ettercap. There we go.
Considering she's a barbarian and therefore has a speed of 40 feet, She's decided that it's time to get in close and personal with these things because clearly distance isn't doing enough, and also someone needs to keep these people alive.
It would normally be Roguefort if Roguefort was not currently occupied. This is your updated map, by the way.
Thank you. Which one do you go for?
All the well, most of the wolf spiders are healthy except the one that Red is currently battling for dominance.
And he's winning.
And he's winning very, very badly.
She is probably going to head for the Ettercap closest to our little cloud child who's currently trying to use a wire to slice his head off.
Mm-hmm.
And since she's got 40 feet of movement, and also she's kind of, pardon my French, she's kind of pissed.
No, use all the French that you need.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay, you were able to get, you said 4 feet of movement? 40 feet of movement?
Yes.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You are able to, you cannot get close enough to it, but you can get close to one of the spiders.
Oh, in that case, I'll get close to one of the spiders, and she's going to go into a rage and swing her battle axe at it.
All right.
She
decided
she's done playing
position.
nice with these suckers.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. One d20 plus 6 to attack. 11. Come on, girl, you can do better. But
Giant
being a barbarian, she gets 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm. And the giant wolf spider's AC is 13. You gotta meet or beat 13 a hit.
Come on, girl, you can do this. 8.
That spider is incredibly quick.
Why is it that every time you get angry, your accuracy plummets?
I mean, your accuracy also gets worse if you get angry.
Fair enough.
Will that be your turn? Will that be Caitlin's turn?
Yeah. Sadly, while she does get a +2, it's only for if she actually manages to hit with her strength weapon.
Alright. It is Roguefort's turn. Roguefort would normally be maybe a little bit more concerned with the stuff attacking him, but the problem is one of his buddies is currently in the process of getting their neck broke. So he would like not to see that, maybe? So he's going to take 2 shots at the Ettercat that's trying to garrote you. If they hit, that's going to prompt athletics checks on the... Well, it'll prompt strength saving throws, I think, from the Ettercap to try and keep hold of you. So, 2d20 plus 7. So, 1d20 plus 7. Or, is that the right one? Okay, yeah.
I forgot to mention, Caitlin does a slight transformation when she starts raging. She does that cartoon cat eye thing where the whole eye turns yellow and they have the slits, as well as all of those round fluffy points suddenly turn very, very spiky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah!
That is the kitty in a rage.
Kitty rage! Also, I realized I need to roll a wisdom save for Roguefort since he took damage, actually, because of his funny little gay sword friend. Neither of you know it yet, but if he fails the wisdom save, you're gonna meet him here shortly.
Mad Lad's the only one who knows about the gay sword.
What?
He succeeds. Sadly, no sword ghost at the moment. So he's gonna make 2 pot shots toward the Ettercap trying to throttle his buddy. So that's 1d20 plus 7. And 1d20 plus 7. 16 and 26. I believe both of those hit. Yep, so he gets to roll his funny damage, and he gets +2 because of his fighting style. And we're also going to invoke the Gathered Swarm. So we'll roll the damage on the first one, and that is 1d8 plus 4 plus 2. So that is 11 damage on that Ettercap the first bit. So that's another 11. It's down to 22. Needs to make an athletics save. So that's a plus 2. So 1d20 plus 2. A 7. You are released and you are able to breathe by means of your own choice again, and you don't feel like your neck is going to close like a tomb. And we'll invoke the Gathered Swarm on that first one, actually, and get back to it on the second, yeah. Okay, so let's see, generate its appearance. Once on each of your turns, yeah, we'll do it on the second shot, actually. We'll do it on the second shot, because the second one does hit. So, second one is 1d8 plus 4 plus 2. And we're going to say extra 1d6 piercing damage from the swarm for that ability, as the dinner critters start swarming down the bloody Ettercap's throat, trying to basically choke it to death. Force feed it ye old-fashioned way with the bug snacks. So plus 1. Yeah, that's 15. So it is very bloodied. It is not looking great. It would probably take 1 or 2 well-timed swings to put it down, but it also is now having dinner critters shoved down its throat at full force, so that's a fun image for your googly-eyed, innocent-looking, fruit-looking friends to be crawling down something's throat so that it's forced to eat them. That's neat! That's not at all nightmare-inducing. That is Roguefort's turn. Bonus action, by the way. We're gonna say, Caitlin, you get inspiration.
Nice.
Because Roguefort has a bard level. So, weirdly inspired and also terrified by that. Wick, it is Cloudy with a Chance of Meatball's turn. You are free from the grapple, and you can actually breathe of your own choice. Your throat still hurts like a motherfucker, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Mad Lad is just gonna yell, "Hit it!"
So, as a bonus action, I'm no longer grappled. Where was it? It was only one that was just grappling me. Yes.
Yeah. The other one was
Okay.
busy.
Ah, I see. Okay. So I'm gonna use a bonus action to spend a key point and disengage, so that I can then move back, a little bit.
How many feet are you going to try and move?
Uh,
Keep in mind it's difficult. Well, you're floating, so
I'm gonna move back, maybe 30 feet or so.
oh, so you're completely leaving the fight. Gotcha. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Poor Caitlin went over there to save your buddy, and your buddy just backs up like, bye!
No, she
No.
gets it. She's a barbarian. She's made to take hits. She doesn't know what class this other person is.
True.
No one ever actually said what their classes were.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but true.
Yeah.
Hee hee, there's a frog near my window. Anyway, continue.
Aw. Adorable.
I keep hearing the occasional little croak.
Aw.
Oh, it was that far back. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking the squares are 10.
No, the squares are 5.
Yeah.
The issue is they're 10 with difficult terrain, but you're a floaty boy, so you don't gotta deal with it.
Sorry, I only meant to move half of that then.
So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Gonna re-screenshot with your new updates. Let me delete the previous screenshot. There you go. It is uploading. You may proceed when ready.
Okay. He is then going to use his feature Radiant Sunbolt. It's got a range of 30 feet.
Ooh,
Uh,
nice.
he can hurl bolts of radiance. So he's going to attack the one that had him in a chokehold, if that's okay.
You do have a light source, so roll to hit normally, yeah, because the heavy rain is not getting to you at the moment.
Okay. It uses my dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to hit.
A 13, actually, let me check. No, 13 hits. Roll your damage.
And
And yeah, you kill it.
yes.
Holy shit.
It was suffering, and then you put it out of its misery.
Great job. Baby's first kill.
First blood.
Caitlin's gonna have
He's
to
not
make
done.
a mental note to grab her javelin before they leave.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, you're both to assume these are the only ones in the woods.
Well,
But you can
that's
still,
why
you
she
can
needs to
still
make
grab it
sure
before
to
you keep
grab her
moving. Yeah.
javelin.
Yeah.
He gets 2 attacks. So I'd like to make a second attack, which can be done with the Sunbolt.
Nice.
Go ahead.
On the other Ettercap.
Go for it. And remind us what Hunter's Mark does.
I think Hunter. Let me double check, but I think Hunter Mark only works for me. But I may check. Until the spell ends. Yeah, only I can deal the extra damage.
Okay, so just roll to hit.
13.
13 will hit. Roll your damage.
Nice. Meets it, beats it.
Only 4. That's okay.
Yeah, 4 is still fine. It is now below half hit points. It is not looking great. As you fire this bolt of light, the Ettercap reels up from previously trying to, of course, deal damage to Mad Lad, and sort of covers its grotesque face with its claws, and the squeal it makes almost sounds like a whine.
Nice.
I feel like if we weren't fighting them, I would almost feel bad.
No. Well, rather, he doesn't feel bad anymore.
Yeah, Mad Lad has
Like I
no
said, if we
remorse.
weren't fighting them, I would almost feel bad.
So, is that your turn?
Yes, thank you.
Alright. So, giant wolf spiders at the bottom. One of them is going to roll and bite Red because Red is assigned to be a little fucking brat. So, Red is going to take a 1d20 plus 3. And you are going to need to send me how many hit points Red has.
Red has 30 hit points because of the
Okay, cool.
with the feast.
Does a 22 hit you?
A 22 does hit him, unfortunately. His AC's high, but
Cool.
not that high.
Wow.
You take a grand total of 2 damage. It's mad, but it's not that mad. The other one's gonna try and go for Roguefort because Roguefort is, well, he's a meal, and he's not really paying much attention to him. So 1d20 plus 3. 16 will 16 hit Monsieur Roguefort. His AC is, you said 18 now? Mad Lad?
Oh, Mad Lad's AC is 18, yes.
Okay, what would Roguefort's AC be from 15?
Wait, I'm confused. What are you trying to do?
The Hero's Feast.
Oh,
I thought you...
No, the Hero Feast doesn't affect AC, it only affects HP.
Okay, yeah, no, Roguefort still is gonna take that hit then.
Yeah, whatever Roguefort rolled for the 2d10, that is added to his max hit points for that day, not his AC.
Okay, so Roguefort is going to take another 3 damage, and he needs to make another wisdom save. 1d20 plus 2.
I kind of hope he fails it, because I want to find out what this gay sword thing is.
18, he does not fail. Not yet. It's gonna be funny if he gets damage dealt to him by the funny NPC that's gonna show up, and his little gay sword friend shows up in front of his ex.
What?
Oh, don't worry about it. You'll get context later.
Oh, this is gonna
And
be...
by later I mean soon.
Look, it's gonna
and
be
there's-
hilarious.
This should be interesting then.
So one of the spiders is going to go toward Mad Lad. The other one is going to go toward the big fluffy meatball.
You mean
So
the
that
big,
is,
really spiky, angy meatball.
look, fluff is fluff to the spiders, all right? It's food all around. You're a big grub covered in fuzz. You just need the right amount of bites to go down.
She hisses at it.
And you actually hear the spider hiss at you, rearing up with its front legs, its pedipalps open, drooling. So,
She hisses
20
louder.
plus 3. You are entering a... You know what? Roll me intimidation for funsies. I want to fucking see this. And I'll roll these 3.
This is gonna be funny. If she scares it off with her intimidation, that'll be fucking hilarious.
Come on, roll high.
Come on, comedy! 23! She hisses angrily, the full force of her barbarian rage bared, complete with sharp, way too wide teeth being shown and the slitted, glowing toon eyes. She hisses at this thing.
Okay, so first thing, you don't scare it away, but you have at least asserted your dominance. Second, does a 16 hit you?
Yeah, her armor class is a 15 despite being a barbarian.
Okay,
She's a
so
little
16 hits. You take 5 piercing damage, but that is halved because you are angry.
Cool. That means her... Point
Don't do
bonus would
decimals,
drop
by the
down.
way. I would say 2 or 3. We don't
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna say
decimals
3.
here. We don't do decimals in this house.
I think
No.
I think most of the time it's rounded upwards.
Okay, so yeah, 3. And 19, will a 19 hit the lad that is mad?
Yes, unfortunately.
You take another 2 piddly fucking damage.
Easier.
Alright, he takes a 2 damage, and let me roll to see if he maintains concentration. Yep, that's a nat 20. He's fine. Sad place to do a nat 20, but you know what? Them's the breaks. At least he does not break concentration.
Well, the good news is you don't break concentration. The bad news is I have to roll someone else initiative now. And Roguefort is going to be taking an ambush attack. So that is 1d20 plus 7.
Concern.
Well, that is an 8, so funny enough, yeah. Conveniently for the sake of plot, he moves at the bottom of initiative. That normally would be nice. That normally would be good. If he wasn't hidden completely from view. So the first thing is, that is going to be 2d20 plus 11 for stealth. So that is that's a 30 on stealth.
Oh, that's a
So
47 total. Holy crud.
well, it's not a total. This was rolled with advantage, so we take the higher d20 and add the 11 to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought
I
there
just
was a
rolled
way
them
to
at
actually roll advantage on Avery without doing that. Huh.
Well, yeah, I could just roll 1d20 plus 11 and then do it again, but I just wanted to lump
No,
them in together.
there's a command you can enter in where it will roll advantage and discard the lower roll.
No, I know that. I've seen people use it. I do not have the good memory to calculate it, so we're gonna cope.
Huh. I did
I'm
not
gonna
know
okay.
it. I did not know it could do that. Fair enough.
And
Yeah, I don't remember the key command either, so.
so our buddy gets sneak attack because his allies are in range. So that's going to be with advantage. 2d20 plus 7. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's a 23 to hit Roguefort, which sadly does. So that is 1d8 plus 3 plus 2 for the fighting style plus 3d6 sneak attack.
Mm.
19 total damage.
Nice.
I mean, not
Nice.
against him. It's against him, so.
I know.
Oh, wait. That was a hit on Roguefort. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was the one making the attack.
No, it's quite the
15,
opposite.
17, 16, 15. So
Crap.
29, 29, 27, 25, 24. There's a pained sort of. It's mixed between the pained cry of a man and the angry buzz of a wasp, as Roguefort takes what appears to be a fine gossamer arrow right through one of his wings.
Oh
Ooh.
no.
Not the wing.
Because it is made of sugar crystal, one of his wings just breaks like pieces of porcelain.
Oh.
And he needs to make another wisdom save because he's taken more damage. What is the wisdom save for the funny haha ghost sword? Rapier of... Oh, gee, thanks for the help. Okay. Vengeance, let's see. Yeah, sort of, Oh, it's a DC 15 wisdom saving throw. He should have failed sooner. So, he takes the damage, and there's the sharp noise, and he clutches at, well, the broken piece of the wing. Whether it regenerates later or not is up in the air. And glares back, and something on his hip glows blue. He is going to roll perception, but I doubt he can beat a 30 unless maybe he nat 20s. No, he can't see where it's from, and because of one of the attacker's abilities, a ranged attack does not reveal his position.
Fuck. He's a rogue.
Oh,
A voice drifts through the air, fine as silk. You've gotten slow, mon ami. You would have dodged that if you'd remembered how. Roguefort looks around, but can't hear or find the source of the voice. It's kind of all around you. You've gotten slow, mon ami.
Caitlin, why did you just hand me that?
Say
Of
it.
all the reactions. Oh, there's a motherfucker nearby, I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, hang on. I need to roll to see whether I make an inappropriate joke or not. Hang on.
Yes.
One, I make an off-color joke. Two, this is a Toon kind game. I shouldn't.
Look.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So you hear that, and then you briefly hear, technically, mademoiselle, I would be considered a fatherfucker.
Yeah.
The
And
moment her rage sets aside long enough for her to let out this sharp.
yeah.
She didn't expect it.
Can Mad Lad, as a free action, do the bird in whatever direction it is? He just like hold two birds straight up.
Yeah, go ahead. And
Vulcar children have arrived. Well, Caitlin's in her 20s, but still.
Look, Mad Lad has
So-
learned how to curse, swear, and show the bird from sailing.
Roguefort, of course, is a little concerned and goes, "May I ask who I had the displeasure of upsetting, monsieur?" I don't have the voice mod on at the moment because I'm not in the tab. Pretend that was.
You're fine.
Oh, we could tell by the French.
Yeah. They're both some flavor of French. And the figure, the voice continuing to drift through the air, continues. "I am an old friend, an old enemy, many old things. But if you cannot tell by the sound of my voice, would you be able to tell by my face? Hmm? I don't know. Show your face to me. Let's find out," he says as he basically readies an arrow for if he does. Granted, the voice doesn't last because you see as the blue glow enters Roguefort's eyes, and the voice goes from French. Starts French. "I don't know. Why don't you come out of hiding and we'll find out."
Oh, wait, what? Like, Caitlin is still technically, like, mechanically in a rage, but she's realized that, the faint gossip fiend that comes with being a merchant has started to kick in. Something's going on. It's personal.
And, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna be a funny guy. We're gonna be a funny guy, actually. Yeah. Okay, so give me a second to switch to the GM layer. Sadly, this guy also does not have a token, and you're not gonna be able to see him considering that absolute gobsmacking 30 stealth.
Mm-hmm.
But Roguefort is going to get, as they say, fucking ambushed. He could just take another longbow shot. He could. It'd be really easy. He doesn't want it to be easy, though. He wants it to be fun. So, from the shadows of this overgrown forest, it looks like a humanoid descends. This is a humanoid of skin that is so icy in its blue tone it is almost white, with this gossamer white long hair drawn back into many ties and many braids, bearing finely studded white leather armor, and two short swords, which it is going to use to jump Roguefort. So he's going to make another attack. This one's also with advantage, so 2d20 plus 7. 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 22, 23 will hit, unfortunately. And considering considering a particular statistic, he also is going to get to do, aside from his sneak attack, which is, okay, so short sword is 1d6 plus 3, then 3d6 more. He's also going to do 1d4 more damage, as part of the favored foe mechanic.
Ooh.
That is 22 damage!
Ooh.
Mm.
Like, insert the oof sound effect.
Yeah.
Roguefort is not fast enough to catch it, and there is a mixed shout both of Roguefort's voice and this mysterious new voice as his back and wings are slashed open. Roguefort is barely standing at 2 hit points.
Oh, no,
Oh,
no, no, no,
fuck.
no, no.
And as our cloud friend is close enough with the light source, you turn and you can in fact see who has revealed himself from stealth. The top half is humanoid and looks like an elf. Granted, a crisp, icy white elf with these strange pink eyes. The bottom half looks like a phase spider. It's a Drider!
It's a Drider.
It's a Drider, but differently flavored, with maybe some fun different abilities.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, the Drider seems to be in the same art style as Roguefort, which looks like Quentin Blake, Roald Dahl's illustrator. So, yeah, that is. Do you get any more attacks? Let's see. You've used 2. Do you get any more? No, 2 is what you get, which is probably for the best because 1 more would absolutely just put Roguefort right in the danger zone. We're back at the top of the turn order. Mad Lad, you turn around and Roguefort is about to be cut down like fine grass. You have company. The problem is Roguefort has company that is very sharp and has fresh sugar plum fairy blood on its sword.
Oh, Mad Lad is not happy, and he sort of goes into his own fit of rage as he disregards the ender cap he was gonna originally mow down right in front of him, takes out his vicious pistol, and just glares at this rider's like, "Get away from him!" And he shoots his vicious.
Roll to hit.
He shoots his vicious pistol at the Drider, and oh god, that's a nat 20!
Roll me a D100!
Okay, also, if you don't know what a vicious pistol does, it does 7 extra damage, like, upon everything else. And also,
Hell yeah!
I was gonna do this too. I was just wondering what the roll was. And say, yeah, he was gonna take a violent shot. He was gonna use one of his adept marksmen. That means that not only just 7 extra damage, but that's also another die to the roll.
Well, go ahead and roll, because this guy is a little beefier than you think.
No, but Mad Lad is more making a point than anything.
Oh, wait, don't roll the damage yet. Roll the D100 first.
Oh, D100? God, why does that have to be a D100? I am terrible at D100s.
You could just type it in. I mean, I'd be willing to type it in for you.
No. I mean, like, I have the unnatural luck of rolling terribly at D100s. I have D100s right here. I just usually roll like shit.
Ah.
You know what? That's better than most of my rolls combined. That's a 57.
57? Let's see.
So that's a 22.
So,
and
you are able to take...
4%.
Okay, so 57 is... You are able to take the disarm action after your attack. Normally that would work at close range, not at a distance. Would you like to make it so you shoot his sword out of his hand instead?
You mean Mad Lad?
Water damage considering red.
Yeah. You want to shoot the Drider's sword out of his hand?
Yes,
or at least one of them?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, roll your damage. And remember, a crit means double the damage die.
Yep, so... Okay, gotta do math. I'm actually gonna just roll this all out, so... Double the damage die, so that would be 2d10s plus the violent shot, which would make it 3d10s, and then 7 plus 4 equals 11. So...
Oh, I forgot I had Feywild dice by my desk.
3d10.
Oh, it's funny you mention that, because the beef that is here is both Feywild beef and ex-boyfriend beef.
Yeah, so 3d10 plus 11. That's 25 damage in total.
Okay, so that's all your damage?
That is... Oh, no. I say, there's one other thing, because I keep forgetting that Red has this as a reaction. He can use Infused Strikes, and if his ally is within 30 feet of him, which he is, he can do an extra damage on his essence, so it's acid damage. So it's a 1 extra d6 of acid damage.
Roll for it.
Alright. And that's a 6, so that's, do math, so 25 plus 6 equals, that's 31 damage.
Okay, so you actually made him use one of his Acme effects to have the damage of that. He takes 16 instead of 31.
Honestly, fair.
Because otherwise, you would have just taken a third of his hit points away in a single swing. And honestly, you gotta respect that. Gotta respect it. But also, he's a hunter. He'd like not to take that much damage in
Become
one
the
go.
hunted.
Yeah, so if he also knocks his sword out of the way, what
One
I
of
see
them.
what happens is like this guy, like Mad Lad is aiming at this guy's heart, and as this rider tries to knock it away with one of its swords, it basically repelled some of the damage, but not all of it. But also, it had enough force to knock the sword out of his hand.
He did try to deflect it. You also gotta give respect to the Drider. He tried to deflect the bullet, but yeah, the sword was lost instead. Now he just is holding one, and his other one is in the web somewhere.
He abruptly realizes that he should not be underestimating the child.
This kid has a track record, and one
He
of the
does
things
look-
is do not mess with the child's loved ones.
Do you have any other attacks?
Red does at least has his bonus action to get rid of at least one of the spiders.
Yeah, I would roll the hit. It has 3 hit points. You just roll the hit and at least roll a 3.
Well, here's the thing. Let's say Red's regular like plus bonus is a 3, so it doesn't matter. He just needs a hit.
Yeah. Just hit it.
Just hit it. Come on, Red.
Just put the poor thing out of its misery.
That's not gonna work. Wait. No, that's not gonna work. That's an 8.
Yep. 8 misses.
Yeah, so that's a 2 plus a 6. That's an 8. Look, Mad
That's a
Lad
damn
got
lucky spider.
Look, Mad Lad got a nat 20. I see this as a win.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't leave him a scar, but you did shoot one of his swords out of his hand in a cool trick. So, game recognized game.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Roguefort would immediately be bleeding out. Whoopsies. Which is what the Drider wants, but still. That is the end of your turn, then?
Yeah, and Mad Lad just glares at the Drider with one last action. It's just like, next time I won't miss.
The Drider smiles, and you have turned your attention away from the Ettercap that would maybe like you did. So, the Ettercap, as its web ability recharged, is going to make... yeah, you know what? Yeah. So, allies are in range. It doesn't get advantage with allies because it doesn't have pack tactics. However, the Ettercap glances over to the Drider, and the Drider seems to say something. Do any of you understand Undercommon?
Undercommon? No.
Let me double check.
Yeah, Mad Lad does
No.
not know Undercommon.
No.
He knows Infernal, but not Undercommon.
Katie's are common gnomish and Grolix.
Yeah. Infernal,
He says
Growlithe-
I'm not
something.
here.
Sorry, Hugo.
Yeah, what were you going to say?
I was just about to add, is like, Mad Lad knows Infernal, Growlix, Giant, Draconic, and Common.
That's a lot. I also meant
That
what
is
was
a lot.
Wick gonna say.
Sorry.
Nothing. We're good.
Okay. So, he says something in a language you don't understand, and the Ettercap is going to use an action to disengage from you and go into stealth. So, that's going to be 1d20 plus 4. That is a 13. That's not great, but he is hidden from view. And that is the end of the Ettercap's turn. Going down the initiative, that brings us over to Caitlin. So, Caitlin, you have 2 very angry spiders. You have a very angry little boy, and when you turn, there's a half elf, half spider that has apparently sliced open Roguefort's back like a fine
Wrap
fillet of
this up.
fish.
Sorry, say the cat. Okay, sorry, the cat was trying to get on top of the TV.
Oh yeah, conveniently as I was mentioning the cat. Also, if you would like to, you can try and roll an Arcana or Nature check to see if you know what a Drider is.
Me or Caitlin?
Which one's higher?
Well,
Arcana,
both.
0.
We'll say
Nature,
Caitlin
also
Automata.
0.
Okay.
I mean, for Caitlin, there's no difference. Both of them are 0s. Intelligence is not the stat that she aims for.
Well, one of them just tells you the natural bit, the other just tells you the unnatural bit. So, do you want natural knowledge or unnatural knowledge?
I'm gonna go with unnatural, which is
Arcana.
the Arcana. She probably would have studied a bit. Again, she's a guild person. She's not 10.
No,
She knows
10
this is a thing that exists.
Yeah, you know that there are descriptions of these strange half-elf, half-spider creatures very deep underground, but they're so rarely seen by surface dwellers that there's not a lot of information on studying them. This is a surface-dwelling Drider, and that is all you know. You don't know if it lives here or if it's just up here for a reason, but considering it just to split open your incredibly experienced friend, yeah, probably not good reason, but you can also probably confirm that yeah, it's probably responsible for the ettercaps here.
I don't know who you are, but your manners are terrible.
My manners are incredible, thank you very much. I am not
And
the one
yet
who
the
decided
first
to
thing you
intrude.
do is take over a forest and start slaughtering? That is the poorest manners I have ever seen.
The ettercaps need to eat. What are they expected to do? Where are they expected to live? The Feywild?
The fact that you reacted to me saying manners says quite a bit about you. Faye, I presume?
In service, not in nature. You may have the honor and the final privilege of calling me, and he bows briefly, Omeron. As soon as he says Omeron, I'm going to say, Mad Lad, would you roll me a history check?
Yeah, Mad Lad can roll a history check. Let's see if he gets anything, or is he too angry?
If anybody has any info on the Feywild, you can try and roll a history check.
Okay, that's 18 on the die. What's Mad Lad's history? I don't usually use that stat. Okay, that's +2. That's higher than I thought, but I did put some.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah, I keep forgetting Mad Lad has an actually decent, like, it's at least it's not a negative in intelligence. That was technically by design, but I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, of all of her stats, Caitlin's dump stat is her intelligence. She's good with people. She's just, not an avid reader.
Yeah.
All right, so dirty 20, and did someone else roll?
No.
Okay. The name Omeron does in fact ring a bell. Somewhat. Omeron, spelled, allow me to pull up the sheet real quick. Omaraun is the name that is shared for a particular hunter of a very particular court. The court itself maintains a level of secrecy, so it doesn't really allow much information about it outside of the Feywild. However, it usually also tends to be full of hunters of the ultimate game. Ultimate game usually being humanoids, such as you, your friends, and also other experienced Fae such as Roguefort. Especially experienced Fae such as Roguefort. The name Omeron actually clicks a bell as a former boyfriend of Roguefort's.
Yeah, Mad Lad just glares. I know who you are. My grandfather Othemir told me about you. And now does Omeron want to make a history check?
Sure thing. Why not? He's not going to care for it, but let's go for it. So,
See if the name
history
pings
is-
anything.
That's a 16.
All right. Yeah, that gets at least the basics of it, because yeah, Omeron would know that name because that's the name of an ancient emerald dragon.
Yeah? Yeah, he can clock it. His
That
face
feels rather dangerous. Grandchild of a dragon. Logic would dictate you take out the kid and the dragon has a vendetta, and smart people don't get dragons with vendettas.
Nah, we get that. His face remains calm, but you do briefly see his eyebrows go up just in a little look of, interesting. Othamir. Fascinating. I have not seen him take any apprentices in several centuries.
He's my grandfather, and unless you want to have the wrath of an ancient emerald dragon, I suggest you leave.
Oh, honey, I don't think he cares. Smart people don't usually do. Or at least,
Sweetheart, sweet little one, allow me to explain. I am not here for you. The others may do with you what they wish, and they may incur the wrath of your so-called grandparent. I am just here for Monsieur Roguefort, and that's it.
You know,
I wasn't expecting him to show up with such a loud audience either. You're normally much stealthier sneaking through my woods, darling. And not
the more
Roguefort's
you
voice
talk,
ends.
the more you talk, the more I want to embed my axe in your skull.
yeah, and I have to agree with you, Caitlin. He ain't very smart.
And not Roguefort's voice answers, you can't really be stealthy around folks you don't really care for. Painful words, not coming from Roguefort. And remind me whose turn it is? It would be
It's after.
It's
Caitlin's?
Caitlin still.
Yeah, Caitlin.
She hasn't done anything
Yeah,
other than engage conversation.
Do something. You have two spiders
Still
on
has
you,
that
though.
one spider near her, right?
You have two spiders near you, actually.
Which one just bit her?
The one on the right.
In that case, she's gonna swing and try to chop its head off. Because one, she did hiss it into proving that she is dominant, but also it still bit her, and she would like to make it go away.
Well, yeah, spiders have been scared by others, but they still want to go for food, and these are clearly hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't rolled animal handling, so you don't gather that, hey, maybe if you don't attack it and you just feed it, it might fuck off.
She doesn't have anything to feed it with other than rations.
And they don't eat rations, so swing to hit. And if you can do 11 damage, that's not gonna hit.
It dodges back, basically. She'll swing again.
It's basically rearing back and still hissing at you. It's keeping distance. It recognizes you're a threat, but not that it should respect you. Spiders do not have a concept.
Try a side swing this time, since going vertical isn't working. Clearly, she needs to swing from the side. Come on.
Yeah, that'll hit. Please do 11 damage at least.
Please, and thank you. Hopefully. I cross my fingers and
what
toes.
damage does the battle axe do again? It's 1d12 plus 3 plus another 2 from being raging. So that would be plus 5. 18. She chops that sucker in half.
Woo!
Did you roll it?
Wait.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Wait, no.
Why did you roll a d20?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm a dumbass.
No, you're fine. You rolled. It's okay.
It's 1d12.
I was about to say, like, if weapons do 1d20, we're in the wrong tier and I should not be holding back on you. It's like, oh, you're doing 1d20s of damage, I can stop holding your hands then. Pulls out more driders, I'm kidding.
I just grabbed the wrong one.
You're good.
Yeah, you still did it.
Yeah, that actually does kill it. Yeah,
Yay.
you basically
She chops it in half.
You chop it in half like a sandwich style. So it
She's very
squeals
tired of dealing with this bull crap.
So yeah, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be tempted to disengage, except, well, there's not really much point.
I mean,
She'd love to charge over there and embed her axe in that Peckneck's head, but...
Also, I am gonna look and the 22 damage that Roguefort took. I think I'm actually gonna be slightly nice, and I am gonna use one of the acme effects because I forgot Roguefort had that. I'm gonna have that to 11.
So he's not quite on the edge of death yet.
Oh no, hang on, this is not the right. That's the 3 plus. Yeah, so he's not quite in. So 11, we're gonna add 11 back to him. So that is unfortunately just gonna give him a. He's just at 13 hit points, which is not great, but could be worse.
Yeah, could be worse.
And Roguefort, currently possessed by the ghost of a sailor in his sword. The ghost is vengeful in that it just wants blood and only blood. So you know what? Yeah. So 1d8 plus 4 plus 1. Well, no, that's 1d20 plus 9 plus 8. It's 1d20 plus 8. So he's going to use both attacks. 2d20 plus 8. Both of those will in fact hit. So 1d8 plus 4 plus. Hang on a minute. Hang on. What does it say? 1d8 plus 4 plus 1. Okay, yeah. 1d8 plus 4 plus 1. So 2d8 plus 8 plus 2. And that is a grand total of 20 damage a very angry ghost has done back.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
some revenge damage.
Revenge damage.
allow me to check the acme effect real quick. Okay, this increases to twice per long rest at level 10 and 3 times. No, twice at level 7 and 3 at 10. He's gonna have that to 10. So that is 2 out of 3 uses. He actually has a third of his hit points taken away, and he's only 1 point away from the funny hit point number. I'm so fucking sad now. As
Oh,
Roguefort's body
that
with
gives
this.
me an idea of just how many hit points he has.
Don't worry about it. Purge the number from your mind. You have no mechanical knowledge of him, you'll find, but Roguefort does in fact. Well, Roguefort's body, it's the ghost currently possessing him, swings at him with, instead of his traditional short sword, that shiny little rapier that replaced the short sword. The funny little ornamental one with the gold and the sapphires and the funny little bits. And yeah, he actually manages to catch the leather tunic of the guy and split some leather.
Nice.
He manages to block the next swing. He manages to block it again, but he still takes the damage. It could have been worse. And the Drider actually grins at that. I do say, you've gotten better with a sword since last we've met. Is your supernatural little friend to blame for that, I wonder? And the ghost responds with, quite plainly, I'm just not as keen on letting anybody survive hitting me that hard. Now, if you'd like to make this easy, hold still! And that is gonna be Roguefort's turn. Cloudy, you're up. Also, I say Cloudy is an affectionate nickname, but just so I know what to actually call you, again, remind me of the character's name? It's Sue, right? Sue?
It's Sue.
Okay, so Sue, you're up.
Okay. The map is more or less the same as the previous
Oh
screen
yeah,
cap. Yeah.
give me a sec. I'll just take another screenshot.
Yeah, it did change slightly because the other ender cap that's left did hide.
It's
And
still
Caitlin killed one spider.
Yeah, and there's still that one last spider. Well, at least near us.
And then we have a mother pecker to deal with.
Yeah.
He's on the other side.
Keep in mind the hit points that you see on the screen are not accurate to how many he has. It's just the token I'm using.
That's fair.
Okay, this changes things. That means. Hmm. Hmm.
Severe thunderstorm warning. Until 8 p.m. Oh, okay. Let's see. Southeast at 25, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Okay, that's yeah. Wind damage may occur. Ignore what I'm saying. By the way, I'm talking to myself about the storm. So
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Sure. Um. Okay. Hmm.
Roxas. Sorry, my cat. He seemed like he was trying to do something.
calling somebody else by a completely different name just to assert dominance.
Thank you, babe, for taking the cat. Oh, sorry, Wick.
No, it's okay. I was still trying to reprocess because I thought that one or two people's positions were in a different spot in my brain, so now I'm like, now I got to recalculate.
It's okay.
Oh, actually, I should say one more thing. But he'll do it on his next turn. I'm gonna be merciful. So you're up.
Oh, okay. Ooh. All right. Um. So, do we know where that other short sword went?
No,
The one that
but
was knocked out?
Nope. It was knocked out of his hand, but he still has one.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. All right. So
Oh, we fucking around? Oh, we fucking around. Tell me
we're
what you're
fucking
gonna
around
do.
and finding out. Um,
I mean, you're
so
already finding
Subasa's
out, but let's find around a bit more.
gotta make kind of a big circle around. So basically, we're trying to avoid the reach of that uh, bottom spider, but to go around, he has enough movement.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, however, you do need to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, where? When? How?
Since you're giving space to one of the spiders, I'm gonna send another screenshot.
Okay.
You need to make a dexterity saving throw at this point on the map because you fly directly into a trap.
Oh, I
You
see.
fly directly into one. So
Cool. Great. Love it. Um. Oh, but that's gonna eat my action, isn't it?
Possibly.
nah, the dexterity saving throw is fine. Just roll for it.
Ugh.
Well, you try and fly toward him. Unfortunately, you don't quite pay attention to where you're going. And you feel something briefly just tense, and for a split second you think, huh, this kind of feels like fishing line. You realize there's no fishing line here. It's web, and you think, wait. And you only get one moment to think, wait, before what is essentially a tripwire goes. And from beneath you, the webbing that you thought was stationary on the ground snares up, and whoop! You are no longer floating. You are on the ground, and also you are restrained by the web.
I do have a question though.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this might be mostly for flavor, but he's still holding the torch. Can it start burning a hole through it? Nothing to do right now, but
Roll me one more roll me sleight of hand, actually.
oh, sleight of hand.
Well, the problem is we need to see if you
what's
keep
this
hold
thing?
of your torch or if you drop it.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's another. 8 today. There sure are a lot of spiders here. Anyway.
Yeah.
So it kind of snares around you like a fortune cookie, and it just kind of snares the torch out of your grip, and it just lands nearby. Conveniently, it lands somewhere it's not starting a fire, but it is no longer in your hand as you're now in the ground. You're also restrained. You would need to actually use an action to try and escape.
Well, guess I'll die.
As the Drider does look over at you, there's like a sort of fond smile on his face, and he just sort of rolls his eyes. This is just amusing to him. This is just fun.
1 second. Roxas!
Uh-huh.
Roxas, no. Okay, I just want to discourage the cat. He's trying to say he knows where the laser pointer is on top of the cabinet, and he's trying to jump up to the cabinet.
Oof.
Kitty wants play.
Yeah.
So,
Kitty can't have
Wick,
play.
Wick, would you like to expend an action to try and break free of the webbing?
I forgot that I didn't do anything. Okay. Well, it's not good if he's restrained. So, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, you are going to make me an athletics check.
That's a great check to do. This couldn't possibly get worse, I said.
Stop!
That's a 7.
Stop saying that! Stop saying it! Stop
Yeah.
I
jinxing
only
the
said it
rolls!
once.
You're not the only one that said it! I've also said it! We just need to stop saying it could get worse! Let's say it could be better! Let's say it could be better. Could be better.
It could be better.
Mm-hmm.
But,
This whole situation could be better.
Yeah.
well, in all fairness, you weren't supposed to run into him until a couple fights later, but somebody shot a gun.
Look, Mad Lad's main weapon is a gun. I'm sorry.
To be fair, it's not like stealth was much the object for anybody, but in the same breath, that is a loud boomstick in a relatively quiet place that you've already emptied of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caitlin was the only one being stealthy other than Roguefort.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
now I can say, guess I'll die. Moving on.
alright, that's the end of your turn. It is now the wolf spider's turn, and he makes a gesture, and the other wolf spider does not go for Roguefort, it goes for Red.
Alright.
So, that's gonna be... Allow me to pull up the giant wolf spiders again. You guys didn't even run into the actual giant spiders. It was the giant wolf spiders and ettercaps, and then there was a gun, and suddenly now the actual boss is here.
Dun dun dun.
Like, there was going to be phase spiders somewhere else, and you just decided to speedrun.
The universe works in mysterious ways, also known as the child has a gun.
So, 2d20 plus 3. Dirty 20 and 14.
Okay, only one of them hits. Red's
All
AC
right.
is a 17.
1d6 plus 1. You take 6 total piercing damage.
Alright.
And then there's still going to be the spider that is trying to chew on you. 15?
No, that does not hit.
You managed to block it off with your pistol.
Yay.
That is the giant spider's turn, and I no longer need to keep count of when Omeron shows up because Omeron is here directly after the spiders. So, who do I have the dubious pleasure of speaking to? None of your business. Of course, of course. Did they happen to pick up your weapon by choice or by force? Again, none of your business. And at the moment, you can kind of see the way the blades are crossing and clashing. This is just meant to be flavor for the conversation before Omeron does anything.
Fair enough.
But if you must know, there was an agreement. I'm not here by force. Well, not with him by force. I'm here in the sword by force. Didn't exactly choose that. I did not take Monsieur Roguefort to be the type to associate with spirits. And I didn't take him the type to be associated with assholes. Lucky he's not associated with you anymore, innit? Lucky indeed. Do you consider yourself a friend of his? Another clash of the blades. There's just a brief pause of tension. I consider it confidential. If your business remains confidential, monsieur, so does mine. I will be taking him and leaving then. And he's going to make an attack roll on Roguefort. So that is going to be, since his allies are still in range, 2d20 plus 7. Yeah, that's gonna hit. And because of sneak attack, 1d6 plus 3 plus 3d6. That is a grand total of 16 damage. How many more Acme effects does Roguefort have? He's only level 6. Oh, he only has one, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He plunges the blade in, and one particular hand just clasps over the mouth, and though the ghost tries to wrestle further, the body has no strength to fight. The limbs sort of squirm, trying to pull the sword out of his gut, but... Sue, you are the closest one. Would you... Well, you and also the feline, since you have cat ears, would you two roll me a perception check to see if you hear what the Drider says before Roguefort falls unconscious and starts bleeding out?
What
You
is your
said perception?
again, Caitlin?
Yep, perception. This is a listening check. I realize probably with disadvantage because of the heavy rain overhead, but we're gonna say no. So just do it straight.
I mean, we can't hear the rain anymore. Well, that's one of the things for why the forest was so damn creepy. We can't hear anything. It's silent as death in there.
Okay, so
Oh, 14.
Sue doesn't. You actually hear. If you would like to see Monsieur Roguefort see the light of day as a free man again, you will stop resisting. Roguefort's expression grows briefly confused, which is the ghost expression looking briefly confused, but the glow fades because there's blood, there's syrup, there's honey, and the glow fades. Roguefort is unconscious. And the Drider is going to make a coin flip. 1, he's just going to try and kill Roguefort here and now. 2, he's going to try and kill him in private, away from his fun little friends. Here and now, he's going to reach over, pick up his other sword.
Oh.
See me.
Oh,
And
Caitlin wants to do a thing, but it's not her turn. No, Caitlin, you can't do that.
I know Mad Lad has something that he
20
would
plus
want to do, but he's not on his turn either.
17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 22, 23. A 23 hits, and because it's an auto crit, that is 2 failed death saves on Roguefort.
Did you just kill your character?
No, he's still got one more. He's still got one more.
There's one more death save, and then it's too late.
And normally he would be able to make the safe gesture of just bonus action fucking off and hiding. But he wants to finish this, and you don't know what he'll do with the body next. So he looks like he's going to reach down and stab him again on his next turn, but for now his turn is up. Mad Lad, Roguefort is down on the ground and bleeding out, and you've just watched him stab the man while he's down.
Alright, okay, alright. Alright, let's say, so let's say 5, 10. Okay, so if we get him out of the way, yeah. So Mad Lad is gonna actually just run at least one more space closer to the giant wolf spire. So like, the right space right next to Caitlin.
That is going to be a attack of opportunity
Yes, I know
on you.
this. Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna do that.
This is a learning experience, by the way. If you do not take the disengage action when you leave an opponent, then you will take an opportunity attack, which is them spending their usually one reaction to try and make an attack as you leave. A 6, however, will not hit you.
Yeah, Mad Lad takes one step over there, and then he's gonna use Thorn Whip. He is gonna pull. He's gonna try to pull away the spider from Roguefort. This Drider, I should say.
I was gonna say, there's like 2 other spiders. You gotta be specific.
No, I caught myself. So he is going to. Thankfully, there. I just need to hit this Drider. That's all I need to do.
Come on, Mad Lad.
No. This probably won't hit him. That's a.
You might be surprised.
7.
What is your attack?
That's a 13.
1 short. You were 1 short. His AC is 14.
Ah.
Okay.
It's one of those things where, like, it wraps around them and they promptly shake it off, right?
No. You basically wrap around it, but he just sort of moves just slightly to where the whip snaps. Snaps at air. It doesn't snap at him.
Okay. Mad Lad is going to keep going forward as fast as he can. So get him close to Roguefort as fast as he can for the rest of his movement. And he's going to command Red to grapple the Drider.
All right. So that is going to be athletics against your beloved beetle?
Yes. And there's visible tears in Mad Lad's eyes.
You're gonna hate finding out that he has a plus 11 to his athletics, aren't you?
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
That's a dirty 20. Roll for your bug.
I mean, Red has a plus 3, but this is not looking good.
You just have to beat a 20.
You say that like it's easy.
Exactly.
I've seen it.
Come on, Red. God damn it, that's a nat 1!
Oh, roll me a D100 on the fumble table. No. We get to use the fumble.
D100, where's this thing? Where's my D10? Oh, there's my D10. Okay. I gotta remember what this is. A double. Oh yeah, 00. That's an 8.
An 8 will get you.
I'm terrible with D100s. I have a curse.
You lose your combat footing, exposing yourself to your enemies. Your enemies have advantage on their first attack roll against you next round.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that the end of your turn?
Mad Lad already used his action and bonus action. He can't do anything else right now. He's trying to get closer to Roguefort so he can just pull him away or heal him in some way. But yes, unfortunately.
It is the Ettercap's turn. I'm going to roll an attack against Caitlin, because from its stealth position, it's going to try and web Caitlin down. 1d20 plus 4. Well, 2d20 since it's officially stealthed. However, that is a 6! You adeptly dodge a webbing. And unfortunately, the Ettercap has essentially revealed itself from its hiding spot. It does not have the funny same... It doesn't have the same thing as anybody else. So...
She also, does not care about it at the moment.
Nah. You would have cared more if it restrained you, but nah, the Ettercap is just a nuisance at this point. That's the end of the Ettercap's turn, though it is going to get closer to you now that it's bummed its shot. And it is going to actually try a claw attack, because at this point. 1d20 plus 4.
What reactions do you have, Caitlin? Do you have reactions? I
Does a
don't think you
13
do.
hit you? Does a 13 hit you?
No, her armor class is 15.
You very adeptly block it off with your battle axe. It screams in your face.
I was about to say she hits it with her tail. She's like, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Shut up and go away.
It is now your turn. Roguefort is bleeding out on the ground and close to death. Mad Lad is failing to stop the Drider, and you have 2 companions.
Question. Do you know the rules for jumping?
Let me pull it up. Quick reference, Jumping Player's Handbook. Give me a second. This is another fun learning experience for everyone involved, so let me put down the keyboard and take a sip of my water, because this is some reading. Yes, 5e Tools, I know you updated. Let me refresh the page. Your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing long jump, you can only leap half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear the jump costs a foot of movement. This rule assumes that the height of your jump doesn't matter, such as a jump across a stream or chasm. At your DM's option, you must succeed on a DC 10 strength athletics check to clear a low obstacle, no taller than a quarter of the jump's distance, such as a hedge or low wall. Otherwise, you hit it. When you land in difficult terrain, which is everywhere unfortunately, you must succeed on a DC 10 acrobatics check to land on your feet, otherwise you will land prone. So if you get a 10-foot head start, are you going for a long jump or high jump? Because there's 2 different rules here.
It would be a long jump, and she probably wouldn't bother with the 10-foot head start.
You cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. Otherwise, you can only leap half that distance.
And her strength score is 17, and her walking speed is 40.
Yeah.
So she would probably jump about 25 feet?
Uh-huh.
Roughly?
Roughly.
Cool. She also has the bestial soul jumping, which is she can make an athletics check and extend the jump by the number of feet equal to the check's total.
I do love beast barbarians. They never get enough attention.
No, they get enough attention, but at the same time, it's worth it. They can do good things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what is
I
your
normally just do it for mythological body horror.
Fair enough.
Anyway, what was it you asked?
Let's see. It would be, with that strength, it would be an extra 15 by the looks of it.
By the looks of it, yes.
Cool. She's going to launch herself 35 feet at the Drider and swing with her battle axe with the intent of taking off his head.
Okay, you can go... Okay, so since you're jumping, difficult terrain no longer matters to you. You can basically just jump right next to him and try to launch at him. Well, jump next to him and try to swing at him mid-jump.
Yeah, my plan.
Okay, you know what? You do have other things in the way, though, so you need to roll me an athletics check.
Let's see. We've rolled out.
Because there are other obstacles. There are spiders, there's a little boy, there's a bleeding body.
17!
Well, the good news is you've cleared that. You need to make an acrobatics check to land on your feet.
Cats always land on their feet.
I could make the joke. I do want to see if it works, though. Just don't jinx it. Just let's let it play out. Don't jinx it. Let's let it play out. Does the cat land on her feet? Yes, she does.
Woo!
So, roll to attack. Roll your barbarian attack on the Drider.
No,
To be
Oh my god.
Oh,
no.
roll me a D100.
She's a
Oh,
barbarian.
she's got 2 attacks.
Well, yeah, but you have to roll a D100 for me first.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we
Alright.
have to do the fumble before you do your next one. It's important.
Oh
One.
no.
Okay, you're embarrassed, but nothing remarkable happens. You miss your attack. Also, that's a miraculous number to roll. Anyway, roll your attack one more time. So this next attack will be as you land, because your attack when jumping misses as the Drider adeptly ducks your axe.
Come on.
13's not gonna cut it.
He parries it. He has to.
Yeah,
Oh, it's so
blocks it with his
cool!
sword.
It was
It-
so cool. Don't you
Yes!
have do you have Bardic
You have
Part
Bardic
two.
Inspiration.
Oh shit, yeah, I
He's-
do. Can I add that to that?
Yes!
What do I roll
Yeah.
for that?
Add a 1d6.
Even
I
if it's a
totally
1, it'll
forgot about
work.
the
Yeah.
inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah!
AC, you have to beat is 14, so yeah, roll your damage.
Yes. This is why you
And I
don't
see
forget
lightning
Bardic
with it.
Inspiration.
Let's see. And considering she's still ranging, that's a +5 to that 1d12.
Uh-huh.
13!
Woo!
You know what?
She breaks past his sword somehow.
Basically, your first swing, he parries the blow, but it kind of glances his sword aside, and you sort of do a twirling motion with your body where you whip around like a pinwheel, and yeah, you cut his chest open, or at least you gash it. You have given him you've given them the Captain Pickard, Captain Kirk chest cut. You have
Nice.
you have revealed the drow titty.
Yeah.
So that is a
And
13
she's
total.
snarling
And
too. She is beyond pissed at this point.
that's not enough damage that he's not going to have that. He'll take that. It could have been worse damage to him. He'll take it.
It lets her have the drama.
He
I'm
does
so
let her have it.
excited. I
He
didn't
respects
think
it.
that would work. I thought
And
it
he
would be cool, but I didn't think it'd work. I'm so excited.
That was an amazing moment.
That was very good.
He glances down at his chest for a moment. He kind of dabs a finger over it. Then again, there's that calm expression of respect. I must respect that. Very nicely done. And he's hang on. So your turn is done. It is now Roguefort's turn. Roguefort needs to make a death saving throw.
Anxiety.
1d20, he gets no con modifier, it's just a flat d20.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Your characters won't notice yet.
Oh, this has gone wrong.
This has gone so wrong.
Roguefort's turn passes. Sue,
Oh, this is going to
it's
make
your
it hurt so much more.
It's your turn, Sue.
I know it is. And if only I'd gone before. We'll see. Well, he's gonna have to make another attempt to get out of the web trap that he's in. I'm sorry, what am I rolling for that again? Athletics?
Athletics, yes.
Ugh, what a
I thought
pain.
you'd already
Or
gotten
you can try and if you want to do the funny tune moment, you can scoot yourself over toward the torch. I will allow it. Just so you could try and just like let it burn your web, but you won't get up off the ground. Considering it's difficult terrain and you're restrained, it will take half your total movement, but you can just do the funny tune thing and let the torch burn you.
I could if it expedites things.
Go for it. Oh, that's
Okay.
a lot of light. Okay, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. So, does that mean I am free?
Yeah, the webbing burns. It will take the rest of your movement to get up from being prone, however.
Oh, wait, so it takes half. Wait, I'm confused now.
Okay, no,
It'll
it'll
take
take
half
most
the
of your
movement.
it will take most of your movement. You'll have maybe 10 feet left.
10 feet left.
That'll get you next to the Drider and Roguefort's to Roguefort. I would love to stop hearing the storm alarm beep. That'd be splendid.
You
That'd be
said it
wonderful.
would get me next to them?
Yeah, it gets you within It gets you within range of fucking smackin'.
All right, great. He's gonna do that, but what he's gonna do is he's gonna do something really fucking stupid. And I live by that. So, so he's going to get out from the sticky web, and he's gonna be within range. But what he's attempting to do is to not hit anybody. He's attempting to at least try. I mean, he's not going to be able to, but it's more for flavor. He's going to try to put himself between the Drider and Roguefort. Stop it.
You know what? I'll allow it, yeah.
Stop it, please. I don't know what's going on, but you have to stop all of this.
This Drider stares down at you, you seeming small and almost insignificant, but not to this one. A kneeling little cloud creature sitting before a body that nobody has quite noticed has stopped breathing.
Please, he's really hurt. And I know you could talk about the circle of life or whatever, but he was just trying to help us. He was trying to help us. And we don't know what you want from us. Just please.
There's actually a moment of quiet. Of course, the Drider recognizes that you're the only one that is not immediately attacking. Everyone else has a look of murder, which is, yeah, as they should. But I'm actually going to roll an insight from the Drider to the party. So this is not just a one-person insight. This is a party insight.
Well, I know for Caitlin, he's going to notice that she's not really dressed for fighting Driders.
You motherfucker. Of the one of the times you could have rolled high.
You can always roll again.
I can always what?
I mean, you could always give him a second chance, considering, he's probably at least pausing for a second to go, wait a minute. Why is this kid telling me to stop?
Yeah,
Why
we'll
is
give
there
him
even a
one
kid
more
here?
insight. One more. 17. Does the 17 say that the group are coworkers or friends?
Most likely coworkers. I mean, I know at the very least, none of them came here really for anything big. Caitlin's still in, her cute little dress and shirt combo. She's not really dressed for a battle, outside of maybe some hunting.
Yeah, Mad Lad is more prepared for hunting. He is more prepared for battle, but that's just because he knows what he's like Roguefort. He knows that when you hunt, that's what you need to prepare for.
This little cloud kid probably has never even heard a fly, and he was here to learn the ropes, and he just doesn't know what's going on. He was hoping maybe to make friends and have a good bonding experience, not this.
Yeah, I think. Then again, they are all for EGAD, so if EGAD has some kind of Chris thing that you're supposed to wear when you're doing something, they're probably all wearing it.
That is
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
There are badges.
Mm-hmm.
So,
In which case, every single one of them is wearing an EGAD badge.
so the Drider looks between, of course, Caitlin, the angry cat that he has carefully deflected, the cloud kid that is desperately just begging for it to stop. And both of these give the feeling of coworker. What does Omeron see when he looks at you, Mad Lad, with a 17 insight?
definitely probably the coworker vibes between, like, say Sue and is yeah. So my brain is.
He doesn't care about the other two. Roguefort.
This is a matter of protection for Mad Lad. He he is trying to protect Rofer with his own very life. You could tell this is a very hurt kid that has definitely seen death before and never wants it to be seen again. And there's probably an air of very much sort of vengeance, but that's because you definitely are pretty much like he's Roquefort's on death's door, and he is fighting so hard to protect him from you.
Yes, I'd like to give the point here that we may all be coworkers, but for Sue, he barely even knows these guys. Well, I mean through EGAD, yeah, but they've never really been together and everything. This kid just flung himself between this guy and Roguefort without a second thought, without trying to put up a weapon. Just like, you know?
I think what we're trying to say is the impression is they all know each other through work, and they're all decently good friends, but it's the friendship of, this is a person I work with at my job.
Yeah, at least for
we
Mad
had a
Lad,
picnic together, guys.
yeah, and at least for Mad Lad, it's definitely more personal because he's definitely seen Roquefort as a more father figure. That
Yeah, you've had more personal experiences with the poor guy. You just had a fishing trip not that long ago. You gave him an earring. He's still wearing the earring.
Oh.
There is a tense moment. And it's only quite enough that you can, in fact, hear the heavy rain still pouring down on top of the tree canopy above you. None of it breaks through except to drip down the leaves, just almost for a drizzle. The only light source is your torch. And the drider before you, the colors that look like a phased spider give him the appearance of a ghost. There's a moment of quiet that passes. He glances, of course, between each of you. He glances from the Cloud Kid, who has in fact just thrown himself between a much bigger drider and the body on the floor. Then there is, of course, the cat that, to her credit, just tried to do an absolute X-Men move and absolutely launch at him.
Brushed it.
Yeah.
And then,
admittedly, she is also partially riding on adrenaline of being attacked by spiders.
Yeah, spiders that still want to attack, mind you. And then there's the little boy. The little boy with the look of vengeance, with the name of a dragon on his lips, and tears running down his face. A moment of quiet passes, and the drider goes, "Would you call yourselves work friends or real friends?"
Well, to be completely frank, I only met Mr. Roguefort today.
He's like my father.
You see the slight eyebrow quirk on the drider that says you've piqued his interest. You're not sure if you like it yet or not.
He doesn't fucking care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
I know.
Caitlin still wants to embed her axe in him because how fucking dare you come in and act all high and mighty when, as far as we can tell, you're just an asshole.
Oh yeah, Mad Lad agrees with Caitlin. He wants to pull a bullet through his head.
How many of you know how sugar plum fairies work? For those of you that don't know, Arcana or Nature Chick.
What is your arcana? Huh, the same as nature. Huh, you know.
Oh, hey, you actually got a 16 on that one.
Let's see, Mad Lad. What is? I mean, both of them are a +2. Okay, that's a 19. Wait, I want to put this in the player chat. Where's the roll? So
Roll zone.
yeah,
Roll zone would be
17.
preferred.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, so on a 10, Sue, you've heard of sugar plum fairies from that one ballet and the book. You don't really know anything else. The
Yeah,
16
sugar
on
plum.
it's a
Sorry,
sugar plum ballet. It's a
he
song.
knows that
You know
well.
that? And then there's of course Caitlin's role, and a lot of lighting in my window. I'm gonna ignore that. And Caitlin, you know that sugar plum fairies are more than just a song. It comes in a basis of truth. Sugar plum fairies are a different species of fairy that are a little different than traditional fairies, but certainly not on the same level as archfey. They're fairies of nostalgia and memory and childhood sweetness. And you at least have the knowledge that they've dwindled in numbers in the previous years to the point that encounters with them are scarce, if not non-existent. So the fact that they've just fallen into ballet and stories is a factor of time. And Mad Lad, a 19, is it Arcana or Nature?
Um,
This is
prob-
important.
let's see. Probably Arcana because it's just like, what does that have to do with Roguefort?
Sugar plum fairies are more than sweetness and childhood. More than just nostalgia. They are the death and rebirth of memory. Death and rebirth tends to feature heavily in their life cycles. You remember from previous accounts from your grandfather, discussing sugar plum fairies on very rare occasions, that the fact that their numbers have been dwindling is not only tragic, but it's also an oddity. Because sugar plum fairies don't traditionally stay dead. They die, they go into a cocoon, or some people have said it's like a miraculous sort of princess in the swan. There's stories, there's different accounts.
Fair enough.
They die, something happens, and they come back, fresh and clean and new again. Not completely different, but not completely the same. But it was always an oddity on your grandfather's account because, again, if sugar plum fairies could just come back, their numbers should be fine unless they were, deliberately being hunted and made sure not to continue their natural cycle. And the same breath, you've never heard Roguefort discuss dying or coming back. The only thing he's ever even briefly mentioned to you is the kitchen and the oven.
Yeah, that's why I know that I'm not very sure where we are in combat. Mad Lad is basically gonna be using an expeditious retreat on his next turn to get to Roguefort.
We'll get to him in a moment.
Yeah.
At the moment, initiative has briefly paused. It has not stopped, but as he stands here saying this, he did ask you the question that you should answer of how much do you know about sugar plum fairies? As he says this, he lifts a hand, and you don't quite realize it, but the giant spiders turn passes because he gives them the gesture to stop approaching. So what normally would have been angry creatures looking to, defend their territory, or the territory they shouldn't have, stops just behind you. And at the top of the turn order is, well, Mad Lad, if you'd like to answer his question and then run to Roguefort.
So, what is the question one more time?
How
What
much
do
do
you
you
know about
Sugar plum fairies? Yeah.
I know a good bit about them. My grandfather told me stories. They say they're based on memories and cycle of rebirth. They say, why do you ask? As Mad Lad basically uses his race ability, which is going to be his Warren expedition trait to get to Roguefort, and even I know what happened, Mad Lad is gonna basically gonna get to him and use Cure Wounds on Roguefort out of desperation.
You know what?
Oof.
I want you to roll me a D100. You want a low number for this.
Okay, alright, Luck. Do not make this, like, come on. I am bad with D100.
Don't bite Winona in the butt with this.
Yes, I am embracing my bad luck right now. Please and thank you. I need a low roll. That is a. That is a. God fucking damn it! That's a 92! This is what happens to me! No!
Hang on a moment.
No!
I realize I made a mistake with the roll. If you're going to try and cure wounds him, to try and do something outside of your expertise, are you praying to anyone?
Praying.
Are you, yes or no?
Probably. He's probably gonna first call on Bahamut. Since that Salvador. That's the gem dragon god that they go upon. He's gonna pray to Salvador. He's gonna pray to whatever gods that could hear him. Prays to the nature god that helped him in the forest. He's praying to anyone just to listen to his plea to help, bring back Roguefort.
You may give me one more roll. Again, if this is divine intervention, you want it to be low. And I mean low.
I know. I usually have. I'm not gonna say anything. Come on.
Yeah, don't say.
All right. That's cockeyed. That is.
We normally just say it's cocked.
I'd say cockeyed. I don't know. I that's the way I do it. That's a 50,
Mm-hmm.
That's a 56.
You reach down. Your magic does go forth and it does start sealing wounds. But as your hand reaches down, you realize two things. One, his torso does not move beneath your hand. And two, even though the torchlight reflects in his googly eyes, the light of life is gone. Roguefort is dead.
Oh. Oof. Yeah, Mad Lad's just shaking. He is unresponsive and even Red is taken aback and is now getting closer to his master because he knows his master is not doing well right now.
Monsieur Roguefort's situation is more complicated than able to be explained. But if you wish to assist him in any way, then I know how it will sound. But you must let him stay dead.
Mad Lad's just. I'm not very sure if he's getting the A to B right now that this writer is trying to get to him with his hey, do you know about sugar plum fairies? And then that note of, hey, you should probably let Roguefort stay dead. He is just. Mad Lad probably just snaps. Like there's like that anime thin strand just snaps as basically Mad Lad commands Red to sick on this Drider.
All right. Roll an attack for Red. And yeah, Caitlin and Sue, you can probably clue in that the fact that
Okay.
Mad Lad has immediately made his order, and that the cure wounds did go off on Roguefort, but he's not waking up, that Roguefort's gone.
Yeah, that's an 18 to hit.
Alright, roll your damage.
Wait.
Alright. Wait, I didn't. You know, I never thought about this, but infused strikes when. Oh, it's another feature. Never mind. So that's gonna be 1d6 piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's 4 plus 3, so that's 7 damage.
Yeah? Alright. Will that be your turn?
I don't think Mad Lad can do anything else right now. Wait. Bonus action. He uses action to heal. No, he can't do anything. I had to double check math.
And I will say above the table, if anyone else does have healing magic, you can also try the Divine Intervention once. But at the moment, it is the Ettercap's turn, and the Ettercap, of course, firstly notices that the Drider has been attacked again. So I'm actually going to roll something for Omeron to see if he stops the Ettercap from attacking or not. Something is hissed out, and Mad Lad, you're blind with rage. I doubt you're even going to listen.
Nope.
I can recognize. And it is, again, that language you understand. And Caitlin, you actually do see specifically from your angle that the Ettercap that was about to go up behind Mad Lad and try to garrote him with the same silk thread is stopped by whatever the Drider says. And kind of looks up. Even though it doesn't have a human face, you almost wonder if it looks confused. The Ettercap's turn ends. Caitlin, it's your turn.
You know that thing that happens to some people when they find out something really awful while they're really angry and suddenly that anger goes cold?
Mm-hmm.
That has just happened to Caitlin. And her head is suddenly a lot clearer, and she's piecing together things that she probably normally wouldn't under a rage. First off, that the person who is coming to help them hunt is no longer among them. The second, this guy almost sounds like he's talking about helping in a very twisted way, which she doesn't like, but she still wants to stab him for.
Insight check. Nobody's insight checked
I think she's gonna do that.
I mean, Mad Lad's not going to, but that's.
Yeah, no, but like, I am saying it is an also, I am saying we do have the 60-mile-per-hour winds now, so I apologize if I immediately disappear.
No, you're fine. Hopefully they won't. Fingers crossed. Knock on
Whoa.
wood.
Oh.
Mm.
17 on her insight.
Ooh.
There's a strange thing here. Firstly, there was clearly the intent of a fight. That is most you can gather. The attempt to maim is still clear. And the truth is, he definitely wanted a fight with Roguefort. He definitely wanted damage. He wanted pain. He wanted hurt. And yet, there's something else. And you mentioned you're piecing it together, but you kind of piece it together in faster succession with the insight check. The first thing is, none of this stuff should be here because it's not natural. It's against other Fae. It's against the natural order. They should still be removed. Morally speaking, you're like, yeah, these guys should be still gotten rid of. But the first thing is, he wasn't expecting Roguefort. He was pleasantly surprised by Roguefort. But then, if he just wanted to get rid of Roguefort permanently, and then get rid of his funny little friends for intruding on his plan, why hasn't he let the Ettercap and spiders kill you yet? You watched him plunge his sword down into Roguefort's body. You watched him ambush him from afar. You know what he's capable of, so why is he not doing it? This doesn't line up with traditional Drider behavior, let alone the reputation of Omeron. This is...
Well, she doesn't know who he is.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't line up. And it makes you think, yeah, in a twisted way, why would he bring up the death and what you know of the Sugar Plum Fairies? Why would he ask you what you knew and if you were close to Roguefort? Is he trying to help Roguefort? By killing him?
Well, her brain always, when I think of death and rebirth, the thing that always pops into my brain is phoenixes. Which they kind of have to go through a tragedy before they're basically able to start over. And I think that would kind of be where her brain would jump to, only it's like Sugar Plum Fairies can't trigger it themselves, so someone else has to trigger it, maybe?
You don't know the semantics? We'll go with it for now.
She's grabbing at scraps based on what's being yelled here. Give her a break.
Yeah.
You're doing better than most would, considering most would, as with Mad Lad, be blind with grief and rage. But
she has grieved before. That's why her anger went cold.
But since you've clocked that in, you still have your turn. What would you like to do with it? Because Mad Lad very clearly wants to kill the Drider. The Drider, for some reason, is not letting the Ettercapid spiders continue attacking. Oh, that was a big clack of lightning. Oh, dear.
There is more here. And part of me wants to know. But also, I know so little that I'm not sure I would be of much use. And she's not speaking very loudly, but she is staring very hard at him in that calculated trying to pick you apart where you stand way that some cats do when you're doing something weird.
Yeah, let me roll a perception to see if he hears you. Yeah, I'd say an 18 hears.
Yeah, I say that.
He's probably also clocking out like what I said. She's staring at him like she's trying to pick him apart where he's standing to figure out what is going on in his head. Like she wants to crack it open and see the information. She's also still mad enough that she wants to just straight up crack his head open.
Well, yeah.
But now there's knowledge hunger in there.
That is the curiosity. Do you get revenge for your friend, or do you listen to the one that was trying to kill you? It's the curiosity. So what do you do with your turn? I have to roll a
D2 because, like, she's still on the fence between taking a swing and wanting information. What will you do? Will you demand answers, or will you stab? Cool. I said that in the order of what it was. Demand answers as it is. Pardon my language for just a moment. What the fuck is going on here?
You are actually going to get an insight check your way. Give me just a moment. Of all the...
9.
Unfortunately, he doesn't really quite clock that you are trying to ask him for information because he is currently being assaulted by a big bug and he's kind of trying to deflect that at the moment. So
he at least clocked that she wants to crack his head open and dig for the information.
You've said that out loud. Is there anything you would like to... Would you like to do anything with your turn?
I think she's going to hold an action in case he tries to attack again.
Alright, so that is Caitlin's turn passed. Roguefort is no longer an initiative, so I should just erase his number. Poor guy. Sue, it's your turn. Mad Lad has launched red at the Drider. The Drider does not seem to be fighting back for some reason. Yet. And you notice your barbarian friend, who was very, very easy to swing at people, is not swinging at him yet, for some reason.
Instead, she's doing that cat thing of staring really hard like you're a puzzle they're trying to pick apart.
Trying to think what he would do, because I've been thinking the whole time, but now I'm also indecisive.
Ah, the worst feeling. That's exactly what Caitlin was handing me.
Yeah.
Also, I will say above board, if you do happen to kill the party and not get any answers, depending on how much money you have, I can say you can try and pay for a resurrection, if you choose not to let Roguefort stay dead.
You know how much a
But
resurrection costs?
No, yeah, that's why I mentioned.
Again, Caitlin is still a little bit got Phoenix on the brain. He's just like, he might come back if we do the right thingies. Phoenixes need pyres.
As
Caitlin, do you say that out loud?
No, she doesn't, but well, she
Aw.
might be mumbling it, but in that very quiet way of trying to puzzle things out because no one is giving her answers and there is no book she can crack open
The
for
funny
them.
thing is, I will say the 17 probably hears that, and before he deflects another blow from Red, you actually hear the Drider say, technically, they make cocoons. And then blocks another blow from a very angry beetle.
Oh, she's getting things from him.
You get things if you
one ear
talk.
has perked up.
You get
One
things if you
ear has
talk.
perked up. She's getting information.
Ooh, dirty 20 on an insight on the Drider.
ooh, nice.
The intent of competition, rivalry, clearly something passed here, something died, and yet, again, the situation could be turned toward the Drider's advantage, and it could very, very easily turn it to just disassembling the rest of your puny little party, so why is he not? Basically, you're cluing in that maybe the Drider wants more than he's letting on. Granted, in a very morbid, twisted way, in the fact that your buddy is also already past tense, so at this point, whatever you do, it's go big or go home.
What can you say? And you can tell it's really strange because he's gone very, very quiet and very sullen. And he
Oui, a cocoon. They must cocoon and they hit, and he blocks another blow from the beetle because Mad Lad's sure not fucking listening.
Nope.
it's just like a butterfly.
They must cocoon in a place of fondest memory, fondest personal closeness, and stay there until the germination period is over. Just the grunts timed with every block and dodge. Since you're not attacking, I am saying, even though the initiative number is still up, technically the only one in initiative at the moment would be Mad Lad with the guy, because the others, when you do turn to look, nobody else is attacking. The giant spiders are, of course, maintaining a very cautious closeness, but the Ettercap that looked like he wanted to garrot your little boy is just kind of standing there waiting, still looking tense.
It's like a butterfly.
Oh, this is
Okay.
some bizarre
Okay.
way of helping, isn't it?
Okay. As someone whose sister's part of the Fae, I'm deciding to trust you, which might not be great, but
I would call that a mistake, but continue. He's blocking another blow.
he starts pulling some of the webbing off of himself and in the surrounding area. He actually turns his back
Honey.
towards the Drider and starts wrapping up Roguefort with the webbing.
Honey, Roguefort needs to make the cocoon.
Oh, is that right?
It's
Monsieur Roguefort will make his own cocoon. I know he is that, and he blocks another blow from the. I assume your turn passes because this is your action. The others are no longer an issue, so sadly, Mad Lad, what are you going to try to do to the Drider?
So, Mad Lad, here's the funny thing about Mad Lad. Wait.
He sure is mad.
Yeah, he sure is mad, and he's a lad. He's gonna get up close and personal to this Drider and attack him.
Mad
All right.
Lad, sweetheart. Oh, this is
Stop
going to
it.
be a problem.
Yeah, you're gonna have to physically restrain him, and I will even allow a grapple before his next attack, because he is going to go at this guy.
I think considering where Caitlin is, she's probably going to have to be the one to do the grapple, considering she's the barbarian.
Actually, the closest one is Sue, unfortunately. Unless you don't want to follow the map and you just want to say you both can restrain him, because I'll post the newest screenshot of the player maps. You're going the shortest route to trying to kill. I should probably also be spoilering all these pictures of spiders, but I'll get to that later. I'll just delete some of the previous ones real quick.
Oh wait, so I'm the
No,
closest,
good.
yeah?
Yeah.
You are the closest, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm gonna make it attack.
It'd be a grapple, if you're trying to grapple him, but,
No, I'm not.
okay, fair enough.
All right,
Wait,
so
what?
I'm actually gonna attack Mad Lad, but here's why. Hopefully, because I'm planning to spend a key point to do Stunning Strike.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're gonna
I
You're
see
gonna
what
flick him in the forehead. You're gonna flick him in the forehead.
No, I see what you're doing now.
Essentially.
That's actually a great idea.
Uh-huh.
So go ahead and try.
Yeah, I know. I gotta roll to attack is the thing.
Nope.
14.
Nope. You had to beat or beat an 18.
An 18?
Yeah, I don't know why the small child has so much armor, by the way.
I have a second attack?
Yes, you are
Oh,
able
yeah,
to get him with
that's
that second attack.
Yeah. But I have to use a key point, and then you have to roll a con save.
Con save? Okay. I'm so sorry. That's one of his.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm loving the drama here.
No, I love this drama too. Say,
In
but
all
he's
fairness, I
proficient in
wasn't-
con saving throws. So let's see.
I will say, in all fairness, considering how much
Oh,
damage
the dice
Madlad does,
tell What do I need to beat? First of all,
What do you have?
I have. Let's say the dice. I'm not very sure if this is lower than not, but that's a 9 plus a 5, so that makes a 14.
What is mine? I think that actually meets it. Let me see.
it might mean it, but to be fair, you also, even if you do decide to keep going, you do realize that you actually got smacked by your buddy, so you can't stop for a moment and just wonder what the fuck, Sue is doing.
No, that's also fair, but I want to see if this plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just meets it, so.
Meets it, beats it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you, Mad Lad.
I mean, he doesn't do this silently. He goes, "Stop it."
Mad Lad, despite not being stunned, is stunned in a way as he just stops
He's
and looks at his fellow comrades.
he's not mechanically stunned.
He's not mechanically stunned, but he is.
He's
But he's
emotionally
flavor
stunned.
He's emotionally.
He's emotionally.
He's emotionally stunned as he just glare. It just doesn't glare, but it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just like, he killed Roguefort.
Mad Lad, sweetling, he can come back.
What?
Yes, you can come back.
Sugar plum fairies.
Did you
they
hear what you
revive.
said?
He's
It's about memories.
Sugar
What's-
plum fairies do not stay dead, monsieur.
Roguefort never said he was a sugar plum fairy, and he just points his gun back at the Drider.
Stop it.
Yes, and nothing that comes back instantly.
He's got to make a
Phoenixes need
cocoon. He's like a
fire.
butterfly.
Tyrion, what?
I mean, close.
Phoenixes need pyres and take several days before they come back.
Usually it's weeks, if not months, for sugar plum fairies, but it's been so long since one actually has had the ability to die naturally that its number could be debated. The Drider has gone immediately from just deflecting blows to just, you have unfortunately unlocked bookworm mode.
Yeah, Red probably stopped too, as like he probably noticed that attacking, so Red is possibly also confused. It's just like
It'd be really funny, like Sue just whacked him with it, and everyone just kind of looked like, "What the hell, man?"
yeah, basically it's what happens. Like, why should I trust the guy who just attacked us?
Because I'm not letting the others kill you, first and foremost. Even though you decided to trespass on my own personal hunting ground.
And yet you're the one who invaded this forest.
That tends to be part of the job. And the
Mad
caps on
Lad,
natural predators to
listen,
fair.
you were the one who said that they came back. He was not the one to tell us that to make us stop.
Mad Lad. Mad Lad needs to make an insight. Because
As you make an insight, he is going to speak, but you can continue.
no, Mad Lad does not want to trust this guy. He hates this guy right now.
Well, for good reason.
How much has Monsieur Roguefort told you about his workplace? The food court.
That's a 15, so.
The Drider is treading on thin ice, but to be fair, it's like both of you are standing on tightrope. So he is as carefully navigating his conversation with you as you are carefully navigating his.
Roguefort.
I don't think Mad Lad's carefully navigating at this point. I think he just wants to have
The rest of you are, but to be fair.
Mad Lad is only on. Mad Lad is one bad word away from shooting this guy. He's trigger happy.
Yeah, Mad Lad is stab, murder, death.
Mad Lad, but relating to his question about the food court, Mad Lad is just like, he doesn't like talking about it.
And yet he talks about working with you and your affiliation quite happily. You do not wonder why that is, monsieur?
It honestly ain't none of my business. If he wants to eventually tell me and trust, I understand secrets.
I think what he means is that he likes them more. Likes you more.
I mean, yeah. But
what is the easiest word I could use that a little boy with a gun would understand? Well, here's a word that an adventurer would understand coming out of a Drow's mouth. He's a slave.
Yeah, Mad Lad actually lowers his gun when you say that. Even a base insight, like Mad Lad gets that immediately. He's what?
In not so many words, in a little more magical way, he is you know what? Perhaps this is not the place. And he holds a hand up and, of course, glances briefly over to the not quite as heavily bleeding body.
Sue continues wrapping up the body.
Yeah, you know what? Sue is allowed to at least. He's wearing a cape. You can also wrap his cape around him.
That too.
If you will want to appropriately wrap him for burial, you will want to put his hands on his chest with the sword.
Ah, okay.
But you said he needs to.
See,
but you said you need him to cocoon.
No. Yes, I get that, but say that it is metaphorically like a burial.
It's a ritual sort of
It
thing.
is a ritual, yes. This is the point.
Basically, what I want to do is make sure nothing else happens to him while he's working on the cocoon.
How about we get away from the nest that all of these spiders are making, and we can discuss it there. That way, they can stop giving me confused looks as to why they are not allowed to touch all the tasty-looking chickens in front of them.
My hell.
You do look back, and while the giant wolf spiders are, just standing there like spiders, one of them still looking upset at your fire beetle friend for nearly killing it, mind you.
Red is very much glaring back. He's like, do it. I'll yeet you out of existence.
The Ettercap is the one that, at least body language wise, does seem the most confused, but here's the thing. Firstly, the Ettercap compared to the spiders is at least the Ettercap is an innately evil creature.
Yeah.
It is, however, a natural predator to the Fae, but not a natural predator to the material plane. So it is not supposed to be here, and it should die, but at the moment you can kind of see where the not quite docile behavior, but you can see why other people call them shepherds, because the way he's standing there, and then, of course, reaches down a claw and actually kind of scratches at the wolf spider next to it, kind of does make it look like a shepherd and a sheep. In a miserable little way.
Demented spider way. Yeah. Caitlin still gives them a dirty look. She does not like those things. No, thank you.
They eat Fae. It would be best to get the Fae away from them.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. And Bad Lad actually gives a little head nod to Red and say Red basically gives the motion to Sue to put Roguefort on his back.
Hooray.
The funny thing is you do the motion, and there is a split second where the Drider actually tries to. But before you can even stop him, there is a flash of blue from the sword, and he needs to make a wisdom save very briefly. So that is... Omeron gets a +2, same as Roguefort. Bless his stupid, evil little soul.
And unfortunately, no wait, no.
Oh, it's a 6!
He reels back from it, and you can briefly hear, "Don't you dare!" And the Drider kind of lifts the hands, backs up from the body. The sword continues glowing a very bright, very angry blue.
Sorry.
Understandable. You may continue.
Yeah, long story short, Roguefort has a haunted sword. Yeah.
Oh, so that's what that was.
Yeah.
It appears to be a weapon of vengeance. They usually are souls bound to weapons not by their consent, usually very wrathful spirits. I did not think him want to work with the undead. Get the body moving. We can discuss this elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mad Lad even helps say Sue get Roguefort on Red's back.
And you can see the ethereal shape, not the physical shape, because the swarm could no longer be physical. The ethereal shape of the dinner critter is kind of like a funeral march following Red.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You can't read their expressions, though, because of those big, blank, googly eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And the Drider, of course, gives you a good distance before following, because he knows if he gets too close, one of you might pull a gun on him.
Yeah, and Mad Lad's also going to try to check for one more thing, because usually Blanca is usually physical most of the time, and he's wondering if Blanca was hidden upon Roguefort.
Blanca is among the ethereal march.
Alright, I was just curious.
She's in front.
I want to roll something really little and quick.
Sure.
It's a silly history thing that I want to roll, just to see if the thought occurs to her.
Uh-huh.
Does the thought occur to you? No, it doesn't.
What thought are you thinking of? Come on, give it to me and I'll see what you can do.
Stealing the Drider's lost sword?
I don't think you need to roll for that. And the thing is, he did wind up picking it back up.
Well, I meant the one that got knocked out of his hand and got lost in the webbing, because I don't remember him actually saying that he got in.
I said he picked it up, yes.
I thought it was still on the ground, and the thought was,
Nah.
Did she remember that it fell on the ground, and would she try to take it?
Nah, it's still in this person. I mean, if you want to test
the tiniest bit of spite.
The tiniest,
your thing.
It's the temptation of, do you really want to test the tiger?
He's a barbarian. I feel like
But-
to a degree that in and of itself is the answer.
You do occasionally get you hear a move to the left, move to the right, go around that tree, and essentially he kind of guides you around what other traps would have been there. And there's clearly a lot that you missed, conveniently for the fact that most of you flew.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
eventually you
Caitlin
find.
did damn good on sneaking past them. I'm
Mhm,
still really proud of that.
mhm.
Yeah.
Now, you find the edge of the forest, and it is again raining heavy as hell outside. Once
It's
you head
raining
back out,
cats and dogs, even though there's a cat already there.
it's raining dogs. The cats are already present. But you head out toward the rain. He stays in the shady part. He does not go toward the. Even though there is no sunlight out, which is good for him, he's staying there just so that, like. You think, at least from Caitlin, your earlier insight check, you think he's doing this as a gesture of not necessarily good faith, but as a gesture of maybe you will listen to him if he does not invade your space. Distance is like, cats keep their distance if they want to trust each other. They don't necessarily sit close to each other if they're close. So it's like a
Yeah, she gets that. She's a cat.
So he finds a tree to sit near and sort of settles himself on the moss. And
Alright. Okay.
you find a tree to take shelter under?
Caitlin does. She's a fluffy cat. She was dealing with sopping wet fur, which was one of the reasons why she went into the rage in the first place, because she was feeling miserable.
Mhm.
She's still a little bit miserable, and now there's a dead body.
Weirdly enough, the dead body is not starting to smell. But maybe don't focus on that at the moment.
Oh, she's not going to.
Yeah, Nala is just staying close to Roguefort's body.
She's going to do the delicate lady thing of very neatly sitting down with her feet under her and saying, "Okay, let's start from the top, shall we?"
Let's. Now, traditionally, I would say that as intruders, and he holds a hand up so you don't interrupt him immediately, I would usually be the one to ask questions. The circumstance, however, here is different enough that you are the ones more justified in asking questions first. So, you ask a question, I answer, and then I ask you a question. How was that?
I believe that is reasonable.
Wonderful, wonderful. You go ahead. One question to start.
All right. I'll start with, am I correct in assuming that at least part of your ambush against Roguefort was an attempt to assist in a life cycle?
Part of. Part of it was also to show I was the better swordsman of the two. I was not expecting to win this encounter, if I am going to be quite honest.
Well, sometimes we're lucky when we don't expect it.
He almost says something, but then he thinks about the word for a minute, again, because you have a very trigger-happy child next to you.
Yeah.
When I say that
I love how
Monsieur
the barbarian is being the reasonable one.
Yeah, it's funny, but let's continue.
When I say that Monsieur Roguefort has lost a touch, I do not mean that he has lost his talent as a hunter. I mean that he has lost some of his touch, in that he is not as formidable of a foe as he once was to me in the past. And I know who to blame.
Who would say, maybe it's a redundant question, but who is to blame for this? Who is...
You ask
We
next.
had agreed
I
one
ask
at a time.
first. Thank you.
Mad Lad just growls a little bit.
We're operating on Fey rules, dear. That means manners before grudges.
I was going more on elven rules, but I suppose Fey rules also apply. And I am correct in assuming that Monsieur Roguefort has maintained a level of confidentiality, whether willing or not, about his work with the food court, oui?
Yes.
I would have to assume.
Yes, he has.
That is my question. Now you may ask yours. He does have a smile you want to stab, but the questions are important first.
Caitlin has reached exhausted exasperation at this point. She's like, we just need the info. We need the info. Please, we can stab each other at a later date. She has not said this out loud, but that's the impression she's giving.
Alright. Mad Lad is just like, you mentioned Roquefort is a slave. Who is his master and what are their intentions?
I will consider that one question and not two. The head chefs are his masters. Specifically, Granny Bunty. If anyone would like to roll a history check on the name Granny Bunty, you may.
I will at least try.
What do you get with that, Caitlin?
Okay.
9. You know nothing.
14. Huh.
13.
Okay. So, past a 10, the name Granny Bunty does show up usually in a number of kitchens as a respectable chef. Nobody past a 15, but she's known to be respected as the head chef of the food court. She also usually runs her own television program, sometimes run cooking competitions, that kind of thing. And is said to be in charge of she and her two sisters, Punchy and Bella. Which you don't know as much about because Bunty likes to have the spotlight. She's also stunningly pretty, according to most accounts, and is usually very popular when she shows up on our television show.
Caitlin has this look on her face that you can just tell you could have just started speaking a language that she doesn't know. It means nothing to her.
Mm-hmm.
Mad Lad doesn't know all the details, but I think he knows a bitch when he sees one, when he hears one.
I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch that I hear about one.
But Caitlin has that blank face, and I'm sure the Drider can see it. She's like,
Yeah,
I have no idea what you just said to me.
yeah, Omeron can tell. Let me put
I'm
this in a different.
assuming... Okay. So, this Miss Madam Miss
Say
Bunty?
Mad Lad holds up a hand. He didn't answer the rest of it.
I was working on it. To put it into better perspective, she does not appear to be a grandmother, does she? And yet, why would she call herself a granny?
Most likely for
Arcana.
manipulative reasons. Make her seem
Oh.
innocent.
That's an Arcana check.
Oh, she's got some kind of twisted magic immortality thing going, doesn't she?
That's an Arcana check. See if you can clock it.
Fair enough.
Cause this, yes, but also no. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Caitlin's got no.
Oh.
Hey, so Sue.
One,
I mean, fair enough.
nothing.
So
Nothing. The face is blank. She's like,
Caitlin's face
she's
is blank, but-
automatically jumped to her assumption.
That's 19.
She
Fair
doesn't
enough.
care what the
Hey.
actual answer is.
A nat
So-
1 and a nat 20 honestly balances all that should be.
The
So,
duality
the
of the dice.
First thing we'll go to is the 19. Is there are a few situations that maybe someone who is, is not a grandmother to grandchildren would call herself a granny. Perhaps it is a title, perhaps it is a nickname, perhaps it is an in-joke, perhaps it is, and you only get part of it. Sue is the one that nat 20s and gets the immediate point A to point B point. And for a brief moment, Mad Lad, of course, is the thought of, okay, so it might be a nickname, might be an in-joke, might be because it's a hag in charge of a coven. And Sue, you immediately think to bedtime stories. You immediately think to tales at the bar. You immediately think to a haunted adventurer looking at you with hollow, graven eyes and grim lines set into the face, holding his beer like a lifeline. Talking about Granny Morgantha, talking about Granny Lysaga, talking about Granny this and Granny that. Granny, specifically in the sense of a bedtime story, is that of a head of a coven of hags, usually 3 bare minimum. Granny is the name of the one in charge of the coven. It is a title of power, it is not a title of children, it is not a title of love, it is the title of a witch of the worst kind. And when you think of Roguefort being referred to as a slave, and you think, hags are fey, aren't they? Then you realize.
Oh my.
Because part of the food court's reputation used to be more pleasant until the new head chef took charge some centuries ago. And suddenly everyone was on thin ice, speaking of the food court with reverence and fear.
Caitlin's brain still jumped to, oh, this bitch is using illegal, awful magics to make herself immortal and young.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, hags are kind of immortal. On the other hand, yeah, Caitlin does not put 2 and 2 together. Mad Lad, you kind of briefly think hag, but then you think, oh, it could be any number of things. But if the Drider's trying to imply hag, but Sue, you get the full clue combined with the food court info of, oh, Roguefort works for a trio of hags, doesn't he? Oh no!
Oh my god. What has he gotten himself into?
What? What is it?
Well,
They're hags.
if it has to do with court, oh.
Hags.
And the Drider smiles, but even with an insight check, you can't tell whether that's sadistic or whether it's almost sad. You really can't read it, but it is just a bittersweet little look.
I've heard the stories.
Hags don't always give a choice either.
No. And if I was told correctly, it's I mean, at least we don't have to worry about Roguefort becoming a hag. He's a guy.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Ellen just starts giggling because no, this is serious time. Don't make me laugh.
No, but Nadla is it's more like 1 second, my cat's in a place where it shouldn't be. Roxas!
Cat.
Caitlin is trying to catch up quickly, but she jumped to the wrong conclusion, so she's not entirely sure what's going on anymore. She's just trying to keep this from devolving into fighting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mad Lad gets the situation, but he's trying to see at least one positive. He's like, okay, he can't turn into a hag technically because only girls can technically turn into hags, but at the same time he's a sugar plum fairy apparently, so it's just like he's like, ugh. But
I will say on a nat 20 for Sue's case,
People, don't they? Hags eat people, don't they?
Sometimes they eat people, but when it comes to Granny Bunty, she just likes taking their beauty. It is her sister Punchy that likes taking people and turning them into ingredients.
Oh, joy.
Sounds about right.
Belle is the one that specializes in the rare exotic ingredients, such as rare animals, endangered plants, and fruits, that sort of thing.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
That means Roguefort's the whole entire package for all 3 of them. He has the bug snacks. He has the ingredients.
Dinner critters do not break reality here. They're called dinner critters.
Sorry. My brain.
Just a little blooper. It's just a little blooper.
Just a little blooper. Roguefort has the dinner critters. He has the ingredients because of them, and I mean, he looks good. And that looks like it's just
He does look good.
It's like
He does. He does look good.
is a Mad Lad doesn't really get the concept of beauty, but he just assumes he doesn't look exactly ugly to Mad Lad. He's just like, okay.
If I may have permission to briefly break our format of questions, so I may yet explain perhaps his situation.
Sorry.
I think that may be a good idea.
Oui. And he inches like slightly closer, but you know he's not going to leave the forest to sit near you, even though it's nice and rainy. He likes taking shelter under the trees, thanks, and also because it's darker. But he just
I mean,
settles and he
Caitlin's
crosses.
sitting under the trees with him.
Mhm.
Like,
Not with,
she's
but
wet.
we
She's a cat. She doesn't want to be wet.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I have known Roguefort for, we shall say, a very long time. I lose track of the years now since our parting, but we have continued to cross blades, even after the romance failed.
Wait, you guys were a couple?
Oh, we were some of the best hunters the food court had ever seen. Especially as a pair. Nothing could escape us.
That's just like,
You know, that makes sense. Suddenly, the animosity makes a bit more sense.
But of course, I could escape the influences of the court with the assistance of mine own. Monsieur Roguefort was not quite so fortunate.
Nice
And of
try.
course, such romance could also not last. It does not quite feel as nice falling for someone who does not quite recall you and is not quite the same as you had fallen in love with, so naturally we drifted. And then we drifted back together, usually at the point of a bow, arrow, sword, snares, traps.
I'm sorry.
It happens. Do not apologize. I love our fights.
that lad just raises a finger and just like goes down with it. He doesn't know romance. He just does not get this. It's just like hate anger,
Oh,
hate love.
I see. A kind of competitive rival thing. I see.
Wee. You have an intelligent one among you.
I've seen it at usually in not so pleasant venues.
It used to be more pleasant, but because the head chef continues to rebake Roguefort so much, he keeps losing more and more of his talent. He just keeps getting crumblier with every fight. It's so sad to see.
So then
You
mean
hear
breaking them.
rebaking, by the way. You hear rebaking, by the way. That doesn't sound great.
Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna raise up like a hand, like rebaking.
Yeah, Caitlin sits up a bit and goes, "She's breaking him."
You understand.
how else would they get the energy and stuff from him? It does make sense.
Oh, she doesn't want energy. If she wanted energy, she would have reduced him to his base ingredients by now. She just wants service, like the other sugar plum fairies.
So wait, that's where they all went?
I can assume. You haven't run into them yet, but you should consider yourself lucky. They're not nearly as nice as Roguefoot and don't nearly have as many cute faces.
I mean,
Mm.
that would explain where they've gone to. My grandpa.
How do you think she gets so many of her exotic ingredients, huh? How do you think she manages to eliminate every threat to her kitchen? Having a crew of hunting dogs calling upon barks and howls will do well for a hag, will it not?
I mean, that's true. But
Ah,
why
the fairies
specifically
are the
sugar?
hounds.
Why specifically sugar plum fairies? If I could just be frank.
Spite.
Spite.
Oh. A lot of people will do things simply because they don't like them.
Well, Granny Bunty's history with the food court is, according to my mistress, a little more personal in spite.
Oh, she has a beef with them, and that's why she took over. Oh, joy.
Mhm.
Ah,
She
Love
had a
our-
beef with she had a boof, so to speak, with the previous head chef.
Ah, I see.
See, according to my mistress, many lifetimes ago, before I was ever born, there was someone else in charge of the court. Another head chef and her darling wife, both lovely chefs and pure souls in their own right, responsible for many lovely bedtime stories and wonderful, wholesome family recipes. They were usually also in charge for punishing those who sought to use the magic of food against others. This was the case for Bontilda the Hag and her sisters.
Mm,
According to my mistress, they were under. What did she call it? Parole?
parole? That means they are technically out of jail, but they're limited in their scope of power unless they like break the rules.
Oui,
Not
oui.
quite. Not
Mm,
quite.
mm.
Parole is usually when someone has been recently released from prison and are only allowed out so long as they maintain good behavior.
Oui. See, they had gotten on the inside of the court before, and previously the sisters had been the harm of many others, but they seemed to reform according to those chefs on good form and behavior and wonderful baking. However, according to their mistress, one of these sisters in particular broke the rules. She went after two children, innocent souls, and lured them into her home made of sugar and sweets. And when the starving lost children ate some of them, she took it upon them to punish them instead, trying to bake them alive.
Oh, I've heard.
Instead, you've heard the story.
Yeah.
Do you remember how it ends?
Um.
Usually, depending on the teller, the children escape or the witch is dead.
Yeah.
Something tells me the second did not occur.
No, both occurred, actually. See, the children managed to get her sister into the oven and kill her and leave with their lives. Buntilda did not like this, and did not like that the court refused to let her lash out against these children, and did not take any revenge for her sister's downfall. They refused, claiming that the children were acting in self-defense, and that it was her sister that had struck them first. They were right, of course, but Buntilda would never see it that way. Fuming at this, the mistress claimed that she stewed for many long times on her plan, or maybe she came up with it in a single night, who knows? She's a senile old bitch, anything could have happened. And one day, on the head chef's birthday, no less, when they were having their celebration, she seemed to keel over and die. Poisoned in her own kitchen. The party
Oh,
dissolved,
gracious.
and from the distance the smoke and fire could be seen by anyone else in the domain of provision. But it was known that any who were loyal to the previous head chef was eliminated. And the head chef's darling wife and any other sugar plum fairy spotted eventually disappeared. Eventually, a new head chef took position, a beautiful and kind woman, along with one of her sisters, who would try and reform the court back into form. Of course, the truth is she took it over with an iron fist, but stories change.
Yeah. They say history is written by the winners, as they say.
Or in some case, by the petty losers.
Yeah.
Oh, Calatia, bless.
So,
That's a disaster.
so what can we do now? At least for Roguefort.
Well,
I, for
I
one, would
don't.
say we start by not sending him back to the courts.
Oh, I was about to say that immediately. See, the issue is anytime Roguefort has died in the past, he has been retrieved by the court and revived. Of course, this means he has not been able to go through his natural metamorphosis for some time, and whenever he rebels, or in case the Dinokritas possibly preserve some part of him, he just gets shoved back in the oven for, however long it takes. Unfortunately, this just continues to reduce him, rather than make him any stronger. Overcooking something that is already perfectly baked just ruins the recipe, so to speak. So, the recipe must start fresh. He must be allowed to reform naturally, in a place that is connected to his most fond memories and nostalgia. Otherwise, he might not come back right.
Well, clearly the hags in charge don't actually know their job if they don't know the proper upkeep.
No, that's not what I'm assuming it is.
No, they
See,
don't.
Oh, spite is definitely there, but you'd think that.
No,
Oh,
they're-
I'm being too practical. Excuse me.
I don't think they know what he is the thing. Because
Good.
Monsieur Roguefort has put on many faces over time, and then sometimes he forgets how to put on faces, and sometimes he remembers. I don't think they understand he is a sugar plum fairy. Otherwise, they would not let him leave until they had broken him like the rest. I do not know how he is managing to preserve some of his free will, or how he has managed to hide it from so long, but considering he is no longer wearing any disguises, he glances over at the mixed-matched corpse. It would only be a matter of time before they realize he is no longer answering his fun little mirror, and they send someone to retrieve his corpse.
the only place I could think of him being safe from being retrieved is back in EGAD. I mean,
Do they have a basement?
I assume they do. But yeah, like
Well,
all of his
why don't we
friends have
just-
been there. I mean,
Hmm.
I remember having fun memories of him there too. That's the only closest thing that I can think of.
The only
Well,
difficulty is
we
they don't want to
could
risk anybody
notify.
else, right?
Well, maybe not everyone. Certainly not. I mean, considering those in charge, we might be able to tell one or two that there's something wrong and he needs to be hidden for a bit inside EGAT.
I have a proposition.
Oh, what's
The first
that?
and foremost is I am to assume you believe me.
Well, frankly,
He said believe,
Considering-
not trust. There is a difference.
We believe you, at least.
you haven't given me a reason to not believe you. You have been shockingly truthful throughout all of this.
Not
Mm.
shocking to me.
And he
Go on.
glances over the body again, and the fact the sword has not stopped glowing blue since he tried to pick it up in the first place.
Yeah,
And he
probably for a
thinks,
good reason. Yeah.
I do not know what place he would find the most nostalgia and fondness. And if you speak as this, then you do not know either. This would mean that likelihood be the case. We cannot yet let him reform to cocoon. But, and he holds a finger up before you say anything. You do know how it works now. And you believe it. Which means, when the time comes that you do find out from Monsieur Roguefort what place he is most fond of, then, if you may tell him the plan and he believes you and agrees, you may go through with the ritual again and conceal him. The truth is, I cannot do the concealing myself. Our court is a natural enemy of the food court, says the court of poisons. Ah, that would explain immediately, above board. Yeah, why he's not on good terms with the food court.
Yeah, that makes
Makes
sense.
sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But
Caitlin's just nodding along, like, yeah, I get that. I get that. That makes perfect sense.
I will take some manner of pride in the fact that after our many ties and even fights, I did manage to actually defeat him. Just once. He does smile at that, but
You snuck up on him and say it wasn't a fair
With the
fight. You
hunters-
snuck up on him.
For hunters, it is fair.
see? Yeah.
Hunters aren't all about even ground. They're about ambushing.
Mm,
Look, When someone let me know there was a gun in my woods, I was expecting stupid human hunters. I was not expecting Roguefort, a small boy, a cat, and a cloud. I could normally admit that I have everything planned out, but I did not plan for such a motley crew. However,
Admittedly, it was supposed to be a learning hunting trip. We didn't actually anticipate finding. She
I
nods
assume.
towards the forest and goes, that.
Oh no, I assume he was well aware of the others, not of me, and he probably wished to remove the ethic gaps with some assistance. But I don't know why he would have brought a small boy along. Well, I didn't until you shot me.
Yeah, I haven't been defeated once in battle.
Yeah,
That lad is formidable.
usually if you go long enough on a streak, something breaks it.
Mad
You
Lad,
could consider this a break, for example.
Mad Lad just glares at him. At least not in single combat.
Ah, excuses, excuses. If you were so formidable, you would have stalked me before Roguefort hit the ground, and yet there he is.
Mad Lad pulls out a gun. Don't you push it.
He holds the
Oh,
hand up, but his smile is still smug. Hunters have to take their
let it
losses at night.
lie, boys. Let it lie.
But you said
Look,
that we had to get information from Roquefort. How can we do that when he's dead?
oh,
It's
easy.
simple enough.
Bring him back.
We bring him back.
Yes, he's not going to stay dead.
Look,
What he means is that a
here is
second
the
time after this.
here is the thing. If you try and let him make his cocoon and change now, because you do not know the place that is most connected to his nostalgia and fondness, he may not come back correctly, or he may come back too different. So, unfortunately, in this instance, you will have to find a way to raise him back to life rather than let him cocoon. However, you know the method now, and you know the truth about their food court. And
I'm not going to bake him.
and you're not going to let him be baked, I imagine. So here is what I propose. I can give you the money to find someone to raise him from death. You raise him. You may choose to tell him now, or you may tell him later when he is not currently
Recovered?
being held onto for dear life by an angry ghost. He glances at the sword that is about as bright a blue as lightning. And perhaps at the point that you know he can trust you and would not doubt your words, and he is perhaps not so afraid of the court, then you may propose the idea of killing him and bringing him to that place. But not now. Now, all that he remembers is finding me and being stabbed. So, if I am to give you the money, what are you going to tell him when he wakes up? You don't need
He
an
got in a
inside check
fight
to
with
tell you
his
that he's
ex.
testing you.
He got in a fight with his ex and lost.
He smiles, actually, you think genuinely at that. That will motivate him plenty. And he reaches back and pulls up a pouch, sorts through it. Let me think.
I fully admit, when she said that, she was being partially sassy.
Yeah, no, he'll take the compliments where he gets them, alright? Again, it's been very even up to this point. He will indulge it. He got one victory, and Roguefort will likely want to pay it back later.
Yeah.
This has been you can tell this has been a bit between them for a very long time, judging by the fact he's very casual about it.
Yeah.
So give me just a moment. I just need to look up Resurrection. Of course, would be too expensive. How long does Raise Dead take? Raise
Yeah, but that has
Dead.
to
Of course,
be
casting time
a
an
certain
hour.
amount of
No longer
time,
than
right?
Okay, so casting time is an hour. You turn a dead creature you touch life. Granted, it's been dead no longer than 10 days. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he
That'll
thinks in a moment and goes, so I propose an exchange. Do any of you have 500 gold coins?
Not anymore.
I have a mana fizz. A lot of my money goes to the guild I work for.
He is going to reach in
Yeah.
his pouch and he holds up what catches the rain and the light? A diamond. A sizable one.
Oh, that's shiny.
That would do.
The cat immediately zeroes in.
That would do it. That would be enough material components to raise the dead.
A diamond with 500 gold for a raise dead spell from the appropriately paid bard, cleric, or paladin. Of course, I assume they may charge you extra for the service itself, but if you can supply a 500 gold diamond, they may be willing to forgive the price. I would like the 500 gold up front. I will consider this payment for your loss.
Oh.
And perhaps if you bring him back, and things go well, and he decides to practice his swordplay a bit, he glances again at the ghost sword, which seems to actually flash a brighter blue in response to his words. Then maybe he can try and clear my spiders out again. And who knows? Maybe he'll actually make me bleed next time.
Just out of curiosity, did Caitlin manage to get him to bleed? I mean, with that slash across the chest
Yeah.
that she did with her battle axe?
Yeah, you did, yeah. He's not, like, denying that, yeah, but he's just holding that over Roguefort. Again, the whole competitive, the competitive X's thing. Perhaps they used to be allies, but they're not anymore, but he still was like... There is a strange sort of past fondness he speaks with that it's likely he will never be as close to Roguefort as he used to be, but he recognizes that his situation is bad and still, for reasons, at least wants to help. And the fact of the matter is, as he actually explains now, you are the first group of adventurers that have adventured alongside him that have believed what I have told them. Usually when you tell someone that to free them from the influence of a hag they must die, and you must wait weeks for them to make a cocoon post-mortem, they usually shoot you first. He glances at Mad Lad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to admit, my mind jumped to phoenixes, so it made sense.
Close enough. When the sugar plum fairy dies, the body begins forming a cocoon from what was inside. The cocoon protects them from all damage, magical and non-magical, and acts as a shield of the outside world. They then take nostalgia, memory, and tenderness from the world around them, and take that warmth and turn it into energy to reform and come back. However, to maintain their purity of soul and their clarity of mind, they can only cocoon and come back in places of the clearest, most positive nostalgia, and the purest, fondest energy that immortal creatures can supply. Or places that they are most fond of, usually. This used to be more common, but again, as someone has been torturing, less so.
I wonder if Mama Tia's place would work. Food for thought.
You may also search Roguefort's belongings if you wish to take his gold.
Mad Lad actually is going to try to pull out something.
Caitlin's probably going
Mad
to dig
Lad is
into
going to
her
pull
supplies.
out an ornate chest that is a golden chest that's inscribed with dragon imagery, and he opens it. And Roguefort actually seen this chest before out of the hammer space roll by accident, but never saw what was inside. Inside was a sapphire dragon scale.
Oh.
You can see the way that those ethereal pink eyes actually do seem to brighten at the sight. And though he tries to be subtle about it, you see the slightest lean forward.
Mad Lad jerks back. I am.
He's far enough away. He's not going to get it. It's just the slightest lean that you can tell he's listening. He's interested.
This is a scale from Siluria the Armored Sapphire, the Ancient General, the Labyrinth Keeper, and the Ultimate Grand Master. I say this is a fair trade for a diamond.
He glances down at it.
I feel like I need to roll history for Caitlin. She probably
Yeah?
doesn't know who
Yeah.
this is.
That would be a history roll for everyone, actually. I would love if the storm beeper would stop going off. For context, we have a little storm alert radio that makes a sort of beep 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 beep.
Oh no, I understand that. We have something similar for tornado warnings.
It normally just warns on any development of storms, but like since we had the tornado scare before, I didn't used to find it so nerve wracking, but I'm still getting a little better about it because it's just storms. It's fine.
Caitlin can just tell that the thing that has been pulled out is very shiny and pretty, and based on the speech that Madeline gave, very, very special.
Yeah,
She knows nothing.
the only thing Caitlin knows is that they would only know a name. They would only know that this comes from a very old dragon.
Oh, did I? No, I spelled his name correctly, and he thinks on it for a moment. He glances down at the diamond and at the scale, and as he's attuned, you can kind of see the way that his almost cutely drawn long ears kind of tip and tilt this way and that as he's thinking things over. The face remains calm and subtle, but the ears are basically telling that he's thinking it through. So you kind of don't want to interrupt the thinking because he is sitting there considering the trade.
Yeah, Mad Lad is quite at this because this is the most valuable thing he has on him technically.
And it would easily cover a 500 gold diamond.
Yeah.
Twice.
I feel like it's worth more.
No,
but...
it feels like
Yeah,
it would
no,
cover
that's why I said
more
it
than
would
that. It would cover like 6 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say it covers it at least twice over, if not many times more.
Yeah.
Even one scale is useful.
Yeah, and this is from an ancient. You didn't get Caitlin nor Sue would know, but this is from an ancient sapphire dragon.
Yeah.
And
Caitlin gets that it's very old, that's very important, and if genuine, a big deal. She doesn't know how big of a deal, but it's a big deal.
Omeron would say this. You say you see Monsieur Roguefort as like a father.
Yes. He'd be the only family I have left now.
I see. And perhaps you might be some of the only family he has left, considering what has happened to all his other children. He then tosses the diamond towards you.
Mad Lad glances at him and is just he wants to he's not very sure by the way he said that if he wants the dragon scale still, or is he giving him this diamond for free because he's still willing to trade the scale.
You can insight check him.
Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna insight check that.
You can even have advantage as a treat.
Alright, advantage it is. If you're gonna give me advantage, you're gonna give me advantage. All right,
look, he failed the history. He failed the history check. You get it as a treat.
That's a 14 with advantage plus 3, which is equals 17.
Not only do you think the first thing is, you believe this is a silent acceptance of the trade, in that he is tossing the diamond to you with the expectance that you will hand the chest and the scale over.
Mad Lad closes the chest and hands him the scale.
He'll take the scale. He assumes the chest is not part of it. But the other part you get with his 17 insight is, this isn't meant to be a threat, and it's not meant to be a doubt. It's almost, you think, sympathy, or you don't know if pity would be the right word, but it's almost like a level of warning there. Because Roguefort has never discussed having any other family, and has certainly never mentioned having any children, but from the look that you do see that briefly crosses his calm face, and the fact that he works for hags that, one of which is mentioned to love getting, humanoid ingredients, presumably particularly children, you can probably... That's something for you to ask Roguefort later. This is not the time. But The implication is maybe Roguefort has both more and less than he lets anyone else know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, I could clock that really easy. That hurts.
Yeah.
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 Fun fact, actually, before I realized I had published it at the wrong time, I had written a draft about one of Roguefort's children as an adult actually being brought to the head chef under orders he couldn't disobey. Which is why I specifically phrased when I mentioned the boss music prompt for two different versions of Roguefort.
Mm-hmm.
One was called Free-Willed Roguefort, and the other was called Roguefort, Revered Hunter of the Food Court, with the line crossed out under orders he can't disobey.
Mm-hmm.
Because, unbeknownst to the party, the food court, the head chefs, three specifically, have his name. And so long as they have his name, or he still continues to keep that name, he is still under their thrall, whether he likes it or not. So, whatever has happened to any of the others, whether they're alive or not, if he has any descendants or what, you can assume that at least a few have probably met their end at the Hags, especially if they've been half as feisty or protective of their dad as you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm thinking of these evil cooks, and I'm like, I made a god character whose motto is like food is love, and she's in the back of my head screaming, "Get their asses! Get their
Yeah,
asses now!"
Yeah.
yeah. Do
Like,
not
be
tell him
quiet,
until the time
Calatia.
is
I'm
right.
working.
Yeah, just do not tell him until the time is right, and you know he will trust you to tell you his secrets. Otherwise, you may fall to the same fate as the rest. I hope you are able to find someone who will take your payment and revive your friends. You should in due time if you happen to head to Buccaneer Bay. I assume you have friends there.
I think I
Any
know. I think I know a few clerics at the high and paladins of the high sea.
any
If
stands
not,
up.
there's someone I can call.
He looks the scale over in his hand. And like I said, it is likely Roguefort may take some time to polish his sword skills, so to speak. If you wish to try and remove my shepherds and their sheep from their new grazing field again, please do it when I am actually here. I would hate for you to come looking for me only for me to be on other business.
Oh, trust me, there's gonna be a rematch.
He smiles, pockets the scale, and you watch as he phases out of existence. Ah, you realize he did in fact have phase spider powers. He just did not fucking use them. So, you sit there. Red is, of course, there with the ethereal swarm of dinner critters just nestled around Roguefort's mostly wrapped body. The sword isn't glowing as brightly, but it has not stopped glowing blue. And Roguefort's googly eyes still stare at the rainy sky. The rain hits them, but he doesn't blink. He doesn't wipe it off or complain. It
We
just runs down over the paint, over the nicely painted lines, and smears.
we should move.
Yeah.
Resurrection spells have a time limit.
You had an
They do.
idea?
Yes, I was thinking of calling Mama Tia.
If you think they can come very quickly, then let's do this.
Oh, if anyone calls her, sometimes she appears within the day.
Then please, if however you call her, do it now, please.
I can
And
send a
upon
letter.
Oops, sorry, continue.
I can send a loyal airplane soon. For now, let's get him somewhere safe.
Let's, yeah. I don't I'm not very sure if I want to exactly go to EGAD at the same time. Just like, I mean,
At the very least, we can fortify better there. We can say that unexpected complications.
You hear a voice from behind you. The Bay.
The bay. Okay.
And you look, and Roguefort's dead eyes are glowing blue.
Oh, you can talk. Even well. Okay.
All right. I have a boat
Okay,
too.
Bay.
We can
Bay.
go to the bay. I have a boat, and we can recover there.
If that foul hunter said there was likely someone who could help in the Bay, it may be a shorter wait than sending someone a letter.
True. All right. Let's go to Buccaneer Bay.
Well, let's get moving then.
The glowing
Why waste
eyes
time?
seem to dim, but as they dim, it's almost like the ghost shuts Roguefort's eyes so that you're no longer looking at a googly dead stare.
Yeah.
The sword maintains its glow, but as you mentioned going to the bay, it does dull down and then eventually stop so that way nobody stares.
Yeah. And probably
Mm.
Mad Lad.
I'm sorry, Wit. We plowed right over your roll there. What were you rolling
Well,
for?
It's no longer relevant, so that's okay.
No, go ahead.
yeah.
Oh, tell
No,
us.
it wouldn't make any sense now. So,
Well, you can explain what it would have been.
it was a hammer space roll.
And
I
what were
was,
you looking for in the hammer space?
he was gonna take out just a handkerchief to cover Roguefort's face.
The handkerchief can still work.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Even though the eyes are closed, it's still better to cover it.
Mhm.
Especially since you don't really have a way to hide the body unless you decide to put it under somebody or put it in a box.
Yeah.
Or shove it in someone's hammer space.
No, let's not do that. But
Yeah, I was about to say, as funny as that be, maybe now is not the time for the goofs involving your friend's corpse.
yeah. So at least my thought process is we get to the coast as quickly as we can, jump onto Mad Lad's boat because he has that now, and sail as fast as you can to Buccaneer Bay.
Yeah? You managed to make your, how do you manifest the
Yeah,
foldable
Caitlin
boat?
would-
Because I know that's what you're summoning, is the foldable boat.
Yeah.
Basically,
Caitlin would probably split off just long enough to grab that paper airplane to send it to Mama Tia to meet at Buccaneer Bay.
Yeah.
Of course.
And this is the boat if anyone was curious.
Yeah. I saw
And
the
basically,
pictures.
Mad Lad says the command word, and since no one speaks Draconic, they don't know what Mad Lad said. As the boat then unfolds into the water.
I will also say above the table, since you have at least lost the assignment, at least this first one. Unclear whether you will have the time to tackle the backup or not. Omeron Mactan was level 10. A level 5 Gloomstalker Ranger and a level 5 Phantom Rogue.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, stars.
Everything else would have been easily handled, and he was going to be at the very tail end of it. And again, I am not blaming anybody, but the fact that he heard a gunshot very clearly while he was minding his own business unfortunately meant you speed ran to him. Or rather, he speed ran to you.
Yeah.
Because initially, you were just meant to get through spiders, ettercaps, and eventually find him dealing with some others, like some pixies and spider webs, that kind of thing. And then he was going to get a dramatic speech with his ex, and you were going to get the context there, and because that's not how it worked. But instead, you have gotten some other information. What you now have on Omeron is, well, very little in comparison.
Well, he serves
No.
a mistress for one.
He serves a mistress, which is likely the mistress that is in charge of the Court of Poisons, which is a rather... It is not necessarily the smallest Fey court, but it is small in comparison to some others. And, of course, usually deals in poisonous flora, fauna, and assassins. Not always, but it also deals, of course, with venomous creatures, such as adders and cobras, and, of course, spiders. The Dryad Omeron,
Yeah.
likely is a loyal servant
checks
to the likely is a loyal servant to the court, but according to the historical record that according to reputation you recall, no one recalls exactly how long Omeron's been in their service, again because he's a Drider that has a very long lifespan, and never shares his age. What is known, however, is this. He was once known as one of the finest hunters among the courts, and it was at least known as the finest hunter of the Court of Poisons, in no small part because he used to be a revered hunter of the Food Court before betraying the court and selling some of their secrets to the Court of Poisons.
Fair enough.
He used to be known as a accompanying companion, which was code for absolutely a hunting boyfriend, for Roguefort. It's unclear what would have happened between them for them to drift apart, but if you can get any implication from them, it just sort of happened naturally, or maybe the magic that the hags try to use on him changed him too much. Or perhaps he didn't think it was healthy trying to keep a relationship with someone that, at least at an earlier point, was a little more mind controlled. He's in a better state now, but at this point Roguefort definitely wants nothing to do with the guy, and he doesn't want it either. He just likes the fight.
I mean,
Mhm.
fair enough. But
Whatever happened, he is still, of course, a neutral evil, so he still serves himself first and foremost, but he does like looking for fights with Roguefort whenever he can and loves ruining his hunts. Except this time he actually succeeded.
yeah.
So, you fold your paper airplane and send this little folded, flapping, magical bird, because I know the paper airplanes, I know what you mean. The paper airplanes, if I recall the magic item correctly, Quinn, they turn into birds and fly off toward their target?
I think so.
Birds
Yeah.
or airplanes. It just depends on how they're folded.
True. But either way, it flies off, and eventually you bring your boat into the bay, and some buccaneers do at least recognize that it is you sailing at the very wheel. And so, of course, there are some particularly familiar pirates that want to welcome you back with some kid-friendly drinks, but there's something different about you, and something different about your ship coming into bay. And even when the shipmaster wants to actually record you docking, and actually, mark you down as having docked at the bay, and wants to find you the usual, he kind of does have to pause a moment and go, excuse me, I do not believe that ship is registered.
Mad Lad looks.
Sure. He
Mad
had a
Lad.
very long week.
Yeah, Mad Lad is just like looks at the master saying, "This is not the time nor place."
And he does watch,
Jesus.
of course, as your boat turns from a normal boat into paper, and then gets an understanding look of, okay. And then
What's this body?
And then he spots the beetle and the body on top, and then what would you like me to write down?
Emergency.
Nothing.
Yes, I understand. The name of the vessel is all I need. I apologize. He does look regretful about it, but he does have papers he needs to fill.
Skipper.
Caitlin doesn't know the name.
The skipper.
Just put down Skipper.
The skipper under the Mad Lad, hunter of the great, and he glances over, writes down in reasons, emergency visit, funeral reasons?
There won't be a funeral.
Then he crosses out funeral for a minute and just goes emergency reasons.
Yeah, Mad like, it's technically fully called the Slippery Skipper, but we don't have time right now for semantics.
No, you're alright. Go ahead. I believe you need to readjust the body. It is about to slip off the beetle. And unfortunately, yeah, when you look over, the body's about to tip off.
Yeah, Mad Lad catches this.
And
Cool.
the dockmaster actually does help in setting the body up and actually properly affixing it to Red's back with a very sympathetic, even if confused look of, oh, something happened here and I don't have the rights to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened and I am not equipped.
Yep.
You know what the magical district is. Good luck.
Mad Lad nods as he leads the way.
And of course, as you head through, there are a few pirates, and I say a few with air quotes because you have a generous pirate reputation, that even though they see you going through, they see the beetle, and normally they would approach you for stories, drinks, games. You are not
Why?
approached this time. You are not approached this time. You can kind of see the moment when the faces would normally be excited or even just like glad to see that the kid came back alive and safe again, because kids die and all the time. And then you can see the moment that their eyes catch the beetle and the faces drop and they don't approach. And at the time that you arrive at the bay, it is into the afternoon. It is almost evening, the sun is starting to set. And I would like you to roll me an investigation check to see if you can possibly find your way to an appropriate clinic.
Alright. Could I possibly
Pretty
roll
sure.
with advantage since I've been here more?
Yeah, you are a pirate. Go ahead. I would sing the song, but
Yeah.
Oh, Caitlin's got a 15.
That's a 17. 17.
Yeah,
Rad
Caitlin's
lad.
close behind.
Yeah, that is a.
and all right, so you do actually manage to. Oop! I want to see the roll with mix.
No, that's okay. I saw the other two and went, that's good.
I mean, you can also roll to be sure, because I mean, you might know the place, you might not. It's not like you're gonna get lost from the group. Normally I
Probably
would
not.
make it
He's
goofy,
never been
but
there.
yeah.
7.
So yeah,
You're following the beetle.
Yeah, it is. This is follow the leader. The ethereal swarm is not seen by anyone else, and you only see it because you are another ranger. But essentially, you manage to navigate your way through the borderline labyrinthine construction of Buccaneer Bay because it's built like a cartoon pirate bay. It's difficult to navigate, and eventually manage to find your way to a familiar place. It's not necessarily a church, not in the traditional standards of other religions. It would seem more like an inn, but an inn for a very particular clientele, an inn for a very particular kind of people, and an inn also for the dead. It's usually a place where you are allowed to keep your bodies that you do not expect to stay dead, whether you pay for them or just want them kept. And the lady at the counter is this gruff, big, buff-looking lady. She's stacked. She's got very big biceps and kind of glances down at you from above her almost impractically small half-moon glasses. Name?
Mad lad.
Mad lad. Purpose?
Need of resurrection.
Have staff in mind, or are you hiring someone from outside?
I prefer to keep it within the bay.
Do you have someone in mind? He glances around you, and of course, Quinn, you do know that you did send your bird to Mama Tia, so you know that if nobody else is here, you do have someone who will arrive.
No one in particular, but we do have someone if no one's available.
Freshness of the body?
Less than a day.
Fresh kill, I take it. Killed by a sea monster?
I do not wish
No.
to disclose that.
Of course, my apologies. And she continues writing down and then holds out her hand for the usual change.
I say, when you speak of usual change, just like the usual fee.
Yeah, the usual fee for basically reserving a place there to wait.
Mad lad gives the appropriate amount.
Alright. Your room and your respective fridge is 15T. And she reaches back behind the counter, you hear something break, and she holds up a very rusty looking key. Wash your hands after handling it.
Mad lad nods as he takes the key and leads the way.
And she continues writing, and you basically head up the stairs. It's almost a completely flat facility, but it does have stairs going up to the next floor. It's just very compact, but it's not small. Its space is utilized very well. There's not a lot of decorative material here. There are, of course, funerary flowers, but they're coastal flowers. They're tropical. They're not necessarily from around anywhere else. There are, of course, models for funeral urns on display, and you can see a few fresh names and posters advertising other clerics with prices that maybe a bigger pirate would be able to afford, but not you.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, of course, even mention, would you like a phylactery destroyed? We have an expert! But you don't need that.
No.
But you find your room and unlock the door, and it's big enough your party can fit for a while, and it does appear to have... At first, you would almost call it like a fish locker. Normally, where meat or fish are basically hung and frozen, but it's not a place where you'd hang the body. It's... Essentially, I'm saying that this is before proper coronary funeral, like,
Yeah.
morgue
It's
boxes.
the
Like,
fridge
this is
she mentioned.
Yeah.
It's the fridge she mentioned
Yeah.
for
This
the
is
body.
this is the precursor for a morgue box, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually see the runes for frost magic around this space. It actually is about 10 feet wide, 5 feet tall. So you could walk into it if you needed to hang something up, but usually you can see the handle for pulling an actual tray out. And when you pull it out, you see that the reason this fridge is in fact big enough to take up part of the wall in this room is not that it houses just one body, it houses several, but there are just no others in here at the moment. So you do see a place where you can, if you wish, request Red to lay Roguefort down.
Yeah. Mad Lad is gonna do that.
Yeah,
And-
Caitlin probably steps over and helps him, very grim and quiet.
It's almost a little strange because, again, his wings are almost made like sugar feathers, like the kind you'd see for cake.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they were shot and stabbed earlier means they're kind of like crumbly here and there. They break off into little pieces, but you're careful enough that you manage to get them on without losing anything else. And you slowly slide him into the freezer and close the door. And you watch as the runes light back up and it goes cold. You also note that when one of you tries to even touch the sword, you get the distinct voice in your head of no. So you don't think the sword minds being put in a freezer.
I think the most that would have come for Caitlin touching it is saying, I need to adjust this to make sure it doesn't fall.
You get a moment of silence. You are allowed to adjust it.
Yeah, she's kind of picked up on the I don't want to be separated, and she's like, I'm not going to separate you. At most, if I pick you up, it'll be to move you to a place more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And now here's the thing, Quinn. I have not played
Yes.
this Mama Tia before. Do you have something for me to read to be able to play them properly, or would you rather play them? Because I would like to do
I'm
this.
not
I would
entirely
like to
sure
do this.
how well they would work. Just because
We need to figure
One
something out here
second.
because I'm not familiar with the Mama Tia character. So I do not know if this is someone you're playing or you want me to play. And if this is someone you have to play, I won't stop you. I will allow you to have your extended roleplay moment. I just want to know ahead of time. Because I've played NPCs before and I hope I did them justice, but I don't want to do disrespect to a character's first impression. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just sent you DM for that, which is why I'm kind of asking if that would be okay.
You know what? Yeah, I can play her if you want. I've got an idea.
Yes. I wouldn't mind giving a quick description of her when she shows up.
You can type it out to me, yeah.
Okay.
Now, I will say, even though this is at least considered a loss on the spider's part, you did still gain some victory in that you chose the personal character option, and so you got some crucial information even from losing. So I don't want you to feel bad about the fact that Roguefort got put down so easily, because I think if you had chosen to continue fighting, you probably could have handled the others, because I cannot stress enough, you nearly took a third of that fucking Drider's hit points in one shot.
No, I knew that we could have handled that situation if it wasn't for Roguefort going down and not getting to him fast enough.
Yeah. Like, I will say, since you chose the more pacifist ending to it rather than just brutalizing the fight and then just hoping to find someone to resurrect him, you did get the victory of at least important information.
Mm-hmm.
And you also have the victory of knowing you can kick his fucking ass later.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you know he will welcome it with open arms.
And look, how I play Mad Lad is an EGAD is that like he's technically toning down his like challenge rating. He's basically going easy on everyone.
No, I know. I am blissfully aware of how his character sheet looks everywhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, even though you're taking it easy, here's the thing. And I'm only going to tell you this part of his character sheet because he has one. I made him a character sheet to actually make him feel like a proper person.
Yeah.
His max hit points are 94.
Yeah, like I knew the Drider once you said Gloom Soccer and Rogue. I'm like, oh, you chose that combination. I knew exactly what that character's about once you said it. I had like an inkling because I knew it had to be some portion of Rogue.
He's a scumbag. He's a bastard hunter. He's an assassin that stays in the dark and lets his fucking assholes handle
I
it.
know that combination all too well. I know that.
But you did get him down to 48 out of 94.
Yeah.
So I will say, even though you did not win in the battle sense, you still won in the encounter sense, in that from clever play and interaction with characters, you still managed to garner something important from it. So you may not get, say, a bunch of money, but you may get something else. And I mean, if we have time, you might get one more assignment done that isn't spiders.
Honestly, Mad Lad doesn't care about the other assignment. He just wants to make sure Roguefort is alive.
That is fair. I will give you a hint, though. The backup assignment you chose is Gremlins.
Honestly, I knew it had to be some sort of Gremlins. It's just like it's a wizard.
Okay. So you sit there for a time, and it's not completely silent. It's not eerily quiet like the overhunted dark forest. But you can hear, of course, a distant violin. You don't know if it's somebody playing a record or if it's someone actually playing. You can, of course, clearly hear the ocean even from inside a building because it's the ocean. And there's the wind, there's the seabirds, and you can occasionally hear some talking from another room, so you don't think you're the only one waiting on a body, but you don't know who the others are, and even though they're talking semi-loudly, it's not enough to disrupt you, it's just enough for you to know there's people. It's muffled through the wall. But eventually, there is a warm light somewhere else. And the woman at the counter glances toward the door, and she seems to smile and speak to someone else. I'm narrating this as a perspective. You do not see this immediately. And even though by all rights and accounts you normally ask for more information, the figure she's talking to is so warm and pleasant. It's like she's known her for years, and she immediately gestures her upstairs and waves her off. And eventually you hear a soft knocking at the door.
Mad Lad goes and opens the door.
Also, give me a quick moment because I need to look up what a Southwest accent is. At Southern, I'm used to. Southwest is a new word. Give me just a minute.
It's cowboy country.
It's cowboy.
Okay,
It's cowboy country.
okay, so a talk like Arthur. Noted. Okay. So, who answers the door?
Mad Lad does.
Okay, it takes you a moment, and when you open it, standing before you is a somewhat realistic looking, but not quite woman. Plump and rounded and beautiful, dressed in warm browns and golds and greens. Her reddish brown hair is in braids on her head, interwoven with large sunflowers. She gives you a very kind and warm, motherly vibe. And she smiles very sweetly and sympathetically at you and goes, "Are you the one called Mad Lad?"
Yes, I am.
Oh, Mama
And
Tia.
Caitlin. And she walks in, with your permission, and opens her arms out for a hug.
Oh, Caitlin gives it. That's Mama Tia.
Yeah, she gives the best hugs, the warmest hugs. Just the right amount of pressure. Oh, oh, look at you. You're all scuffed up. What happened, dear?
We had, uh, we had a trying day for something that should have been simple, and we need your help with someone.
Oh, let me see.
And Caitlin does the only thing she can do and gestures for the fridge.
Ah, one of the new boxes. I've heard of them implementing this technology. I believe it was actually a necromancer that came up with it. Lovely dragonborn lady, from what I hear. Let me just. And she reaches. She doesn't quite touch it, but you don't notice that, and just sort of opens it. Oh. Do you need help with the body or the sword?
We need.
The sword actually glows for a moment, and Mama Tia stops before you even answer. Oh! Oh, my apologies. I was quite confused, sir. She can apparently hear the sword without even needing to touch it. Funky.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's like we have the material.
Caitlin is not surprised.
Sorry, both of you spoke at once. You first, Caitlin, and then you next, young man.
It is the former Mama. He needs help, and well, it went very sideways.
Hmm. She brushes her fingers over the body, over the interconnected wrists. None of the food particles stick at all. It still feels mostly like just food-based insect skin, exoskeleton. And briefly glances over the hilt of the sword. And Mad Lad, you were speaking next?
Yeah, and we have all the material components to be able to resurrect him, but we actually need someone who can actually perform the magic, and he takes out the diamond. We were hoping that you could do it for us.
Of course. And she will carefully take it, look it over. Huh. Bit of an odd formation for a diamond. I don't believe I've seen a diamond fruit in some years.
Diamond fruit? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to know. I mean, I'm curious, but not now. I just.
There is a particularly rare plant that grows them. Or at least grows diamond-like material. This'll do. And besides, it's a more natural ingredient than some others might try to use anyway. So give me just a moment. And she sets it
That lad, like,
right.
Yeah, Madeline like points up a finger like he's gonna refute that, but he's just like at this point is just like, you know what? Just roll with the bullshit.
She still knows diamonds are natural, but she does like the fact that, I kind of like someone just using a normal diamond for once. Kind of funky. So she sets it and nestles it just right to where it sits, right on the hilt of the rapier, right against Roguefort's knuckles and against his breast. And sets it there, briefly glances over the body. I take it he was ambushed from behind?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that tends to be how folks like this go. The practiced killing types. Experienced with handling everything from the front. Not quite prepared for the back. It does seem that the spirit is still here, so it didn't move anywhere. That should make things a little easier.
He's a sugar plum fairy, Mama.
I see that. I wasn't planning on asking, but I haven't seen a healthy sugar plum in, I believe, 62?
I mean, healthy is kind of relative in this situation. He has his whole
Oh, no! No, he's quite healthy. And she actually reaches forward and holds up one of his antennae. See the fruit here at the end here? If he wasn't healthy, he wouldn't be producing these. He'd be producing stones. Or stone-like pits. But these sugar plums are still hefty and healthy, so he's still connected to his roots. And that's more than I can say for most.
I mean, okay, that's good to know at least. I thought he was in worse condition because of his situation, but he's also dead right now, so, and we really, and I went to refer to
No, I understand. I understand. I apologize. When it comes to plants and flowers, I get a little carried away. It is nice to see one of them again, though. It's been so long.
if
And her hand actually lingers on one of the sugar plum fruits before drifting away from his head.
if you don't mind, we would like to keep this a secret as long as possible.
Oh, I hope you don't expect me to tell anybody.
You know, I'd rather be said out loud than not said at all.
Nobody's gonna know. Trust me. And when she winks, you swear there's a glimmer of a sunset in her eyes, but you can't quite place it. Alright. Give me a little space. Mama needs a little room to work.
Backs away.
And she claps her soft hands twice, and candles appear. There were not candles in here previously.
Mad Lad does not question it.
They just remain floating around the space. But when she speaks, even if you spoke Celestial, this is a dialect of Celestial, you would not be able to translate. It sounds nice to the ears. It almost sounds like music, in a way, but not quite. The way the candles move, you can almost hear the candles accompanying it, but you can't tell if they're going along with what she's saying or if there is a song that's being sung. The way this ancient dialect of Celestial sounds, it sounds like a song of the universe in the way that it's spoken, and that there's a musicality to the tone. And as she traces her hands over the figure, of course, she traces it over every mismatched limb, past every ethereal dinner critter that has in fact given her space, except for one. The ethereal little shape of a white strawberry googly eyes who has still been positioned on Roguefort's shoulder the entire time. As she's tracing this, of course, she kind of has to pause as the ethereal form almost becomes physical as her hand approaches. There's this light brush to the dinner critter in spite of the fact Blanca's ethereal and should not be touched, and she kind of blinks and hesitantly leaves Roguefort's corpse. And for a split second, it almost looks like someone else joins this little resurrection ritual. someone else just as big and just as beautiful as Mama Tia. You don't see distinct features, you just see this silhouette, this big, poofy updo of hair, these beautiful broad shoulders, a round face, a heavy-set feminine figure. And the diamond glows, and this diamond fruit, still a diamond mechanically, but funky fey, gleams, glows brightly, and because it's a diamond fruit and not a stone diamond, you notice as it seems to kind of... It's not that it decays, but it's as if the fruit ripens to the point that you can see the way it grows soft and loses its luster. And as it softens and turns to mush, that mush gleams and dissipates and melds into Roguefort's chest. And the wounds seal shut. The wings recrystallize. They're still mixed, but they're no longer quite as busted. All that's left on Roguefort is a scar. Which is certainly a scar someone's going to have to explain at some point. The candles, one by one, pass over Roguefort before disappearing, and as they pass over, you can see that they almost take the shape of other little fairies, as if they're holding candles. One by one by one. Each one disappears with a little ringing, cleansing bell tone. And eventually, the last thing you see, and this is only shown because this is, of course, necromancy bringing Roguefort back, even by the hands of Mama Tia, is you can almost see the shape distinctly. The shape of an older man, around Roguefort's visual age. A bearded sort of figure, just sort of sitting there. As if in the reflection of the metal and, the shining, polished surfaces that make up the freezer. And as the runes on the freezer itself turn to gold, they then turn back to the normal frost magic runes, and the light goes back to normal. Roguefort's chest rises. And he lifts one hand up to rub the bridge where his nose used to be. And he says in Sylvan, "What time is it?" And Mama Tia responds back in flawless Sylvan, "Time for you to be waking up, sweetheart." One googly eye kind of blinks open, and then both blink open. Roguefort almost sits up and then goes, "Oh, I should have warned you you'd be sore, huh?" Oh. And Roguefort goes right back flat. Oh.
Yeah, Mad Lad takes no time and just goes up and hugs Roguefort.
Be gentle with him, dear.
Mad Lad tries, but this kid is sobbing over him.
Oh, yeah. Roguefort, even though there is a cringe because it's tight, a hand sort of holds Mad Lad there and kind of glances up, and Mama Tia does give them space. She just backs up and kind of holds her arms, not exactly folds them, she just holds them together with a smile. Oh, what? I'm sorry, what happened? No, hang on a minute, what are you crying? What's wrong? And it takes a moment for his voice to go from the smooth back to his actual voice changer as it goes, "Why are you crying, Monsieur Mad Lad? What happened?"
Mad Lad.
You kind of died. You kind of died.
And he pauses, and you do see the googly eyes visibly glance toward the sword and glance toward the position his body is in.
as well as where he's laying.
Yeah.
And the scar on his chest.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be more a scar on his back, but there is also a scar on his hip, so, he gets 2 as a treat. And kind of, you can see when the little dinner critter hamster starts going in his head. Ah. So I take it Omeron 1.
Unfortunately, he got some very, very good shots in.
Roguefort lays back, and if you would like to insight check him, you can. Because he sure is going to roll deception to try and hide the fact his pride is wounded more than the fact that he literally fucking died.
That makes sense. Mad Lad got a 10. He somewhat knows, but at the same time, he's
Well-
also crying deep in his chest.
He gets a -1 to his deception. Roguefort is canonically a piss fucking poor liar, so I'll even give him disadvantage at this. I'd like to state for the record on the disadvantage, one of those was a nat 20, and I'm so sad he didn't have advantage, but yeah, a 10, you can kind of tell that Roguefort is trying to maintain a professional face, but even though the last hunt was victorious, there was still bloodshed, there was some grief, but he thought he'd be able to manage another hunt and it'd be fine, and this isn't just embarrassing, this is humiliating, this is shameful. And he's trying not to show it, but the fact that Mad Lad is crying is the only thing that's letting him accept the hug. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think he'd be worth a hug, because this is just fucking ridiculous in his mind. You can see the way his gears are turning into a self-loathing spiral. You can see the spiral happening, in fact.
Monsieur Roguefort, may I say something very quickly?
You may, as long as it is the fact that he did not take anything from my corpse.
Don't blame yourself. I mean, genuinely, how could any of us have predicted that your ex would be in late?
My what?
Your ex.
Oh, did
You
he
were
happen
stabbed
to
in
tell
the back by your ex.
No, I gather that. I was not expecting him to brag to you about it.
Oh, he didn't brag. It was only after I tried to take his head off with an axe that slipped out.
Oh, he's never fought someone with an axe and lost before. I would have loved to see that. I would have. He almost says killed, but Mad Lad is still crying on his arm, so his expression does soften, and he combs his claws through Mad Lad's hair. It smells vaguely like ice cream, like sherbet.
No.
Well, I didn't win, but I'm still proud of that jump. I came very close.
I almost got a clear shot at him, but I at least knocked a sword out of his hand.
No, I saw that. That was an excellent shot. He prides himself on his reflexes, and you caught him off guard. He doesn't have the mouth, but you can hear the smile in his voice as he kind of carefully takes your shoulders so that you can be lifted a little bit. And he does take the handkerchief that had kind of fallen off his face, and he first glances at it to make sure that, is this his? But hopefully, Sue, you don't mind your handkerchief being used to wipe up Mad Lad's tears?
No, it's good.
Yeah, so he uses your handkerchief to wipe the tears away. I mean, none of you are mentioning that you killed him, so if you got him to the point that he was begging or pleading, that's a victory in my book.
Well, we definitely took blood.
Yeah.
Good enough. Good enough in my book. Perhaps I should have been Perhaps I should have been a bit more insistent in taking a different job so you would not have to meet him, but I didn't think he would be responsible for those other caps.
Mm.
Yes. And that's also why you shouldn't feel bad if you took the shot. I mean, none of us expected to have a full-on Fade Rider come come crashing in.
Drow Drider. He works for the Fae.
I know, that's why I said that.
I didn't really remember him much before, but to be fair, it has been very many years since we've seen each other last. Would make sense. I don't like the fact he is letting ether caps into the material plane again, but we can take care of
Also,
it
it's
later.
not the first time he did that. Good. I don't feel bad about chopping one of those spiders in half now.
No, you shouldn't, because if the ether caps are there, they are draining the life from that forest. So long as they're there. And before you can finish, she goes, I'm sorry, there are ether caps in them woods?
There are now, Mama. Apparently his ex has set loose several along with some very large wolf spiders in there. Oh, we have to tell. Oh, we need to file about that.
Oh no, I think I can handle that. I know someone.
Would you, Mama? That would be a help. Although do be careful, I suppose we haven't outright said it to you, Mama, but there is a Drider in service of Fae there.
No, you don't gotta worry about him. You don't gotta worry your pretty little head about a thing, sweetheart. And she does reach her hands over and just sort of very gently take you by the shoulder. You don't gotta worry your pretty little head. If he's smart, he'll leave before my friend shows up. And he'll just let whatever happens to the other caps happen. If he's not, you won't have an ex-boyfriend for much longer. Roguefort kind of slightly tilts his head at that, and you briefly hear him say, Quoi?
Be too hard on him, Mama. Apparently it's turned into a rivalry thing.
So I suppose the dignity of killing him should go to Mr. Roguefort over there, then.
At least leave him in one piece.
Like I said, if he's smart, he'll leave before my friend shows up. If he ain't, I'll be sure to tell my friend to leave him a piece.
I cannot explain how happy you're making me with this.
But she smiles, and when she smiles, it's warm, like the sun. Not quite in the light kind of way, just in the sun that you see in your backyard after a long day at school and you know the day is done. Just the comforting kind of sun that, of course, the sun has to go, but it's a warm light that tells you can rest. It's okay. We can both rest. And, of course, she reaches up and she ruffles you. She just ruffles your fur.
Caitlin purrs. Thank you, Mama.
Of course, kitten. If you need any other help, you just go ahead and you let me know, alright?
I will, Mama. Thank you for coming.
Now, I do believe I heard some sobbing souls in the next room that could also use some help. If they have the components, I might go ahead and help them, if you don't mind.
Oh, I certainly won't mind, Mama.
Of course. And hey, if you have any more fun adventures, I'd love to hear about them.
I'd love to tell him, Mama. I'll see you later, possibly.
I'll see you later, sweetheart. And she leans over and gives you just the teeniest little kiss on the head. Gives you another pet. And of course, she gives a polite little bow of the head and a wave to Roguefort. It was a pleasure finally meeting you, Mr. Roguefort. And Roguefort puts a hand on his chest. It feels that there is something new there. Thinks a moment, then glances back at Mama Tia and bows his head. Then slightly cringes at the fact that it's also slightly sore. Don't worry, the soreness will wear off in a few minutes. You can go back to hunting in no time. He nods, and of course she gives a little wave to the rest of you, to poor Mad Lad, and to lovely Sue. I'll leave you to it. And when she leaves, she's polite enough to close the door behind her, and you can even hear her steps as she heads over to the next room. You hear that the loud sobbing stops once she knocks, but you don't hear anything else that happens over there. Roguefort, of course, would rather continue speaking once he finishes cleaning up Mad Lad's face, but once he does, he carefully sits up. Kind of has to give himself a stretch of the arms, stretch the wings out, and the wings are not broken and falling apart. You try not to think about how you saw him earlier. You try so very hard. Well, I would not like to head back to EGAD on news of a failed hunt. I believe we still have a student we can speak to. What say you? Let me stretch and I'll be good to go.
I think I don't want to do anything more. At least not today. Do you think we could just hang on my boat for a while?
And hang on. I had to turn off the voice mod a sec so I could talk narrator.
Mm-hmm.
And Roguefort is gonna look toward Caitlin and Sue to see whether you want to try a successful hunt or just rest.
Caitlin is probably looking a little bit haggard. She's definitely perked up since seeing Mama again, but she definitely kind of has that exhausted look of things happened today, and I was not mentally or emotionally prepared for them.
Yeah, and again, in fairness, Roguefort, the truth is Roguefort did expect Ettercaps. But he assumed Ettercaps would have been fine and easy, and the truth is, yeah, you killed one of them and you killed the spiders. Ettercaps and spiders would have been easy. His ex-boyfriend, on the other hand... Yeah. So, also, I will say for the alternative mission that we could take on at a different date. This is just a one-shot, so it's just a future task. I'm gonna spoil it. Introducing the Gramishka.
Nice.
A
Oh, I've
canonical,
seen one of those.
Yeah.
a canonical D&D piece that is absolutely not a gremlin. I don't know what you're talking about. That apparently has what is called a magical allergy.
Nice.
I haven't seen
But
say
they also have a swarm image if you want to see the picture of them in a swarm token.
yeah, like I've seen these but haven't like seen them like in their stat blocks.
Oh, their stat blocks are funny, and they also would have been set on the easy task, but they wouldn't have had because it was not the personal encounter, they wouldn't have had Roguefort's ex-boyfriend showing up to ruin the fun.
Fair enough.
Now, like I said, you're not going to get the traditional reward of money because you did not take care of the Ettercaps and the spiders. However, I don't want you to consider this a loss, because it's not one. You got crucial information, and you did get a fun roleplay interaction out of it. And I am still going to say, if you did decide to go the angry route, you probably definitely could have kicked his ass. Because, like I said, I'm going to be real, I was still not prepared for you taking a third of his hit points that he had to spend an Acme effect to cut in half.
Look, you pissed off the
I'm
wrong
so delighted that I
child.
got Mama. I'm so delighted that I got Mama Tia into a game. This is like the first game she's actually showed up where she wasn't just referenced.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
first time that I say at least in a little bit more detail. Like I showed off like Mad Lad. This is the first person. I think this is about the first game Mad Lad is mentioned in person and used as a threat his grandparents.
Mm-hmm. And I did like seeing your characters as well. I liked seeing Caitlin. I loved seeing Sue to pieces. And of course, Mad Lad, who I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
But Roguefort looks over the tired crew for a minute. And though you can still see some of the shame, I would say, Caitlin, if you would roll persuasion on the whole don't blame or hate yourself thing, that'd be great.
Sure, let me double check what her persuasion is. She's
And
a
if someone
Frankenalise. Yeah, she
if
gets
someone
+5.
helps you, you could get advantage if someone helps you to try and convince Roguefort not to
Mad
blame himself for
Yeah,
that.
Mad Lad is gonna do advantage.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
Delete.
Yeah, that would be roll zone.
Yeah.
Thankfully, if any rolls do kick off in players' chat, I don't count them. I only count the ones in the roll zone.
Yeah. You have advantage.
Oh,
You have advantage, Quinn.
she needs that advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah.
There we go. Dirty 20.
There is a moment, and Roguefort, of course, sees the fact that, in truth, Roguefort's the one that looks the most scuffed up out of the party. Like,
Yeah, Caitlin
Others
only ever
took-
took one hit.
yeah, you
And it
took
didn't
one
even
hit.
deplete her bonus.
Yeah. Mad Lad got a good chunk of his health, but that was over time.
And how does Sue look at the moment, aside from being sticky with some webs here and there?
Yeah, I mean, that extra HP helped. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he's only down 1 point from his maximum, so.
Yeah, I will say, the Hero's Feast was impressive. Like, you nullified half of the actual difficulty in the between easy and normal encounter, which was any of the poison.
Yeah. Which I saw that and I was just like, you know what? Mad Lads had it. This would be no better place to use this thing, but now.
But he looks it over for a moment, and then he goes, "Well, how about a fox hunt? A fox hunt, and then we get some ice cream. How is that?"
I think I can survive that.
Yeah, I think so too.
You
I
can,
should
you
warn
can kind
you, I don't have the only long range weapon I have is a javelin.
I mean, if you would like to, since I would like you to get some practice in, you may try and use my longbow. It is a fairly bulky. It is a fairly bulky thing, so you'd have to be fairly athletic to use it. But you are a very bulky cat.
Thank you, I take pride in it.
And yeah, once he has at least done his stretches and he's no longer a sore, and he reaffixes the sword to his hip after glancing at it flickering here and there before it stops glowing altogether. He sheathes it. He, of course, realizes that his clothes are going to need fixed, but thankfully he didn't wear his glamour weave to this occasion, otherwise he'd feel real upset. And yeah, what you have afterward is instead a fairly simple fox hunt, in which I'm only going to ask for 2 rolls, because either way you are going to have a success, but for participation's sake. So we're going to say, Sue, would you do me a favor and roll me a survival check?
Oh, okay.
I want to see how
Survival.
good you are at tracking the fox's prints.
Ah,
Should all of
Roguefort
us do
is
it?
assisting you. Roguefort is assisting you, so you have advantage.
What is
I
Caitlin's
will need
survival? I just decided to check it and it's a +1 for Caitlin. So
that's better.
Nice.
There we go.
With some assistance, at first you almost mistake what appear to be raccoon paw prints for fox paw prints, but Roguefort is helpful to point them out, and eventually you identify on your own the difference between fox paw prints and coon paw prints, and yeah. Also, I want to say above board, we just shorten raccoon here. I'm not meaning it any other way. It's just my family says it all the time.
No,
we live in the
no,
No, we get it.
No, my family's the
Oh,
same
I know
way.
what you
Continue.
mean.
Yep.
Thank
They call
you.
them
Sorry.
coons up where I live too.
Yeah, same.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. But you successfully managed to track down the fox's trail, and would Caitlin like to try and make an attack with the longbow? You can roll.
Sure.
We'll say, Mad Lad, you can be the one that rolls stealth to see how stealthy the party is.
Alright. Stealth.
You don't get advantage on this one because I can't feasibly help with stealth.
Alright,
Let's see. What would bonus?
Alright, that's a-
Bows use dex.
Let me double check. The
That's a 17.
longbow. Okay. 17 on stealth. You are hidden from the fox, thankfully, and when you come up, one of the things Roguefort is quick to point out that when you look for foxes, you don't want to hunt fox pups, and you don't want to hunt any, expecting fox mothers, because you want the species to continue producing. So when you look for a fox, you look for one that is not heavy with kits, and one that is young and healthy. So, not young as in kit, just young and healthy. So, I believe it would be proficiency plus. This is a longbow. I'll actually say it's your strength, because longbows are bulky bows to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, it would be continuing with the +6 trend.
Roguefort is careful to mention, of course, that the reason he uses longbows and arrows is that they do the least damage to the fur and the meat. Using bullets is effective, but then you have to fish it out afterward, and you can't cook it if you get bullets in it. So,
Yep.
you take careful aim, your tail just carefully twitching and curling. There's the sort of feline instinct to do the wiggle as you're prepping, Like you're getting ready to pass, just you know the kitty wiggle when you're ready to
The
jump.
wiggle.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, the wiggles.
eventually the wiggle stops just for a heartbeat. And with a thunk, you get a fox. This repeats until you get a grand total of 3 entire foxes. And Roguefort goes through the process of showing you, of course, how to remove the arrow without damaging the pelt too much, how to appropriately skin the foxes, and of course even tell their sexes. And of course they're all young, they're all adults, none of them are expecting kits. And he even shows you afterward how to properly quarter and butcher the meat, that way you can actually cook it later. So instead of the money reward, what all 3 of you get is eventually a properly attended to fox pelt for each of you, which you can either keep and use for something or sell. And you also get a portion of fox meat that you can use in any cooking, really.
Alright.
He gets himself a fox and basically just uses it to sort of show you how to make a fox-based dish. But even then, you watch as he actually doesn't keep the fox pelt, he donates it to a hunter. He donates it to a hunting post. So he gets a little money for that. So you don't get any gold because you didn't take care of the ettercaps and drider, but you do get 1 fox pelt each, and you get a portion of fox meat.
Nice.
And of course, a little cooking lesson with Roguefort, and also some ice cream afterward.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, of course, able to get your favorite flavors. So you each get a nice size large cone, because he's not a bitch ass motherfucker. He will get you the size large. And as you head back toward EGAD, away from the storm system, away from the nice sunset at Buccaneer Bay, because the weather is different in other places. This is a surprise to many. You manage to shield your ice cream from the sprinkles of the outskirts of the storm. And you notice that when Roguefort did get ice cream, he did get sprinkles on it. A copious amount.
Of course.
And you carefully make your ride back. Roguefort puts the magic student's task back on the board with a small note of IOU. Not that he's going to take it back to the student, but just as a mark of a later date if the problem still hasn't been taken care of. Just as a note to himself. Just sets it in a corner. And that concludes your hunt. Would you say you learned a lot in that fight?
I think I learned a pretty good amount. At the very least, I finally confirmed that stuff for jumping, because I'd been theorizing about it, and I'm so glad I got to actually use it.
Yeah.
In all
I
fairness,
let the kitty jump.
I've never seen someone use the jump mechanics, and I kind of wanted to, so I'm glad I could see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, same. And I'm still getting used to, like, having companion for battle. I haven't had that since literally when I first began D&D, so it's nice.
And Wick, would you say you enjoyed it?
Yes.
How much would you say you learned from the experience?
A lot.
Now,
I have to admit, I did like that weather bit because I actually didn't know about that as a mechanic.
yeah, it's in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the official book. I've tried looking for it on 5e Tools, but I can't find the right table. I know it's there somewhere. I just don't want to navigate the website at the moment. So,
Understandable.
the nice thing is it also has other details as well, as mentioned for, and I'm just going to explain a few of these before concluding and calling the recording off. A few last-minute lessons that didn't come into effect but had the possibility was strong wind. A strong wind imposes disadvantage on ranged weapon attack rolls and wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing. It also extinguishes open flames, disperses fog, and makes flying by non-magical means nearly impossible. So you would have had to walk through those traps if the wind was too hard. I also would not have given you extreme cold or extreme heat, which, as expected, would see you make saves if the temperature is high or low enough, so on and so forth. But
Caitlin probably could have handled the cold just because her specific species of cat is the Norwegian forest cat.
Another thing that comes into consideration with some of the more mundane hunts, such as wolves or foxes, is there is in fact a DC for wilderness navigation, which is your survival checks if you get lost, or if you want to avoid getting lost. But you're not going to believe what the DCs are. Do you want to know what they are before we go?
Are they stupidly high?
Hear me out. So, the wilderness navigation is essentially if you rolled a survival check to navigate without getting lost. If it fails, you inadvertently spend 1d6 hours traveling a random direction. They also have other tables for it, but this is just in the book at the moment. We'll go into other things at a different point with a different hunting party game, because again, they're meant to be educational. Which is also why the Drider was more negotiable with giving you the money to bring Roguefort back instead of letting him stay dead.
Fair enough.
Also for plot reasons, but still. Mostly because there is another game coming up, so, you know, don't worry about it. There is still a weight to Roguefort's death, and he's gonna feel it for a bit, but now the sword has seen him die, at least once. Above the board, he has perished times before, but as mentioned by the Drider, because the hags don't seem to know what Roguefort is, likely because he's been disguised before this point, they would always just bring him back and resurrect him. Or, put him back in the oven for an undisclosed amount of time. So he just comes back, again, a little bit more overcooked. And a little bit more overcooked. And a little bit more overcooked. But he hasn't really been able to follow the natural sugar plum life cycle of, if he dies, nobody's allowed him to make a cocoon in a place of nostalgia and fondness for him. But you don't know what that place is, so you can't actually let him do that yet. Otherwise, if you try, you might not get the same Roguefort back, so to speak.
Yeah.
But
we'll work on that.
That's a thing for a later time. The wilderness navigation DCs are as follows. Grassland, meadow, and farmland, which are big open spaces, is a DC of 5. You have to roll below a 5 to get lost. Arctic, desert, hills, or open seas with clear skies and no land in sight. This is not taking the weather into effect. It specifically mentions the clear skies and no land. A DC of 10. Forest, jungle, swamp, mountains, or open sea with overcast skies and no land in sight is a DC of 15. The forest is a DC 15.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. I live on the side of a mountain. You get lost in the forest, you don't know where the fuck anything is.
Yeah, I know, it's just when I've gone to Adventuresly, the forest has usually given us the least amount of trouble unless we're dealing with the Feywild. So normally, I don't see anybody implement the DCs. I was not expecting the forest, of all things, to be DC 15. And
Yeah.
the thing you mentioned post-revival was not something in his chest, it's the fact he didn't realize he had a scar. It's essentially a new feature that, like, that wasn't there before. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, but it's getting pretty late now.
Yeah, and this is where we cut it off. Instead of the money or anything else you would have gotten, you've gotten 3 fox pelts and 3 portions of fox meat. But you have gotten experience, and you do know that as the credits kind of play over a particular scene, there's a sort of red glow that enters the forest, and the ettercaps kind of turn toward it. As the credits kind of play, instead of seeing anyone in a golden warm light, you see what appears to be a figure clad in armor, who is having a uproariously good time butchering everything with 8 legs that's there. Above board, that's Ares, god of war and rage, who is having quite the time getting rid of a spider problem. And Oberon is smart. As soon as he even glimpsed the light, he was back in the Feywild. He's not sticking around for that. So, the Ettercap problem, at least this one, is taken care of without you. It may come back eventually, because again, he may just bring the spiders back eventually, but he himself has promptly, to say in French, fucked off.
Yeah.
But you know he's looking forward to the rematch. And you also know he's at some point gonna brag that he killed Roguefort a grand total of once, and Roguefort hopefully will put him in his place. Hopefully. But in the meantime, I'm glad you had fun. Remember to put the fox pelt and the fox meat in your inventories, or just write it somewhere if you don't want to. I am not giving them a distinct weight, so they should not mess with your encumbrance any, which is something we'll cover in a different game. But I'm glad you had fun, and I would like to thank you and thank our listeners for listening along to Hunting Party, Episode 2, The Noose That Waits. How little I realized the title would actually fit.
Indeed.
I have been Carmichael, also known as Mikey. These have been all my delightful new and old friends, and this has been EGAD Headquarters, coming at you live. Stay safe, stay 6 feet apart, remember to wear your masks and wash your hands, and stay happy. Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Bye.